96, 97, 98, 99, 100. 100 dogs, 100 miles, 24 hours. I can't believe we're finally doing this thing, man. Can't believe it.
Until Jonas has come around, nobody's even considered eating 100 glizzies and running 100 miles.
Pure grill seeker, destined dummy dogs.
Over 10,000 meters of vertical ascent.
It's unheard of. It's like walking off the edge of the earth.
Traveling some of the harshest terrain in the Rocky
Every
Mountains.
dog has its day.
Let me be frank, it's impossible.
Can one man guzzle 100 glizzies and run 100
This is how the
miles?
sausage gets made.
Like climbing into the gate of hot dog hell.
It's a true underdog story.
Jonas, my bottom line question is, why are you doing this? What's the point of all this for you?
As far back as I can remember, glizzies were all he had.
As a kid, I was kind of a lost dog.
Jonas hated authority.
Oh, glizzy, dude.
Yeah, he was a bit of an instigator.
Fuck you, Mr. Frank, look on these buds. Yeah.
Without running, he might have been in some real hot dog water.
Me and Chester just started going on these big adventures together.
Him and Chester, they were inseparable.
Who is this glizzy guy with the feline?
And then it happened.
The world is in mourning today after beloved ultra-running cat Chester dies at the age of 17. This Chester.
Meow, 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 meow. Meow.
After Chester passed, it just ignited this foot-long fire,
He was a man possessed.
pushing the limits of the human digestive system. The amount of glizzies I'm eating would kill a horse. You can't run with the big dogs if you're still pissing like a puppy. You're gonna know my name, and I'm gonna relish in it. Wiener takes all. Wiener takes all. Our stomachs are capable of so much more than we think.
Dirt, rock, dust road. I'm aware of the variability of the
I
desert.
feel small here, mind narrow to the horizon.
My name is Rebecca Kiernan.
My name is Liam Heath Myro. Resting heart rate.
38.
The environment tested our structural integrity.
Surfaces unstable. The desert. The desert.
The desert offered distance. We accepted the challenge.
End of transmission.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for day 2 here at Broken Arrow Skyrace. We are once again in Palisade in the studio, ready to absolutely send it for another day of live broadcast, following with you all coming from all over the world. I'm Martin Gaffuri, and right next to me, my co-host, Karen. Welcome. How you doing, Karen?
I am awake, barely.
That's a very good start.
We did just crush some coffee so that hopefully we can be high energy for the next 5-ish hours.
Oh, yeah.
While we watch athletes do 2 loops of the 23K course here, and we cannot wait to cheer them all on.
This is going to be absolutely sick. Yesterday, if you were with us, you were right. That was a awesome warm-up. Whether we played ball, we could actually go all the way to the top of the ascent, and we had fantastic results, good battle, and just a super high amount of stoke. So I think we might be going to the start line. There we go. This is it.
Yeah, down village from where we're sitting. We are situated just a couple hundred feet from the finish line of the race, where they will all be ringing Das Bell when they make their way to the official finish line. But this is down village of us, kind of over by Coffee Bar, where most of us have been hanging out all week. But we'll continue to go back and forth to that start line shot, so that we can start to identify runners that are lining up today to tackle the 46K race.
Deep field indeed. We've put down some names. We have our predictions. Hopefully we'll get surprises as well, with a few runners coming into the trail scene and ready to rip it. A little bit of a weather update.
I think it's colder than that right now. We are shivering in studio.
Yeah, hopefully it's going to change. The weather is actually looking absolutely stunning. it will get hotter, 100%, and this is going to be something also they're going to have to actually deal with. 2 loops means that, you know, the day will go, they will progress, and it is bluebird sky, so as soon as the sun's going to hit, it's going to get warm.
The second lap, particularly that second climb out of the village area, is going to feel hot, even if the air temp isn't super, super high today. Really pretty ideal racing conditions right now. It's not terribly windy out there. I think yesterday we saw wind at the summit of the ascent course, but right now, pristine, clear blue skies, very Tahoe.
Yeah, very Tahoe. It actually froze during the night, so it's good now that just temperature will be raising nice and slow.
Yeah, seeing our athletes start to line up, I believe that many of our elite runners are going to be finishing up their warm-ups. They're starting in just over 10 minutes to head out on course, so they are probably getting in those final strides in the parking lot. And the course doesn't choke up right away. When they leave this starting area, they kind of head out across the parking lot for a moment, so it stays pretty wide before it does kind of choke up into that first gradual rolling ascent of the day.
Yeah.
But we're keeping our eyes out, looking for some specific athletes.
A marmot.
A marmot?
Yes, there was a little marmot on this side of the screen. You got to keep your eyes peeled, team. We're going to be throwing a few little visuals on you during the entire day. If you are in the chat, give us a shout. Let us know where you are following this live broadcast from. As Corinne was saying, we're going to be here for quite a while today, so plenty of time to share stories. If you have any feedback, comment, things that you know that we don't, please share it and we'll share it with the community. If you have any questions as well, we'll be happy to try and answer them. We'll have answers, maybe not the right ones, but we'll make something up on the way.
We keep trying. I think the big thing today, too, is to let us know who you're cheering for. I know you're watching from all over the world. We've got people in the chat cheering for Kimmy, who's all the way over from Germany. She'll be crewing and pacing Hannah Allgood at Western States. Lots of Danny Moreno fans in the chat as well. So please get in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from and who you are cheering for this morning.
Montana, yes.
Yeah, there's a good Montana crew here.
I know, yeah. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, getting ready. Most of them getting ready to race next week, but definitely starting to get on the ground here as well.
We got Florida, Texas, China. How's it, bro? We got Carmen from Cape Town, Walnut Creek, Austria. Nice. That's a good question. Any notable DNS?
I think the most notable DNS, but was public, is not Danny Moreno, sorry. No. Oh my goodness, my brain this morning. Katie Asmuth.
Right. Yes.
She's been pretty public. Her son was diagnosed with diabetes 7 weeks ago, and it's a huge thing to take on as a family. Yeah. And so she's been not sleeping a whole lot and pretty stressed out. And so she'll be here later this week, but not racing today.
Right. So I thought it was good with her. There we go. Flyby of the course. So you see it overlapped because that is where they will be going from the first into the second lap. But this is it. As you were saying, Corinne, a few zigzags. All on the tree cover, nice and rolling. So this is a place where you really do not want to get excited too early. And then, boom, we're going to start climbing and climbing and climbing all the way up. And bit of a roller coaster. There will be few flatter sections, actually the ones we saw yesterday. That one.
Yeah, there's a little downhill in the uphill, but it doesn't feel like that much of a reprieve when you're out on the course there. You do, when you finally do crest the top, over 8,000 feet in elevation, 6,000 feet down here at the base, you've got a really, really fast descent down a cat track on the ski resort before they dive down into what's called Shirley Canyon. We'll lose, I think, some visuals in there. They'll climb out of Shirley Canyon, run through their final aid station before they hit the loop point at the bottom. And this descent into the village is a little bit more technical. It's more rocky. It's more wiggly. But it's still fast. And so it's like, do you burn your legs out on the first lap when you know you got to hit a nice long climb on the second lap? But yeah, again, we are less than 10 minutes to go from the start of the 2026 Broken Arrow 46K. Runners are making their way into that start line in the village.
So there we go. We're starting to see familiar faces, and you were talking about her, Kimi Schreiber, on the far right of your screen.
And actually, the course record holder in the men's race, Eli Hemming, there, in the Terex kit in the center. I see Beth McKenzie on the start line. I see Leah Yingling on the start line as well.
Rachel Drake on the left-hand side.
One of probably the favorite in this field today.
It's going to be hard to go to bet against Rachel today, indeed. Like, her last, training block has been super strong. She's scored some pretty fast uphill running as well. And, when Rachel's ready to throw down, it's like, she's lethal. And Tyler Green, her partner, took the win yesterday on the 18K.
Yeah, recently Rachel Drake took a Hillary Girardi FKT in the local Salt Lake City area. So, but again, mama too, full-time medical resident in anesthesiology. She is a busy, busy girl.
Yeah.
And I think flew in last night.
Oh, did she?
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, she had to work. She was in the OR, I think, yesterday morning.
Damn.
That's Carolyn Alcorta, who's the gal just in front of Kimmy Schreiber. She's a Seattle gal, super, super fast. I was telling you she's got a great 10K time on the track.
Right,
Does
okay,
a lot of
that's
road
the one.
racing, but is incredibly talented. I got to crew her at Gorge Waterfalls 50K, and she was in that mix. I think she ultimately finished 5th, just behind Bailey and Tara. Bailey, who will be joining us in studio later, actually, and
she will.
And Tara Dower. So, super fast, talented athlete in this mix.
And we saw also Chad Hall. There he is.
Chad Hall, number 326, next to Mr. Barnett there.
There you go. They're starting to warm up that start line, get people excited. There you go. We've got Calgary, Munich, France, Michigan, Massachusetts, Oregon, Pittsburgh. Nice. The UK, Bay Area. You guys are from all over the place. Loving it.
We also heard before we went live today, Danny Moreno up there on the front of the start line.
Nice spotting.
We heard that Caleb Olson decided he needed a long run. Figured he might as well run the 46K. So Caleb Olson now doing the Triple Crown by default because I think he's doing today and tomorrow. And Tyler Green actually I think is jumping into 23K tomorrow now as well.
Yes, I heard that. He's like, well, you're here. Look on the far right of your screen.
Mr. Cade Michaels.
Yeah. If he's fit.
So talented. He is turning around quickly from some other races, but he is incredibly fast and very excited to see him put it together. He said if he doesn't have to walk the final 7 miles of the race today, I think he had to do that last year, he'll be in a good position. But he is as fast as any of these guys on the start line, and I imagine that he will be a factor in this race, including leading the charge early.
Count him in.
Cole Campbell there.
And Noah Williams on the yellow La Sportiva kit. Got a lot of names down there. All right, we're starting to see, obviously you're cheering for your people. Love that. Keep it coming. And then if you want to start putting down the names of the forecasted.
Jasmine Lowther coming into the start shoot there as well.
Yeah, your prediction for men, women winners today. Yeah. So you were saying Jasmine is doing the Triple Crown?
Yes, the women's Triple Crown is quite competitive. I think Leah's currently in the lead with her performance yesterday in the Ascent, but Jasmine Lowther also in the Triple Crown, so a great battle between the two of them. Jessie Diggins, multi-time Olympian, 4-time medalist, also in the Triple Crown. Alyssa Clark in the Triple Crown.
Damn, yeah.
It's a good group of women.
Sorry, but Triple Crown, what is it?
Oh yeah, Triple Crown. So they did the Ascent yesterday, they're doing the 46K today, and then tomorrow they'll do the 23K, which is nice because they're doing 2 loops of that course today, just one loop of it tomorrow. Yeah.
And they can send it tomorrow.
Yeah, this is an all-star cast for the 46K today. There's Sarah Carter jumping up and down right behind Danny Moreno. She's had a great early season. She won the 50K at Desert Rats in a really fast time.
And she was at Rock as well.
Yeah, double back there. Oh, Robin Lesh just
of course.
Sneaking in.
Yeah, just there.
This year's Tarawera 50K champion. Very, very fit.
Podium at Chiang Mai, also at the back end of last year in December. Like she's one of the
Yeah, closing on Maud there, which is hard to do.
yeah. So we get such a good lineup and good people. I just love seeing them all like bring their craft, their personalities. Oh, Darren Thomas. I wasn't sure he was going to be here. He's going to be local from Reno.
Good to see Darren Thomas in this field. He's had ups and downs with injuries over the year, but he's stood on the top of the podium here before. Ironically, there have been bears climbing into cars just down the road at the bottom of the street. So Lottie Brink's car got broken into.
Oh, no.
Some dog food got consumed.
Folks, don't leave food in your cars. Here we go. We are just about 2 minutes before the start of this 46Ks once again. 46K, 2,750 meters of elevation gain and loss, 2 loops, and therefore a call out for a pretty decent race strategy. Like it's hard to go reckless, and fresh off of like having a chat with Eli Hemming, who's got the course record, he was like, you really don't want to overcook it in the first lap. And he said, I'm going to try and be mindful and like keep the foot on the brakes for that first lap.
You've got to be careful, but at the same time, last year it packed up, actually. They had a really nice little men's pack, really nice little women's pack, and they pushed each other so darn hard to course records in both races.
Yeah.
Get ready. This is the best part, most exciting part. We're going to start our clap together. Okay, here we go. 1, 2, 3, let's start clapping together. There you go.
We are 1 minute before the start of the 46K. We love seeing your comments and cheerings in the chat. Lauren Gregory will be here, but she will be here tomorrow. Just a heads up, she will be running the 23. And today we're following the 46Ks.
Yeah, defending champion Jen Lichter not in the race, she's running Western States, and Lauren Gregory on the start line tomorrow for the 23K.
And our generous host at Palisades Tahoe, let's clap it up, you guys. Come on now. You guys ready for one of the best days of your lives or what? Mark, how we feeling? Let's get this clap going again.
Yes, 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it going one more time. Let's clap together now as the trail running.
All right, we'll keep a note. Stu Starfish.
This is a strong community. Let's go. You train for this moment. Once again, 20 seconds out. 15 seconds, ladies and gentlemen. Spectators, make some noise. Here we go. 10 seconds. Count it down with me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's race.
And here we go, team. We are on. 46K is on the way.
One name we didn't mention during our little preview right now is Cody Clevin. Is she in the black ACG Radical Airflow that just like suddenly was on the she suddenly moved to the front of that start line? It was an athlete who I didn't recognize off the bat, and she kind of ended up on the start line right there.
Ah, there we go.
Is that Cody Clevin?
Well, she's on the start line. 2:24 at Boston.
We'll keep an eye out for her. Definitely someone who has probably the fastest marathon PR in this women's field, but does have some 50K experience, but outside of a third place finish at Speed Goat 50K, hasn't had great success at this distance yet, and so really excited to see if she can be in the mix today. Chad Hall and Cade Michaels leading out the men's field right now.
And a name we actually haven't mentioned, and I didn't actually see him on the list, but he was definitely on the screen, is Kukin.
Oh, yes. Yeah, super fast Japanese athlete. Ran an amazing gorge 50K.
Yep.
Like taking David Norris to the well there was really impressive to watch.
Yeah. Like he lets the legs do the talking, but we can. So he's with the orange shorts and the white tank top.
And the first official split we're going to get from the course is going to be 2.62 miles in. Nike just pinned and dropped the leaderboard, which is the live tracking, into the chat for you all. So if you're looking for a specific runner, you'll be able to find them there, searching by name or bib number. You'll also be able to follow along checkpoint to checkpoint, which will be, I think, really nice for everyone.
Wow, sending it very early. There we go. Rachel here on your screen. Rachel Drake.
Yeah, so the man that we saw leading out the men's field, Brad Hodkinson, I was like, I should know this guy. He's from Seattle, Washington, but this is his debut in the trail running world, I believe.
Oh, so is that a naive start that he might be burning a bit too many matches early, or is this going to be the new star that we're uncovering today at this Broken Arrow 60K?
Yeah, we do get surprises.
We love surprises. Anybody in the chat knows more about him? Bring it on. Let us know.
Yeah, curious to kind of see if that is a move that pays off. He will be pursued by an incredibly talented and incredibly experienced group of men who have not only won this race, set course records at this race, but have done it multiple years in a row. So we shall see what happens. This first climb is a burner. At the back of this women's lead pack, I do see Beth McKenzie in that group. She's a little bit worried about the altitude rolling in from Australia.
And she always takes like super hot starts.
Yeah.
So
I mean, she's got such good like road speed and leg speed coming out of the triathlon world into trail. I've watched her lead Tara Ware out, for example. So Beth will definitely be in the mix trying to put the chase on there.
Oh yeah.
But really excited to have her over in the U.S. mixing it up in a race that I feel like is pretty different for her from what she historically likes to do.
True. All right, look at that shot. Yeah, we got people on the side of the trail already cheering runners on. We gotta love that.
The black shirt was ID'd for me. It's Liz Hogan.
Yes, so that, yeah. So now Beth is reeling in Rachel Drake. They are both in the lead in the women's race.
I love this this comment in the chat. Brad choosing violence to start. Let's see who follows.
I think that's a very good, a very appropriate term. Like, it did look like a very violent start.
Yeah.
All right, it looks like he's settling down, though.
Yeah,
That's good.
it's a fast start on the pavement there. You got those pre-race nerves and jitters that you got to shake out a little bit. But again, coming from Seattle, Washington, having been a person who lived in Seattle for quite some time, you know, you're living at 100 feet above sea level maybe. So it's definitely going to feel a little bit different as you make your way from, 6,000 feet to over 8,000 feet in the first, 5-6 miles of this race. Yeah, looks like we have family for Brad in the chat. Software engineer in Seattle, has run a 2:19 marathon and is a dog dad.
Ooh, times two.
Times two. Unsponsored. I think this is his elite debut in the trail side, so we'll see if he can stick the landing.
Well, thanks a lot for sharing. We appreciate that. And there we go. Now we have the usual suspects getting there.
Yeah, so the gentleman in the other Terex athlete, too, in this shot just behind Eli is Cole Campbell. Really experienced athlete, really good at the 50K distance. When he came into trail and ultra running, he actually was dabbling in the 100-mile distance and then went back down in distance. And he's won the U.S. 50K national championships on pretty fast terrain, but lives at altitude very, very fast. And then Brian Whitfield.
Oh, yeah.
On the right-hand side of your screen, another very talented athlete.
Yeah, Eli was telling me that story about, I can't remember the name of the race, that he kept finishing second to Joe Gray. And he was like, man, one day I'm going to beat Joe Gray. And one day he came and he beat Joe Gray. But Brian beat him, so he still got second. So he said, like, yeah, Brian on a good day could be very, very dangerous.
I got to hang out with Brian and his dad at Desert Rats, not this past April, but the April before, and just the sweetest guy as well. So a really talented athlete in the space, but one of those guys that still seems to fly under the radar for a lot of folks and hasn't necessarily had his breakout performance. Getting a win here today would be a huge deal for him.
Well, he's won Pikes Peak Ascent last year, 2025. Yeah, last year. I'm lost with the years. So he can climb. And there you go, 5 women here together.
Leah Yingling, Kimmy, Jasmine, Danny Moreno. All
isn't that Sarah Carter on the right?
That could be Sarah Carter on the right.
With the green
I need to see her face.
Because when you pointed
and
out
the blue shoes, you're right.
When you pointed out Jasmine, I think she had kind of a bluish top.
That's Carolyn Alcorta on the left-hand side, just next to Kimmy.
There you go.
So a good group of women hanging in there together.
Starting to pack up, and already you see they're in the climb, and so it is like that course is color coded, and so the closer to kind of red and purple it gets in colors. So green is flat, yellow is a bit steeper, and then we branch into the orange, the red, and then the purple is above 30% grade. And here's definitely not 30% grade, is that good old douche grade that you have to run. And these 3 gentlemen seems to be settling together. And Corinne, do you hear that goat?
Yeah, so yesterday, we've got amazing mountain bikers out there bringing us so much of this footage. We've got some static cams and we've got some drones as well, but a majority of the footage you're going to see today is brought by our incredibly talented film crew out on bikes. That being said, when our team behind the scenes needs to get their attention, they have to play some sort of noise to them.
Give them an audio cue.
Yes. Yesterday we realized we were playing music that probably shouldn't be played on the live stream because you can hear it when it's playing out of their phone, not into their headset. And so we asked them to play a goat noise instead today because that's what they historically play in our ears when we're cutting to commercial break. And so we just heard that little goat in the background. So if you guys hear a goat today on the live stream, it is likely coming out of one of our mountain bikers' headsets or phones, and that is what you're going to hear, which I think is kind of cool.
Oh, well, it's completely on brand. Like, we've got goats everywhere here.
Yeah, so this is, they've come off that double track, and now they're going to be on this kind of wiggly, beautiful single track before they have another really steep ski face, effectively, that they will ascend, which is kind of a kick in the teeth when you get to it, because you've been on this runnable, grindy grade for a long time. It's definitely not flat, but it's not a noticeable, appreciable uphill to these runners. To me, for sure, it is appreciably uphill. But then they will have to do some ascents that are straight up ski slopes as well.
And then you got to make your decisions. All right, do I power hike that one? Do I run that one?
We'll see people running right next to someone else power hiking.
And at the same speed.
Yeah.
If you can power hike efficiently, that's that can be very efficient.
I'm going to giggle every time I hear that goat.
Yeah, that goat is awesome. Team, we have a quick interview with Eli Hemming, course record holder.
Hi, my name is Eli Hemming. I am a professional trail runner for Adidas Terrex. I was a former professional triathlete. I did that for 6 years, racing on the ITU circuit, trying to get myself to the Olympics. Didn't quite make it, but found my way over to trail running with my wife. I think that's one of my best things about me is do it professionally with my wife, Tabor Hemming. And I am probably best known for my win at OCC, which is the 55K at UTMB week. When I'm not running, I am a part-time cowboy, coffee roaster, and coach. I have a podcast, I have a YouTube channel, and I do kind of a little bit of everything.
He is a part-time cowboy. They live on a generation, like a third-generation ranch in Colorado, quite high, way higher there than they are here in Kremling, Colorado. Tabor's family owns a coffee shop, and now Tabor and Eli spend a lot of time working there as well. They got a gym set up in the back of it, which is their little training center, which I love so much. But then on your screen right now, taking that turn, Rachel Drake and Danny Moreno.
There we go. It's starting to thin out a little bit in the women's field. And yeah, Eli talking about his partner in life, Tabor. Tabor took third yesterday in the ascent. And here is the one cooking Ogasawara from Japan.
Behind Cade Michaels in that neon green top, and I think Chad Hall in the middle of them. So this must be our men's chase pack.
This
with there's a camera biker just in front of them, so it must be next.
And another runner.
You know, when it's like white top, black shorts, identifying becomes a little bit complicated.
Come on, team, help us out.
But I've gotten really good at identifying people by the ponytail sway, by the way their arm carriage is.
Yeah, the arm carriage, the stride, how they.
Yeah, so again, Danny Moreno's coming off of last year when she qualified for Team USA for World Championships here by gutting out an incredible performance. She'd come off a year of breaking her foot at OCC. She charged the descent at OCC, an amazing finish, but did break her foot in that race. And then last year, it's kind of been a series of foot-related injuries, including breaking her toe that I think required a surgical fix. Our mountain biker making a quick pass there.
It did. Like she had to have surgery.
She was in a boot. She was on a knee scooter. So Danny Moreno is one of those people who gets the absolute best out of herself at races, independent of how long the training block has been. And so she will be a factor today.
Yeah, I think it was just like 5 weeks ago that she started doing her first 1 hour run. But she said this run is going to be a celebration of being able to get back out there. And again, when you go into these races with this spirit, sometimes it turns out to be a really good performance because you get nothing to lose. You're just so stoked to be out on the trail.
Yeah, back to our men's leaders there. We're bopping around a lot.
Yeah.
That's good. You're going to have a lot of that today because we do have a series of camera bikes, a series of drones, and a series of static cams. But again, this is our lead trio kind of comfortably starting to separate themselves on this initial climb. Tony McCann in the chat cheering for Danny.
Ooh.
Teammates and good friends. That's really, really special.
Love it.
And then again, our leading woman that had just kind of started to break the elastic a little bit on Danny. Danny maybe reining it in a little bit to make sure that she's got what she needs in the tank to continue to excel. Today, Rachel Drake making that move, ACG athlete, mama too, anesthesiology resident. Husband won the 18K yesterday, a very talented family based in Salt Lake City right now. Rachel, again, was in the OR yesterday morning, flew in yesterday after work, and is, again, currently at the helm of the women's 46K and definitely comes in as, I think, the race favorite. Hi, Tony.
Yeah, Tony will be following from afar, I reckon, or is she around? Because Bastien, her partner, is around. We had a chat earlier.
Yeah, I got to see him yesterday. I give him a big hug. I think he's working a bunch this week, but there she is, Rachel Drake, looking to make good on some fitness she's been building. She and her crew, including Leah Yingling, who's doing the Triple Crown again, and it will be, I think, a factor for a potential podium here. They are both training for UTMB. Both have kiddos that I think are at present under a year old, and really cool to see both these moms back out absolutely crushing it.
There we go, back with Sarah Carter. So she would be, if Danny probably still is ahead, which would put Sarah
probably in third position.
Yeah.
Yeah, again, had an amazingly quick Desert Rats. Do not think she broke Allison Baca's time, but got pretty close there at Desert Rats. You can fact check me on the fly, but has had a good build in this season. Picked up Oiselle as a sponsor, which is a women's running brand out of Seattle, but that gives her flex and shoes and that kind of stuff. So she is, I feel like, really setting herself up well to, I imagine, take a crack at OCC.
Yes.
This season.
Yeah, she's got a lot coming up. She'll be over in Europe racing in Austria, Sierzinau, and OCC. And then depending on things go, she might actually have a crack at TNF 50 for her first miler, 50 miler.
Love to see it.
No Williams on your screen. Briefly.
Yeah, rocking that bright yellow La Sportiva kit. Rachel Drake looking really, really smooth. She's been doing a lot of her training run commuting to and from the hospital. So listening to anesthesiology podcasts, run commuting to and from shifts in the OR, studying for one of her board exams. She really makes me feel quite lazy.
I was going to say, is there anything that Rachel Drake cannot do?
Yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah, she is. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you can kind of feel bad about yourself because she seemingly, I'm sure it's not easy. I'm sure she is tired at the end of many days, but she makes it look effortless, and I know it's not. I know her and Tyler are a great team. I know it takes a lot of work. I know that they've got a good support system, but it's still always impressive. Yeah, quote from Brett from the Single Track podcast earlier this week, Rachel is really bad at losing. And that is a great way to phrase it. Yeah, it looks like Sarah Carter has bridged to Danny right now. They are virtually together. There's one gentleman running in between the two of them. So I wouldn't be that surprised if Sarah, when it opens back up to a wider trail, gets a little bit broader or like makes a move to pass Danny. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, and we're gonna welcome one of the ACG athletes in to hang out with Martin for a little bit. So I'll be back with you guys in just a few.
All right. And yes, that's a perfect segue. We were covering the women's race, and here comes Bailey Kowalczyk. The stoke is high. Here you go. Welcome to the live show.
Thank you for having me. I'm stoked to be here. Super awesome race.
And as you might have already seen on the images, your team partner and absolute crusher at everything in life, Rachel Drake, is sitting in first and just gradually pulling away. It doesn't look like she's made any kind of like intentional effort to try and be in the lead. She's just found her groove, and here's Danny Moreno and Sarah Carter now respectively second and third in the women's race.
Three absolute animals. I mean, Rachel Drake, I feel like saying her name is enough. She just knowing she was in the OR yesterday, it's crazy. I mean, 2 kids, like she's a baller, and I have no doubt that she'll stay right there. I think my thoughts are, I'm curious, Danny is really, really good at closing, really good at that second lap. I think I raced Danny in a 50K, and she found me with 5K to go. She's sneaky. You cannot let up until the finish line. So I'm really curious about that battle in particular. And Sarah Carter's so strong. So it's really fun to see her in a position that's going to put her in a good place today. Like, this is such a fun race.
And again, we repeat it, like these 46Ks is 2 laps of the 23Ks, which means like you go like here, it's a bit of a climb and then gradual. Single track, you're still kind of in the shade somehow. And then the big climb starts all the way up to the highest point. You're then exposed. Quick descent, a bit of a kick out of the canyon, and then back all the way down. And it's that first descent, you're like, well, what do I do?
Yeah.
Like, do I trash my legs and try to pull away, or just go to slow down, look after myself, but potentially lose a bit of time on somebody else who's gunning for it?
Yeah, and I feel like, I mean, in my opinion, it's like somewhere in between. You don't want to sell out, but also sometimes putting on the brakes that early in the race does also ruin your quads. And so I think, letting gravity take you a bit, and as long as you train downhill, like making sure that you're running that with purpose and not, I don't think there's any time to let up in this race. Like these days of 46K, you kind of have to run it aggressively.
So it's that fine line of like not overcooking it. And I like to see that like line of gentlemen. Nobody's making too many moves, but as you say, like they all staying together. They don't want to let anybody go.
Yeah, this is a solid group of men also. I'm really curious. There's some great names in here that also are due for a successful race, and really, really excited to see what happens there. This is, you know, I think altitude plays a big role too. Like, are people used to altitude? Is that something new for them? There's a lot of good people in this race that do train at high altitude, and I'm so curious what happens there.
Did you feel it yesterday?
No, so my house is kind of closer to the top of the mountain altitude-wise
so
than the
good.
bottom, so I have that on my side. But I also can respect how high this is coming from Europe, coming from sea level, coming from anything that's not this high. It's dry air. It's really tough, and I can't even imagine racing at altitude without having that lung capacity behind me.
So that's probably somebody just trying to close on that lead pack.
Yeah, that's a tough spot to be in. The no man's land.
Yeah.
Noah Williams.
Noah Williams, yeah. Well, we've seen him.
He's great.
It's good. Like, I love the La Sportiva kit. You can spot it for miles.
Yeah. No, he's a really strong athlete.
And actually, if we get a chance, because we've been having like a lot of interviews, like pre-race interviews with athletes. So to give you a bit of context of who these ladies and gentlemen are, and here we go. Let's hear it from you, Noah Williams.
Yeah, so I'm Noah. I run for La Sportiva. I live in Leadville, Colorado. I had a really good year last year. I was 14th at the Short Trail World Championships, where I was top American, and very proud of that result. I was also 4th at this race last year, and the week later, I went out to Italy and ran Lavaredo 80K and got on the podium there. So last year went very well, and very excited for this year. I also, outside of running, I am a ski patroller in the winter. So I mostly do skiing as training in the winters. And I live in a small little town at 10,000 feet, so about 3,500 feet altitude, or 3,500 meters altitude. So very high, and I just love being in the mountains, and mostly a skier, actually, more than a runner.
Such a baller. Oh. I can't not root for him.
We were talking about altitude. Like, he would be like, oh, man, there's so much air around here.
Yes, it's like
living in Leadville.
Yeah, Leadville's a whole different animal. This is like sea level to him.
And so it's good to have those little like capsules to discover these runners a little deeper. If like, you know, you're getting excited by this discipline of trail running, you're joining us on the live. You're not necessarily the hardcore trail runners who knows everything about everyone. Like, getting to discover these people and what they do on the side as well. Like, they're not only an absolute fast pair of legs, they're like humans with stories. And like, I love that last line. I was like, I'm actually more a skier than a runner.
It's so amazing.
And look at him, just like.
Yeah, at the end of the day, everybody has a story that's bringing them to the trails. Everybody has a reason to be out there. And I think it's, you know, it's one thing to see someone crushing it on the trail, but it's another thing to know what they were doing yesterday and what drives them and what's actually motivating them to run straight up a mountain, because that's not everybody's first choice of activities. So it's pretty amazing.
So here again, if we kind of backtrack up from the what do we get here? Oh, we get a photographer. Or is that somebody running? Oh!
Gravity always wins.
that was a handheld, because I was like, man, what is this person has in his hand? So Sarah Carter just still go. Oh, holy moly, what's happening? Yeah, but look at that sprint.
Danny must have dropped back for some reason, because this is usually, I feel like that's a move that like something happened.
Yeah, she like, because last time we saw, like, it was Danny Marino and then Sarah Carter, and then we were back on Sarah Carter. Danny's nowhere to be seen, and all of a sudden she's just bursting past. Whew. I hope she didn't burn too many matches on that.
Danny's calculated. If there's one thing about Danny, I know she's calculated.
She won't do anything reckless.
She wouldn't do anything.
Okay.
No. But that was an interesting move. I'm very curious what happened. Someone did mention that Kimi, the German athlete, with Adidas, she's in second, is what somebody said. So I'm curious, curious what the story is there right now.
So different race scenarios here. Rachel Drake leading the women's race with a bit of a gap on the rest of her competition. And in the men's, if it was still the same gentleman at the front, we had Brian, Eli, and then followed, I think, not too far back was Chad. And then closing the lead pack was Koken Ogasawara from Japan. And I'm missing a few in between. Kate Michael was also in there. Yeah.
Kate is a great story. Somebody who is due for a good day and is fully capable of being in that top 3 today, for sure.
Here's Nicolas.
Nice breezy shirt there.
He's going to be nice and cool. Like we see a lot of him in all the video recaps from Lauren.
Yeah,
Gregory,
the YouTube channel, the Boulder YouTube channel. I love it. He's a great person, great athlete. I hope he has a good day as well. Another athlete that trains at altitude, and so you know that's hopefully an advantage for him.
And that is indeed starting to get a little steeper. That's a steeper section that Corinne was talking about.
Team 10 now.
So there we go, Cade.
That might be Gavin Pryor. Do you know Gavin?
I do know. Here's Chad. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your course record holder from Kremlin, Colorado. Part-time cowboy, part-time coffee roaster, part-time joker. Man, he's got some
multifaceted man.
And every once in a while, he runs extremely fast.
Very fast, yeah. And I mean, that grade that they just showed is definitely steeper than it looks. I mean, I feel like a lot of people would hike that too. And he just charges right up it.
Tiptoeing,
no
just tick, 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 tick.
Yeah, so good. So good.
And then, yes, like we've talked about it already, but you will be hearing goats bleating in the background.
I thought that was the drone. That's amazing.
And so it is indeed the audio cue for all our content people on the field, whether they are on foot or on a mountain bike, to tell them that they are live.
That's a good vibe. That's good.
It's on brand. We love that.
Love it.
And then, yes, question in the chat, are the camera crew on e-bikes? 100%. You couldn't do it otherwise. Like, these are ex-professional mountain bikers. this is the level of skill that is required to be able to navigate these runners without bothering them, moving to the side safely, and also just keeping up with them. Because, I mean, keeping up with them on the up, yeah, you have the engine, but then keeping up with them on the descents, when those are tight turns and technical terrain, it requires world-class skills. So
it's crazy. It's from an athlete perspective, being out there, I'm impressed. Like, it's really awesome how much they stay out of the way but get amazing content. And these trails are not gentle. Like, you really have to know what you're doing on a bike to multitask like that, for sure.
So I believe on the left-hand side we have the chasing pack, but as we've seen, there will be at least Danny Moreno in between Rachel Drake leading the women's race on the right side of your screen, and Sarah Carter. And
Danny's hunting somewhere. She's definitely, I feel like, in between that gap. She might be. I think you might be able to see her. She's up a bit.
Let's get it. Race it around.
Oh, yeah. Somebody's been into the tie and dye. There is actually at the ACG bar right next to where the start line was just earlier this morning, half an hour ago. There's a place where you can come with your radical airflow and you can just tie and dye it and make it unique.
It's heat activated. So when you get into hot conditions, it changes colors, which is...
Are you serious?
Subtle flex. Yeah, I love that. So when you get it cool, it'll be green, and then it turns warm, and it's purple.
Damn, I gotta go check it out.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
There we go. As she is actually pulling away here, Sarah Carter, we might be able to play you a little interview so you can know a little bit about her, if we haven't disclosed too much already. While we have this pretty sick drone shot with Eli Hemming just now leading the pack, is breaking the elastic a little bit, but it is still early days. Let's hear it from Sarah Carter.
I am an NCAA runner turned trail, so I've been running for about 20 years now. I did both my first road race and my first trail race back in 2006. And from there, I was doing road 5Ks. I was doing like youth club, track and field, and cross country, and then competed at the high school level, competed collegiately. I ran at the University of Washington and Colorado State. I ended up being a two-time second-team All-American in the 5K and the 10K. After my college career, actually directly after, came here to Broken Arrow. This was my first post-collegiate trail race, 2 weeks from the dot from my last NCAA. And since then, I've kind of just jumped straight into the trail world. Some recent races this year so far, I've raced 2 other 50Ks. I did Desert Rats by UTMB and Rothrock by UTMB, won both of those. And some of my other results from last year, I was first at the Pikes Peak Ascent, which one of my favorite races of all time. Love the climb. Also competed in the Golden Trail Series, finished 13th at the final, and got 2 Golden Trail top 10s over the course of last year. And of course, the magnum opus, raced OCC last year and was super excited to place 15th there, considering it was my 4th ever ultramarathon. So excited to go back and give that a go as well. When I'm not running, which is rare, I'm working. I have 3 jobs outside of running professionally. I work at a grocery store, I work at a flower shop, and I actually coach, which I love. And when I'm not doing any of that, also rare, I foster cats through a local animal shelter, and I'm big on cooking and baking. I no longer have a garden, but hope to have one again soon. That's me. Yeah.
Awesome human.
That did put a smile on our faces.
She's awesome. Yeah, and she's been training up in Netherlands, actually, Colorado, which is kind of the altitude that I mentioned earlier that I live at. And so
yeah, there you go.
I'm hoping that works in her advantage today.
Well, she's certainly going for it. And so if we did the math right, Sarah Carter sitting in 3rd place. Danny Moreno. Oh, yeah, actually, we spot her. So you had seen her before. Yep, that's her there. And Sarah is, she was saying, if you're not familiar with Pikes Peak Ascent, that's like a brutal half-marathon climb finishing at 4,000 meters. And so you can see here she's going very powerful and closing, I think, a little bit on Danny Moreno. So we can expect her to be going strong on the uphills.
Yeah, uphill's definitely her forte. So this will be, she's really, really strong.
There you go, Kimi Schreiber, coming all the way from Germany. We had a good contingent of fans in the chat coming from Germany.
Rachel, it's West Granger all over again.
There we go, back to the very top of the women's field with Rachel Drake, and she's still running.
Absolutely crushing it. That is so much steeper than it looks, too. I know I keep saying that, but it's crazy how fast these people are moving on that terrain.
Oh, look at that. Oh, that shot. Look at the dust behind Eli.
So good. He's like a road runner.
Gee, yes. And then, yeah, for those who are not like English natives like me, the road runner, it's like you talking about the bird.
The bird.
Yes.
The bird.
Yeah. It took me a while to click on that one.
Yeah, shoot, that joke doesn't land with everyone.
But yeah, 100%. And look at that gap.
He is flying.
Look at that gap.
Wow. That's like poetry in motion.
And for someone who was supposed to take it easy on lap 1.
Oh, man. I don't know if Eli has easy in his vocabulary.
It's good to see him back at like top level. He struggled quite a bit with like something that he actually couldn't diagnose.
Caleb.
Yeah, for a while, but then this is finally sorted in his good. Caleb Olsen, as Corinne was saying at the start, has chosen to do the Triple Crown. Because he was like, oh, well, I'm just going to be running anyway, so I might as well take advantage of the sceneries and the aid stations. And he's here probably putting a good word for Rachel Drake, cheering her on as he's making good use of his poles. He's preparing for a much longer race.
Nice big loop.
Yeah, around the roof of Europe.
Wow, Rachel looks so strong.
And as promised, another beautiful day here right above Palisade Tahoe.
Not a bad gig.
Bailey, does he get better than that?
This office. No, it doesn't. Oh, pretty epic.
So good. And we've got, yeah, bringing back the word violence. I was talking about like our lead runner who had like gone out of the gate super hot. Like Eli's violence is just different. It's very like he's just a very kind human. That everything is like nice and just borderline childish. Sometimes it's just like always happy
so
and naive
chill
about life. But then yeah, when he throws down,
it's aggressive. It's aggressive, which, violent.
That is painful for the competition. And there we go. Here, if we were on the 3D map that we've shown you a couple of times with the course, we are definitely in purple territory. This is above 30% grade, and hence why these runners are now like power hiking hard. And again, as we mentioned with Corinne, when you're on a steep slope, you can choose to run and like tiptoeing and try to keep that running motion going. But from a pace perspective, you might be just as fast, if not faster, like just bent over, hands on knees, power hiking up. And it helps also like change a little bit the muscle chain you're using. If you're comfortable with that, lower a bit your heart rate. So it's a very good transition to operate. And, it's not always obvious if you're coming from, I don't know, the road circuit, for example. You're like, well, it's a race. I'm not gonna walk, but you do in trail running a lot.
Yeah,
that's allowed.
I would say that hiking, power walking, whatever you call it, has been it's kind of a secret weapon of a lot of Europeans too. And I think the most successful Americans that go out to Europe do have that in their back pocket. Just, you know, especially in those longer days. I mean, the 46K, you're out there for a good amount of time. It's nice to be able to save your energy so that you can have legs for that last downhill. I think in both of these races, it might come down to the last downhill, and you really want to be able to have the quad strength to just like send it.
Absolutely send it. Yeah, the conditioning here is going to be like absolutely critical in terms of race strategy. Like if you're feeling confident, look at again Eli here, absolutely pulling away from the rest of the competition. It's just like you got to be confident. It's like, yep, I know I can push, and maybe he's like he can work hard on the uphill, which is going to obviously challenge his cardio and engine, but not so much the legs. We have a quick commercial break coming up, team, but we will be right back for more amazing visuals.
Right, here we go then. Nike ACG.
Whoever crosses the finish line first with the most hot chocolate wins.
Mate, I can't wait to see this. Who's your money on? My money's on the car.
Oh, my money's on Liam, the man, of course.
Right, they're off. Oh, look at the acceleration on the top.
And there we go, just like that. We are back.
He is flying.
And perfect illustration of power hiking. Eli has been racing in Europe. He's familiar with that, and he knows how to do it right. See, completely bent over, hands on knees, helping to push and propulse himself forward up that steep climb. He's on a mission. And look at that. USA. It is a very international race, but like Americans are absolutely taking it out. Cole Campbell, 33 seconds back. Noah Williams, just I think it's a bit of a group chat all together, and Brian Whitfield. These are all the names we had put down on paper, being like they all have a shot at it. And I'm pretty sure since we saw it was kind of a big group, maybe we still have Kate Michael also like just outside of that top 5, but still in that group.
They're all so close too, which is really fun. I'm curious. I'm curious what happens in the second loop in particular. This is wild. I mean, Eli doesn't usually make these moves unless he knows his fitness is there, and so I'm really, really excited to see what he does.
Like I said, he's been struggling quite a bit, and you know, had to drop out a few races because he just couldn't figure out what was happening. They thought he had like overcooked himself, but it was actually a back issue that has been now properly diagnosed and fixed. And so he was stoked to be like, well, I'm back. And to be able to finally know that the fitness you have in the bank, you're just going to bring it forward and
actually
go all in, put it on the red.
So amazing. I mean, the injury recovery stories are just so powerful. I think, you know, it's near and dear to my heart. And that's just, it's so fun to see someone come back. I mean, Danny Moreno is another example. To see someone in a cycle that really sucks. And then just to be able to go use the fitness that they have and the talent that they have is just such a powerful story.
And so we got some Tarzan's fans in the chat. I don't know if Tarzan's going to pop up on the screen. We're going to have marmots. We're going to have
Tarzan.
blackberry.
Oh, wow.
10,
That's
9,
you know,
8,
it's ACG. Anything can happen.
5.
Oh, we are soon live with Jonas.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jonas. I'm here on the 46K course in Broken Arrow. It's about the 16, 17 kilometer mark, right? So runners are going to be coming up behind me here. This is the point in the race where maybe they start to question their decisions. Blisters start to develop. Chafe is happening. They're starting to wonder, did I do this on purpose? Why did I sign up for this? There's some snow in front of me. I don't know if runners brought their skis. That might be helpful. I spoke to some of the runners before the race. I said, why are you doing this? They said, for Strava kudos. They said, to impress their crush at Run Club. Right, these are some of the reasons they gave me. It's going to be interesting. It's heating up. I hope they brought sunscreen because the sunburn could be debilitating later on in the race. Again, it's a beautiful day out here. It is gorgeous. There's not a cloud in the sky. So runners got to really lock in that 16, 17 kilometer mark on the first loop. They got to do 2 loops. They're loopin'-de-loopin' fruit loops, and they're going to really start to get into their mind. We're here all day. It's going to be a great race. Thank you so much.
If you don't follow
I
Jonas
love that
on
he cracked
Instagram,
up before we cut on him.
if you don't follow him on Instagram, please go give him a follow.
Oh,
His,
yeah.
His reels are
out of this world. And then we're like, if you were with us just when we started this live broadcast, the whole like hot dog story is absolutely brilliant, genius. So yeah, we absolutely love to have him at Palisades and have him like field reporting out there. We'll probably hear him again as soon as the runners come through.
Yeah,
And
it was fun sitting back there, like watching things unfold, seeing the production crew working on everything, listening to you and Bailey chat. It was amazing. We were actually talking though, like, why wouldn't someone like Eli Hemming be using poles in a race like this? And I said, well, you know, he is going to want to run as many climbs as possible in this race. And so I was like, it's not really worth it for that little tiny bit he was hiking. It's not really a pole conducive race. Versus we saw Caleb, obviously, who's training for UTMB, really focusing on like how he would approach the race from that angle.
But it's a good question though, because there is, you know, still like almost 3,000 meters of vert, and at altitude, two big climbs after 2 descents, and we're seeing that in Europe now. Like on the 50K distance, the elite athletes are taking poles for it.
That's cool. You know, I compare this to something like OCC, for example, right? Like most of the elites have chosen over the years to not use poles at races like OCC and sometimes even CCC because it's, quote, so runnable and so fast.
Yeah, not many pulled it off. Like I think beside Hayden, not many really managed to run a successful Noah.
Yeah,
and then
Noah
Chad.
Williams in the yellow and Chad Hall.
Oh, wow. So they're second and third.
Okay, so they've kind of moved, I feel like, very handily into that position. I'm assuming Cade Michaels is probably in a chase pack, maybe just off these guys?
A little further back. So at the front, we had Eli, Cole Campbell, that don't have any images right now. Noah Williams, Brian Whitfield as well was in the mix.
So if this is accurate and they are in second and third, that means that they have put a move on Cole Campbell and he has come back off this group a bit.
And again, like from a race strategic perspective, like the climbers are going to play their cards there, and then whoever's better at descending will just stay put, not burn too many matches early. And yeah, that's a good question. Francesco will never use poles. That's never say never. Like if you eventually one day branch into 100-mile races, mountainous 100-mile races, he might have to. But yeah, Francesco absolutely crushed CCC. Without poles,
yeah, I think we're waiting for our next split at KT 22, which should be happening here in just a moment. And then we'll get, you know, official confirmation too of like who do we have eyes on? What gaps have opened up on that climb, because it's not that long.
It was 30 seconds.
Like
Eli had 33 seconds, and then they were within 6 seconds, the top 5.
Because it's not that far between Snow King, where we had that split at mile 4.5, and KT 22, which is what he's coming into right now at mile 5.8. But I want to say it gains like 1,600 feet in that stretch. So it's quite steep between those two checkpoints.
And you can see here in the background the car park where they started earlier. That's a beautiful shot as well. Man, we are treated with amazing images today. We hope you enjoy that back home. Another shout out to the entire team who's producing this live broadcast. And here we go.
Yes.
Little A station. He's flying by it.
Most of these athletes will do a pack swap at the bottom to keep things moving really quickly. That you can crew at the lap zone down here, and so most of them are carrying what they need for this loop. It's possible that we see some athletes take 8 at the top of the loop, which would be Siberia at mile 7.7. But I think for the most part, they're going to be carrying, 2 to 3 bottles on them right now.
And side note, thank you, ETA Partners, for mentioning that indeed, for the back of the pack, polls are going to be absolutely critical. We have a quick interview coming up to learn a little bit more about Eli's race strategy today.
I don't have a whole lot of a race strategy this year so far. I'm honestly planning on kind of seeing how it goes. I think this is a two-lap race, so I think one of the biggest things is being patient on the first lap. Being at altitude, it's really easy to overcook that first lap, and that long climb on the second lap can either make or break your day, and so I want to make sure that that is a good portion of my race, not a bad one. So I'll be going slow at first.
Well, if this is his slow, then the rest of the pack should be worried. Here we go. Chad Hill going through that aid station, and this is, I believe, now more than 30 seconds.
Yeah, I'll double check here in a second, but looking back down the field, we don't have our next shot of our women, but they are in between Snow King and where the lead men are now coming through KT22, but Rachel Drake is your race leader on the women's side. There they are.
And she was the race leader.
And they are together. This is not the chase group. This is, I think, your 1 and 2.
It is indeed the 1 and 2. And on that section, Danny Marino has...
So what happened?
We don't know. I put it down, and we're certainly going to ask Danny, hopefully
at the finish line,
at the finish line. If she's in the top 3, we'll be down there doing the finish line interviews. And that is definitely a question I'm going to ask Danny. He's like, what happened back there? Because she just disappeared from our screen. It's like, okay, where's Sarah Carter? And then we see a Danny Marino flying by her, like full throttle. I was like, what just happened? And then there we go.
Yeah, and then behind them is going to be that trio of Kimmy Schreiber, Carolyn Alcorta, and Sarah Carter. Not quite bunched together, but within eyesight of each other. And so that's going to be our women's chase pack. We'll see, someone like Robin Lesh move up on this like really steep section. We know she's a strong climber, for example, but I do love this trio of Danny Moreno, Rachel Drake, and Caleb Olson, of all people, getting his training run in by jumping in last minute to the Triple Crown. I'm going to look ahead again. So we've actually had our top 8 men come through KT22 as well. So again, Eli Hemming with that lead off the front, over a minute ahead of Chad Hall. Noah Williams sitting in 3rd. Brian Whitfield sitting in 4th. Cole Campbell in 5th. Darren Thomas
yes,
in 6th.
in the
Cade
mix.
Michael in 7th. And then Koken in 8th position. And there's about under a 3-minute spread from 1st to 8th at that aid station. So Eli has opened it up and is continuing to open up over that kind of 2-3 chase pack of Chad Hall and Noah Williams, who are virtually together, but then it gaps back again behind them. And it looks like rounding out our top 10 at that aid station, KT22. Nicholas Turco, who was a call out in the chat earlier today, an individual who we did not ID right away at the start line, and then Grant Barnett as well in 10th position.
So here's Sarah Carter.
She's not that far back.
Not that far back, but it was we never really saw the gap between like Danny and Rachel at first, but I was like impressed to see Danny like catch up with Rachel that early.
Yeah, Sarah Carter looking really smooth. Someone in the chat mentioned, I said that she's got the Wazelle sponsorship. She's also sponsored by Topo Athletics.
The shoes. Yep.
But again, she's had a really good start to her season, and I'm excited to watch it build.
Like, it looks like a video game.
It's like if you're being in a helicopter, right? Like,
wow.
It's just, it feels like you're in a video game.
And
we don't have to do a lot of work on this live broadcast because our camera operators and our drone operators do such an amazing job.
So good to bring you like all these images from the Broken Arrow Skyrace, 46 kilometers, and I just love sharing the beauty, the excitement, the achievements of all these participants. Help grow the sport.
Yeah, camera back on our lead man, Eli Hemming. Again, course record holder from last year, 350, which I think included a negative split between lap 1 and lap 2. They had a really good men's pack there looking for spots on the U.S. World Championship team for the short trail distance. Getting a little overlay of where Eli is on the course. So he's got a little bit of climbing ahead of him to get up to the Siberia aid station. Again, they'll crest the top. They'll go down to a little plateau. That's where the big aid station is. And then it is a ripping fast cat track descent across the ski resort. I do also enjoy our like Tour de France-esque color grading system on the climb. So that red color grading means he's got some steep climbing ahead.
Yeah, we're trying to explain that. So it goes from green, flat, and it works for both actually uphill and downhill. This is about the gradient. So your top one is purple, and then it will go down red, orange, yellow, and green. And there you go. Danny seems to be making a move now on Rachel, opening up a little bit of a gap.
Early on, it looked like, she was maybe like reining it back in because we're like, her block hasn't been that long. And then all of a sudden I saw that she came sprinting by. I was like, oh, did she just like have to like peel off in the woods and, take a pit stop?
Yeah.
Because she passed like she was in a 100-meter race. I was like, what is happening? And we were on a delay.
Is there a black bear chasing and just everybody's just running for their lives?
Like the video's on a little bit of a delay to live, right? It's very short, but I was watching on a live YouTube screen around the corner during that, and so I heard you guys, and then I saw it, and that's when I came around the corner, and I was like, what was that?
What is happening?
So Danny Moreno making an interesting move. I mean, I think that's a great sign. I think today was like a real test of fitness to see where she's at. To be trying to put the hammer on Rachel Drake.
She must be feeling good.
It's a pretty good place to be.
And again, especially so early on, like still on the first climb of the first lap.
Oh, there comes Rachel. It almost looks like maybe Rachel's moving better on the downhill section.
It is on. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we had Joyce and Giroux battling it out with Anna Gibson. And today the ladies are still going to throw down for us for our entertainment. Danny Moreno representing Team Terex and Rachel Drake representing Team ACG. Now going back and forth in the lead of the women's race.
Yeah, again, so you saw Rachel need to take a few hiking steps there while Danny continued to plug away in a run, like continuing to run. Rachel had to kind of switch back into a run if she wants to not let that elastic break. So there are going to be some tactics here if they want to keep it together, including what do they do at Siberia at that aid station? Does one of them need to stop to get something? I know Danny's got a third bottle. It looks like in the back of her pack there. So,
like
little things like that break the elastic. Do you take the risk and miss a bottle potentially because you're going to wait to the bottom to do a pack swap, or if you need that fluid, if you've got a nutrition plan, an aid station pit stop, despite them being very, very fast these days, will break that elastic.
Howdy. And Jen Lichter was talking about this race. Obviously, she knows it. She's absolutely crushed it. She was saying that on that first lap, you really need to be mindful of your nutrition and hydration and not like overcook it. And she was even saying like you need to drink more than what you used to, because she says obviously a little bit because of dehydration, but we know it's muscle fatigue. But she said it's insane the amount of runners that do cramp in that second lap.
I mean, you've got this challenge of like a big long uphill and a really fast downhill, and I don't want to call it muscle confusion because it's definitely not right, but it just that when you start the climb after the loop interchange, it's as if you've never run up a hill in your life, and it feels so hard. But you can warm up into it generally, and you'll start to feel better again. But those first couple minutes feel like your race might be over. It's so awful.
A shock to the system. And here we go. So far today, the one-man show of Eli Hemming having, it was almost 90 seconds on second place at Siberia.
Yeah, and I was just going back because we didn't necessarily see all of our women come through KT 22 as we continue to bounce around, mostly focusing on our top 3 men and women. Again, we obviously saw Danny Moreno and Rachel Drake on their way through there. Kimmy Schreiber solidly hanging out in 3rd place, and she's only... Oh no, they made a jump. She's like 30 seconds back. She's actually not that far back. So Kimmy Schreiber in 3rd, Sarah Carter in 4th. Oh, they came through KT. Hold on. I got to get better updates for you guys. Danny Moreno and Rachel Drake officially through KT 22 at mile 5.8. I was looking back at the previous aid station at Snow King. So again, Sarah Carter in 4th, Carolyn Alcorda in 5th, Jasmine Lowther in 6th, so she's moving up. Cody Clevin in 7th. Liv Tabor, who's a newer name to me, out of Fort Collins, Colorado, in 8th. Liz Hogan, who's in that black ACG top, in 9th. And Beth McKenzie sitting in 10th position. So they're split between 2 aid stations now.
This is awesome. Like, she is absolutely flying, and then she still has the time to look around, look at the camera, big smile on her face. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny Moreno, loving life, being back with the bib number on in racing after indeed, like, very unfortunate, even like having broken her big toe, needing surgery, and getting back into it finally.
So official split of our podium through KT 22, which is mile 5.8. Before they do that final big ascent, about a 2-mile ascent up to Siberia. Kimmy Schreiber sitting solidly in 3rd, 40 seconds back of Danny Moreno and Rachel Drake.
It's nothing.
That's nothing for the German, for the sea-level girl. I know she did go spend a week out in Mammoth with Danny Moreno before coming over here. So she's had a little bit of time to slowly adjust. She's through the worst of the bad feeling, let's say. It's still a kick to the system.
But then, like, and this might be interesting to share that kind of data on altitude training and how to get ready for elevation. But correct me if I'm wrong, like, getting a week there, like, that's just going to make you a bit more tired.
We know the very worst of it's about 48 to 72 hours post getting to altitude, because that's when your body effectively dehydrates yourself to hemoconcentrate your blood. It's like, oh no, there's not enough oxygen. We need to make sure that we've got more red blood cells per like unit of blood, and so you get really dehydrated. You feel really dry and bad. That's that first 48 to 72 hours, and then you kind of start to like regulate and come back to homeostasis, but you still haven't started to produce more red blood cells. So you're over the like absolute horrendous feeling of the first 3 days.
Okay.
But you're not building red blood cells yet to fully adapt, and that takes several weeks.
So is that like the 19 to 21 days kind of ideal
moving
sweet spot?
Moving into that 2 to 3 week mark, which isn't realistic for most athletes. And so it's kind of threading the needle between like, do you get there like Rachel Drake? Technically, accidentally, the night before.
Yeah, yeah.
And so, living, she's in Salt Lake City now. In my mind, I always think Portland, but she does have decent altitude exposure at home now. But, like in theory, another athlete traveling in, that's one way to circumvent it, is your body hasn't started to dehydrate yet.
Yeah, it hasn't had the time to freak out just yet. It's like, all right, well, I don't know what's happening.
You can trick your body. I'm not saying it's great, but it does, in theory, it does work. Not maybe you get the travel fatigue instead, but
exactly, and then everybody's different. But like, I love that you can draw up that kind of understanding for people who would be interested in that. So again, Eli Hemming just disappearing behind that big rock, and followed by
Chad Hall.
Yeah, Chad Hall
Noah Williams.
And Noah in the yellow, and not too far apart, these two, like probably 10 to 15 seconds last time we saw them on the
second and third were pretty tight together the last time we saw them. We do have more women through KT 22. It looks like Sarah Carter continues to hold on to fourth. She's about a minute back of Kimmy. Back behind her in fifth, Jasmine Lowther moving up. So in fifth, but 90 seconds back of Sarah Carter is Jasmine Lowther. I imagine that she'll continue to move up. She just jumped several spots. And then Carolyn Alcorda in 6th, Liv Tabor in 7th, Cody Clevin in 8th. So Cody maybe as that road runner background, not loving that section that had 1,600 feet of climbing in like under 2 miles.
There will be
versus
sections
Jasmine
for her.
Lowther.
Yeah.
Oh, that road section?
She's going to open up. Here he is.
There's Chad Hall. The blonde ponytail.
And actually, we were talking about this, like the fact that, you know, if you do a lot of your training on the bike, you end up being super powerful on the climb. And Chad being like a next road cyclist and then mountain bikers, you probably have some really good leftovers of that power to be able to climb very strong. Here, Eli just looking up. He's starting to hear the cheers of the spectators.
Yeah, and Chad's had a lot of success at you know, in the Sierra at Mammoth Trail Fest. I remember doing the live broadcast when he was second in the 23K in 2023. It's a lot of 23s in that statement. It was a super impressive run in that 23K. So he's done well here in that distance, but we haven't seen him nail the 50K here. So seeing him on a podium hunt here, trying to maybe get the win. If he can hang on to Eli in that second lap, it'd be pretty impressive.
It would be. So there we go. Here, interesting strategy. Yesterday, everybody was kind of pulling on the cables on this side. Like Eli was almost like holding on.
Anna Gibson went hand over hand on the stairs.
On the stairs as well. There we go. Okay. Well,
Maybe
that's the winning move.
Taking some notes from Tabor and Anna yesterday, let's say. Yeah, we'll see some hands on rocks. We'll see some hands on cables in here. We saw people literally dragging themselves up the cables yesterday while everyone
Whatever
was
it takes.
super hypoxic. 45 minutes into sprinting up a mountain.
Yeah, then you're like, well, if I can use anything else but my legs, I'll take that.
It's the little things.
And there we go. You're like cresting.
Oh, back to our lead women for a second there.
For a second.
Caleb
Just, you
Olsen's
know,
still hanging
keep
in
you-
there.
Yeah, yep.
Here's Chad making his way up through this rocky section. Eli looking back over his shoulder there, trying to gauge the gap.
I don't even know if you can actually spot anyone.
He'll get, because the live timing, like the tracking's working pretty darn well, he'll get a decent update at the loop at the bottom as to what that gap might be. But Chad Hall has made up a lot of ground, specifically on the descent here. In past years, that road section is pretty good for him, and he's a great downhill runner. So we have seen him close on the road.
So now the question is he going to try and make a move on the first lap?
Yeah. I think he needs to close it down a little bit to have that line of sight to Eli if he wants a shot of moving up a podium position, not just defending second. But again, it's how many matches do you burn? And what does that take out of you?
And again, like look at Chad moving. He's moving really well, which makes Eli's run so far even more impressive, that he was still able to just create such a gap on this gentleman. There you go. Chad getting close to the stairway to heaven. And as we have him on this beautiful drone shot, we'll have actually a quick interview with Chad so you can know a little bit more about this character. All right, look at this light contrast.
Myself as a runner, I mean, I've been doing this for a long time. I'm 38 years old. I think I started trail running around 2020, maybe, like during the pandemic. I was actually coming off a long stint of being like a road cyclist and mountain biker. And there happened to be like the Spartan National Trail Championship was right in my backyard in Solvang, California. So I jumped in there. I was racing Andy Wacker and ended up getting second to him. Like we had this kind of great back and forth. So that kind of got me back into the running world because I previously was a high school national champion, won the Foot Locker National Championship my senior year. Did the full college scene. College didn't go as well as I wanted, and I ended up getting into triathlons. And then from triathlons, I really fell in love with road cycling. Did road cycling for like 5-6 years, and then fell in love with mountain biking. Kind of got back on the trails, rolled into trail running. But yeah, some of my best results actually the ones that I hold nearest and dearest to my heart are actually like from the road cycling scene, where like I was 12th place in the national championship in the time trial, 18th place in the pro national championship on the road bike. And those were like, it just took a lot of work, I think, coming from being a runner, that versatility to pick up a new sport and still like be right on the cusp there. But yeah, gosh, then I've run a few marathons. So I debuted with a 2:12 at Mesa Marathon in like 2023. Did Boston Marathon in 2:14 10 weeks later. And then, yeah, jumped straight into the trail scene. I've won a bunch of 50Ks, Mammoth Trail Fest a bunch of times. I placed second here in the 23K to Eli Hemming in 2023. So I've only ever had a good result here. I've been trying to make it back since then. Had a few injuries, so I'm excited to see how the 46K rolls.
What we saw during that Chad Hall interview, besides the fact that he is so multi-talented, was that Noah Williams is right behind him. And people will forget this, but last year he was fourth here, which actually ended up ultimately giving a spot on the World's team for Team USA. He then, the next weekend, was over at Lavaredo and finished on the podium behind Drew Holman in the 80K.
Yeah.
So I was just like, not only is that travel crazy, but to like be fourth at Broken Arrow to a really good men's field, and then to jet set over to Lavaredo and rip the 80K. Not only rip it, but finish on the podium was really, really cool to see. And then was 14th at Worlds last fall.
And first American.
Yep.
So here you go. Cook and Ogasawara is actually now leading that chase group. Cade right behind. This is Brian next up.
Garrett, the craft athlete in the homemade crop. Yeah, Grant. I always call him Garrett in my head. Grant Barnett. I'm going to have to repeat it over and over and over again. He's really funny. He makes great Instagram reels. He's another Salt Lake City guy. Look at Cade Michaels trying to stay in that run.
Well, talking about a Gareth, like shout out to the parrot. He's great human. We wish he was here.
Let's go, man. Come on.
Similar but different.
And there we go, cresting here and breaking back into a run. And imagine, I mean, these gentlemen are like still top like 5-6 runners and so far back already. When you look at now Eli on that fire road, absolutely sending it.
And I heard the Roadrunner comment as well.
I mean, did you see these images?
Yeah, the dust being kicked up.
Dust just blowing in the air from that drone shot.
So the official gaps at Siberia, which is the top before they hit this really fast road descent, Eli Hemming came through there in 1:10.27. Noah Williams 1:13.36. Chad Hall 1:13.37. So Eli opened up 3 minutes, 2.5 minutes more on that last section.
Dang.
So he's now 3 minutes up on the rest of the men's podium.
And we have Grayson Barnett. So obviously someone in the family.
Yeah.
This is like Grant Beach Blown Barnett. Love it. Absolutely love it. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, that's great. Again, so this is called the Stairway to Heaven. It's in all 3 races that we're covering this weekend. It was also in the 18K yesterday.
Yeah.
It got replaced recently.
Mm-hmm.
And I was promised that it'll be red by next year. So it is a little bit wider, it looks like, than the old ladder, and it's got cabling on both sides of it as opposed to just the one side. Hopefully it's feeling a little bit more secure for a lot of the runners as they tackle that section of the course. One of the first years of Broken Arrow, legally, due to insurance purposes, we weren't allowed to have more than 2 athletes on the ladder at a time. And myself and I think Sarah Kais, we sat at the ladder and we had to hold people.
That is the toughest job in the world.
And the 23K and the 46K, I think, were on the same day, and they were lapping through each other. Dakota Jones was catching people at the back of the 23K. It was chaos, but we somehow made it work. Yeah, Eli looking really, really smooth on this section. So he's going to take a left-hand turn in just a second. He's going to dive down into what's called Shirley Canyon. And on snow years, that section is oftentimes very, very snowy.
Slip and slide. And again, looking at Eli right now, like he's just bouncing off the trail, just moving well. Looks like it's controlled. He's not running recklessly. But yeah, as you said, Corinne, like he went from 90 seconds to almost 3 minutes lead. And that is substantial. Here we go. So he has made the move. There we go.
And on this section, you would think that, because Noah Williams in my mind is like such a mountain athlete,
Well,
you know, lives
did
in
you see,
Leadville.
were you with us or was it Bailey?
Bailey was here during his interview.
During the interview, like basically saying like, well, I'm a skier first.
Yeah.
And it's
Which I think
skier with the trail running problem.
For La Sportiva makes a ton of sense, right? So he's really truly a mountain athlete. And so you like take his like running quote unquote pedigree against someone like Chad Hall on this road section, and it's like, can Chad latch back on, if not make a move here potentially? It seems like we might have a Noah Williams strategy video coming up in just a little bit, which will actually be really interesting to hear. Like, where was he planning to make a move today?
Yeah, I think last year I hadn't run the course. That was my first time running it last year. So now that I know the course, I think I went out a little too conservative and didn't push as. I was scared about the second lap because the 2 lap is hard. It's very tricky mentally, but I think I can be more confident in the beginning this time and just really push that climb because that's where my big strength is. And yeah, I sleep quite a bit higher than the summit, so I know I have the lungs, and yeah, I just want to go out confident. And then yeah, I mean, the second lap went really well last year for me, and I think I just need to make sure I still save energy for that second lap. So that's the game plan, and it'll be very hard to beat Eli if he has a good day, but you know, he's one of the best in the world, so I love racing him.
Honest words.
Are we all super fans of Noah Williams now? Again, one of those guys that I think is probably under the radar for some people, despite him really building out quite the race resume.
Oh, 100%. And then again, the fact that he lives in Leadville, like altitude is going to be like, nah, I'm actually coming down here.
He lives at 10,000 feet.
and yeah, again, like, you know, as you mentioned it, like mountain athlete, doing a whole lot of ski in the winter, so not burning himself out with like all year round running.
We got cameras back to our mid-pack, further back the course. We have had our top 10 through Siberia, actually more than that, our top 16 through Siberia at the top. So again, Eli Hemming in 1, Noah Williams in 2, Chad Hall in 3, Darren Thomas in 4th. We'd love to see a fit and healthy Darren Thomas. Koken in 5th, so we must have just missed Darren Thomas at the ladder. Brian Whitfield in 6th, Cade Michael in 7th, Grant Barnett in 8th, Nicholas Turco in 9th, Cole Campbell in 10th. So that is your men's top 10 through the tippy top of the course on loop 1 of 2 today. This is such a nice crew. Again, this section sucks in snowy years because it's like a slip and slide on snow. And I actually like this climb out of Shirley Canyon because sometimes the first climb can feel so bad when it gets really steep. Like you're not running well, you're not hiking well, like nothing feels smooth. The climb out of Shirley Canyon is still substantial. I think it gains 800 feet, but it's much more gradual. And it feels really runnable. So oftentimes you feel better on that section.
And I guess like you've also done that long climb, so you've got into that groove. So yeah, sure, you're now back into descending, but like transitioning back into climbing. So yeah, you were talking about that actually. Like, oh,
it's brutal.
Hello.
Oh, a ground squirrel. It's like a tree squirrel, but a ground one. They make little chirping noises. My dog really likes chasing them.
Do they ever catch it?
No. I think she'd panic if she ever actually
She's like, oh, now what do I do with it?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But it doesn't stop her from trying. She thinks she's a predator. She is not.
Here we go. Back on Coquino Gassawara, who's had like really strong, almost first appearance on U.S. soil at Gorge. It was interesting to. Here he is. Darren Thomas, having a good time.
Again, such a talented athlete out of Reno, Nevada. He's done really well here over the entirety of his career. He has been plagued by injuries off and on through many of those years. And so again, when Darren is fit and he shows up to the start line, he's a podium threat. And
I remember it was already years ago, but like we discovered him on the international scene when he came and did the Golden Trail Series national final, and it was like already that like tall guy, just pretty quiet but super strong. And look at that stride, like just clean forefoot, relaxed, shoulders down. That's how you do it.
Yeah, looking really, really smooth here today. I think he's won the ascent here before off the top of my head. That might have been one of those times when he like came to my fore. I was like, oh, this guy's really, really fast. Koken, though, just behind him and looking really smooth.
I have to feel
as our mountain biker, I think, missed that turn.
Or missed, or like maybe they just have their shooting plans. Like, okay, they're gonna catch them at the like Eli back at the top of that coming out of the canyon.
Yeah, and then that downhill will be interesting to see the mountain bikers follow him because it's like chonky. There's big rocks in it. It is fast, but it's not. Again, I know our mountain bikers are really talented, like very, very talented riders, have had great cycling careers even, but they're oftentimes on e-bikes too, and it's like those bikes are really heavy.
They are, yeah. But somehow they managed to handle them pretty well.
Yeah, needless to say, no bikes on this rocky section.
No, yeah.
We've got a static cam fixed on the rocks here, so it can kind of give us angles in both directions, and then we'll move over to our drone shot most likely.
I love the screaming in the background, people cheering for the runners.
I think that's Matt Seidel making his way up the climb, having a timeout. And again, we'll be waiting for our first women to make their way up this climb.
That's right.
On their way to Siberia.
And so, all right, like, tell us in the chat, who's it going to be?
Is it going to be
Danny? Is that going to be Rachel?
Has Sarah Carter moved back up? Is Jasmine Lowther on a chair?
Keep creeping up?
Yeah, is Jasmine Lowther third coming up here all of a sudden?
I could picture Jasmine just popping out poles, like hard out, climbing.
Oh, did you hear that?
There you go. That's the answer.
Let's
Unless
see.
maybe that person doesn't know Danny and
I don't know.
she could be
He's
there.
excited about everyone. I have to imagine Mike's out there somewhere shooting, and he'll be cheering for all of those gals. Leah is in that crew somewhere. Monty's out there probably cheering. I'm sure Tyler's out there with Chloe and Lou cheering for Mama Rachel.
Probably maybe at the bottom to keep it accessible.
Hanging out there. Chloe's probably in the stroller, losing his bucket hat.
Or in the little creek and throwing rocks down there.
Yep. There's a fountain over at the coffee bar in the village, and every single toddler is like trying to get into that fountain. It was pretty hilarious watching it yesterday.
Yeah.
This is the commentary you guys came for, I'm pretty sure. So. Okay, we should have our women cresting through the ladder. Hopefully we get a shot of them before. If we don't get a shot of them there, we will get a shot of them descending out of Siberia. Because we will have a bike team waiting for them there.
So there we go. Eyes on our men's leader in the 46 and current record holder as well, Eli Hemming. And he's putting on a masterclass today. Like, obviously, still early times, only the first lap, but the way he's pulled away from that front pack, just gradually increased his lead so far. Man, like it looks like everything is aligned today, and Eli is doing what he does best.
I love the chatter of people like trying to spot the runner coming up there. It's a great spot to watch actually at that corner because where the runners descend and where the runners come up is like virtually right there together. And then you can, I think, oftentimes take that lift down there. And so it's a good, it's a good spot to hang out as a spectator. Otherwise you can bomb the runners take the single track down and you can bomb the road down as well, either on a bike or on foot pretty darn quickly. But yeah, Eli making his way out of Shirley Canyon.
And he's not letting go of the gas pedal, ladies and gentlemen. He's like head down. The traditional, we're talking about like ways to identify runners, that little low arm swing that we see in a few runners. I remember Alex Nichols had something similar.
Yeah, and there have been questions in the chat. You know, he's been having some cramping issues over the past, really year. Like a number of stuff. I think he ended up having like high iron. There's Sarah Carter. So we did miss our lead women through this section. But that is Sarah Carter, who we believe is in third position. We'll get splits now from Siberia, and we'll keep our eyes on that. But again, the worry was like, how has Eli been mitigating some of this like back stuff that was affecting his quads, and will that affect him on the downhill today? And thus far, does not look like it does not look like it's affected him at all at this point. Yeah, so still waiting for our women's official splits through Siberia aid station at mile 7.7, which is just above the section that you're seeing right here.
There you go. Jonas is back. Let's hear it.
Holy guacamole, abracadabra, alakazam, guys. We have our first place runner coming up the trail here. He's using the left foot, right foot strategy, which is a winning formula in today's race. We're going to see him. Let's see if we can get a quick word. I did get news that one of the runners was caught on an e-bike. So we have a bit of controversy on the trail this morning. But guys, you know what they say. The more trauma you got, the longer you're going to trot. I asked Eli, he's our first place runner, why he does this, and he says therapy is too expensive. So let's see if we can catch a glimpse of him. Here he comes, guys. Look at him go. He's followed in track by our photographers who are also fantastic athletes. It looks like he's slurping down a gel. They say don't trust a fart on trail and don't trust a spoiled gel. Eli, how's it going? Let's see if we can get a word.
I'm not trusting a fart.
He's not trusting a fart. That's Eli having first place. A little rude he didn't stop for the full interview, but that's okay. All right, back to the booth, everyone. I'm Jonas.
I love this man.
I hope we're going to have more of Jonas later on. I mean, it's 2 laps, so I'm guessing we'll catch him again.
He emceed the finish line at Gorge for hours, and it was amazing. So again, this is our race leader there, Danny Moreno, on your screen. So we do have splits from Siberia, and she did come through there ahead of Rachel Drake. The split at Siberia looks to be just under 30 seconds, 28 seconds at the top there. Kimmy Schreiber in third, so we did miss her as well. She's approximately, let's call it 50 seconds back of Rachel, so 75 plus seconds back of Danny Moreno.
And then
Sarah Carter was
in fourth. Yeah, we had that little ranking on the screen.
She hasn't split through Siberia yet, but she should imminently.
Okay.
The women have been steadily moving up in the overall or the scratch as well. So that's kind of my guidance point. I'm like, okay, what guy do I think she's coming in with, basically? And we've got 42 now through Siberia, and that lead pack women is steadily moving their way up in the overall field.
Yeah, classic that we see at almost all races, like women pacing themselves much better and then creeping up in the overall ranking. Sean Lawn, Eli is a legend for that comment. Couldn't agree more, but this is also telling us something about his mindset. And sometimes you're digging pretty hard and you kind of closing yourself in a little bubble, but he's super well aware of what's going on and he's able to just catch that comment, respond to it. So this is a really good sign. He's definitely not pushing, redlining at the moment, even though he's managed to pull away from his competition, open a really safe gap. He's putting quite a lot of daylight on them. Over 3 minutes on such a field is really impressive.
So I was just looking at splits last year, and for some reason I don't have splits from the top 3 men coming through the lap at the bottom. What an aid station, holy cow.
Party on.
I don't think it's ever been built out that big. That is crazy. So he's got a bit of a road descent, and then he'll drop back onto a single track, and it'll be a little bit rockier and chunkier, but still very, very fast. there aren't splits for the top 3 men through the bottom last year, but the rest of the top 10 split through in just around 2 hours. So anything under that, and I do believe that they were under that, maybe like 155, 156 last year. I think Aid Station Fireball in the chat can maybe pull a true split because it doesn't exist in last year's timing for some reason, but incredibly fast.
I think goes by Danny. So there we go. We've got probably 6, 7, 8 runners in the men's field cooking. I guess they were.
And Darren, oh wow, that pack is packed up. Maybe redundant, but Darren, because Darren Thomas was in 4th,
and then so Cookin has passed him, and then Kate is closing.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
And here's Rachel Drake descending. Someone was saying that, Caleb paced her for the Grandeur FKT, so now Rachel's returning the favor and pacing him for his 46-kilometer training run today.
Love it.
Yeah, the women are close together. And again, this race segments out really well. Big climb, big descent, little climb, big descent, and then you repeat that.
And then lap 2.
Yep. And again, that transition point at the bottom of the lap feels real bad. And it was quite cold here this morning starting. It got down around freezing. Last night we were shivering in studio when we kicked things off at 6:30 a.m. this morning. But that second lap in the sun is going to feel a lot warmer. The higher you are in elevation, the more UV strength there is. And so air temp, 70 degrees might be pretty chilly at sea level. Pretty chilly. Moderately warm at sea level. At elevation, 70 degrees even can feel quite hot in the sun.
And good to see some Kiwis in the chat. Following us at 3 a.m. and loving the show. That's commitment. Love it. Here we go. So, what position is that chasing? Yeah, second place, Chad.
Chad Hall sitting in second position.
And we'll probably have a split
here, yeah. I'll keep an eye. So they're coming through what's called a high camp aid station here. Eli split at 1:29.47. So he's continued to open it up. We're
going to be
approaching 4 minutes.
4 minutes. Oh my Lord.
And I thought maybe Chad would make up time on that descent a little bit. That has not happened here today. He definitely lost about a minute on that descent from Siberia through Shirley Canyon and back up.
He's still not at the aid station. That's going to be more than 4 minutes. Man, that's wild.
Oh, no, the timing, Matt, I think is at the top.
Oh, all right, gotcha.
I think the aid station's by the lift, and it splits at the top. So and Noah Williams is just out at our camera site
25.
right now. 25 seconds back of Chad Hall. So again, on your screen right now, second place in the men's race, Chad Hall. Gonna blitz right through, and then right behind him, just 25 seconds back, is gonna be your third place man, Noah Williams, and then there's a pack for like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th that are gonna all roll through together. We don't have a split last year from Eli, but David, who was in that pack last year, split 1:47 at the bottom, so even faster than I thought. Which is how you run a 350 on this course, I think. You gotta run real hot on lap 1.
So yeah, it's gonna be hell of a race for second place. Because right now, Chad Hall is sitting there, but man, Noah is not letting go.
I loved his attitude about his strategy for today. He's like, Eli's hard to race against. I want to race with him. It wasn't like, I hope I'm on the podium. It's like, no. Last year was my first time here. I ran it. I know the course a lot better. I'm in it this year.
And I think that's the attitude of a lot of runners who have come to Broken Arrow this weekend, and they know this is where they can find the deepest competition in North America on sub ultras, and so they're like, I'm going for it. I want to compare myself against the best. And that's a
little
tough
brushy
section.
for the e-bike there.
Well played.
And I think we probably have more women splitting through the top as well. So again, Kimmy Schreiber sitting in 4th, Sarah Carter sitting in Kimmy in third, Sarah Carter in fourth, Jasmine Lowther in fifth, so kind of hanging on to that fifth place position, but she is now only, she's like a minute back from Sarah Carter, so that's closing down a little bit more. Liv Tabor in sixth. We need to learn some stuff about Liv Tabor. Carolyn Alcorta in seventh. Robin Lesh in eighth. Cody Clevin in ninth. Liz Hogan in 10th. Through the Siberia aid station at the top of the climb at 7.7. While we wait for our men's chase pack to split through high camp here in just a couple minutes. Now we got our bike on Noah Williams. See this section, it's like, you just have to have quick feet. It's, the rocks are pretty well planted in the ground here, but it's rocky and rooty, and you gotta have really, really quick feet as you move through this section. You don't wanna hang out in any one place for very long, otherwise you will be rolling an ankle.
Yeah. Or like worse, you know, when the top of your shoe just kiss a rock and just get stuck in it and you just go
yeah,
face planting
Superman.
meters ahead.
Yeah, Danny Moreno now descending into the Shirley Canyon zone. A little airplane arm there. And again, last year, Jen Lichter, Helen, Mino Faulkner, and Danny Moreno split 2:15 to 2:19 through the 23K loop.
Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that.
So the men went real hot for that first lap. Had a little bit more fade. The women pretty evenly split last year. Running about 4:40 for that course record time by
I'm supposed to turn around and go back up to G.
Oh, I got a mountain biker that's lost out there.
Here we go, back with Noah Williams and then with Koken.
Yeah, so we got that official, almost our whole top 10 group now through high camp. And I just want to put this out there. 4th to 9th is separated by a minute at high camp. And that is Koken, Cade Michael, Grant Barnett, Darren Thomas, Nicholas Turco, Cole Campbell.
Whew.
And there is a singular minute separating those men.
I believe like that's gonna blast into second lap.
Yeah. Again, I watched Koken rip a crazy fast 50K at Gorge, taking David Norris to the woodshed a little bit there. Really, really cool battle. I saw them head out at this aid station. They do an out and back on the PCT before diving back into town, and they left together. Koken came back alone.
The silent assassin.
Yeah, and then Forrest Barton sitting in 10th now, but he is about 40 seconds back from Cole Campbell. So a little gap there. And that chase pack of 4th through 9th is sitting roughly 3 minutes even back from the podium. So they're not out of it by any means. Anything could happen ahead of them, but will it be a battle for the podium with that with that group of top 3 men, or is it going to be an interesting battle for those kind of mid top 10 positions? A lot can happen.
A lot can still happen, especially like now we're getting onto that more technical section, and again it's going to play like some runners will have the skills to really open up, and it's about covering ground at speed, and if you can keep the momentum and not like, you know, those little turns and those technical sections, if you can be smooth. I think name of the game on those little technical sections, like not making any effort, just making quick way around it, position your foot in the right location. And it looked like when we had Koken on the screen, it was just so smooth over that terrain. And so here you can see all the names on the course.
Yeah, that's our men's, not quite podium, because we are missing Noah Williams in there. But again, you can see where Eli is on that descent versus Chad Hall. Noah Williams is in that mix somewhere.
Yep.
Either,
I mean, yeah, I'd say like 20,
I don't actually
25.
know, did he bridge to Chad? We don't actually know that information. We had a camera on him, but I don't know
that
he passed Chad. Here's Chad on your screen.
No, he was behind.
Second.
See,
Okay.
yeah. Chad's still second. Noah was 20, 25 seconds back. And when we saw Noah like on that technical, it looked like he was really having fun. Oh, he's attacking that hill. He is running with an intention. Chad Hill
And then Noah Williams on third. Oh, I love
he
the
will
side by
see
side.
him. He will see him.
And then we'll see, the next time we'll see our women is when they climb out of Shirley Canyon on their way into the high camp aid station. And we will likely at that point also have another word, a little infield interview with Jonas in the field, which will be very,
I'm looking forward to
very
it.
fun. There's Koken on your screen.
And another thing to take into account, when they're moving at speed on these technical terrains and, like those little turns, like Chad being an ex-mountain biker, he'll be very used to, handling those perfect lines. So that's also going to be suiting to his strength.
So I did get a text from our infield correspondent, Dylan Bowman.
Oh, there we go. Shout out to Devo.
So I've got Eli, I didn't mean to attack on the first climb, but here we are. That's a direct quote from Eli.
All right.
We love that. He also notes that the women are super tight dropping into Shirley. Danny, Rachel, Kimmy, all smiling. Caleb running with Rachel, seemingly doing the triple crowd, which is what we heard from the back end of ACG this morning as well. We love a battle.
We're here for the drama. And again, look at that section, and this mountain biker is absolutely crushing it, keeping up with Noah Williams. And Noah is also our top runners are really versatile. They can climb, they can run downhill, they can look super comfortable on those little technical sections. True world-class athletes.
Yeah, I love that quote from Eli, from Dylan. I didn't mean to attack on the first climb, but I guess
here we are.
I'm going to run solo off the front for a while. But again, what this says to me, and I think his Rothrock 50K also really said, was he figured out what's been going on health-wise, and that has to be a huge sigh of relief. He and Tabor have both kind of been in the hurt locker trying to figure out Tabor's Achilles stuff, Eli's seemingly thermal intolerance from getting overcooked. Ooh! Back on the bike.
No, their first rodeo. They've been on the ground before and they've picked themselves up and back on. Look at that.
Broken Arrow is famous for camera runners absolutely eating it. Many a camera runner has lost their footing chasing runners at Broken Arrow, and we've seen the wipeouts firsthand on the live stream. So part of a long tradition at Broken Arrow now. But again, just want to say, I think it's got to be such a sigh of relief for both Eli and Tabor as they figure out their 2026 seasons to be in a position where it really does seem like the work that they've been putting in to figuring out what's been going on and to getting better is paying off in a big way. And I don't want to say, they're back, but it feels like the Hemmings have found their footing in 2026 now.
And I remember Eli when he kind of burst onto the trail running scene before he was sponsored by T-Rex. I remember looking at a few of his races, and I'm like, man, this guy is going to take things to a whole new level.
And here we go. I know people in the chat are asking for our women, but you guys got to remember.
It's coming.
They're bouncing in between different cameras, different bikers. We have bikers dedicated to both the front ends of both fields. Our drone pilots, our static cams, so we're going to be bouncing the entire time. Our production crews, great on the back end. If we miss something critical, they give us that replay. So moving in and out of service all over the mountain here, but Danny Moreno looks to be moving well, making her way out of Shirley Canyon, and we will definitely get some good static cam shots with Jonas coming out of there. There we go, Danny Moreno on your screen. Yeah, people are in the chat. There's a lot of 23K, 46K mix-up. It's like, you guys, today's the 46K, which is pretty darn loaded. The 23K, you peep that start line for tomorrow? Whew, the who's who are lining up there.
And so as we're going to go, hopefully a bit of a wider shot, we'll see whether there is a bit of a gap between Danny and Rachel. Supposedly Rachel's still in second.
Yeah, according to Dylan, it was pretty tight with those 3 women dropping into the canyon all about the same time, but...
Nuh-uh.
No, don't turn down the jokes.
No. Keep it up. Keep it up, Jonas.
People don't understand parody, Jonas, but we appreciate it. So again, we're waiting for our women to crest out of Shirley Canyon towards what we call high camp. Yeah, so Danny's not quite out of the canyon yet. I don't know who our bikes are on right now. Yeah, so we're waiting for our drone to move back in the field because that did not look like the back of Danny Moreno to me.
No, that's why we went silent a little bit.
Yeah,
It was just like,
we're like,
typing to the studio is like, not sure.
Someone on our back end will help us fix that. But that's who we were waiting. We were waiting for Danny Moreno to climb out of the Shirley Canyon zone to come through high camp there because we have not split through the high camp aid station, but she should be making her way up. I think that camera was actually on Jared Hazen there for a little bit. Jonas in the field, waiting for an update.
Well, guys, sweet, sassy molasses. Is that a bird? Is that a plane? No, it's trail runners. And we have our first place female 46-kilometer runner, Danny Moreno, coming up on course here. Now, look. This is a point in the race where I like to call it a long eating competition. We've got runners eating glizzies, eating Snickers bars, Mars bars, whatever you got, get it in here. Let's see if she comes up behind us. I did talk to her before the race. She said, you can't run with the big dogs if you're still pissing like a puppy, right? So it's one of those things where you got to lock in. You got to find that place in your mind and see how deep you're willing to go. We're still pretty early in the race. She might have a bit of delusional dopamine, but that's running out pretty quick, and here she comes right behind me, Danny Moreno. She's listening to music, maybe a self-help podcast, we're not sure. Danny's looking super strong, smile on her face, or is that a grimace? It's hard to say. Danny, can we get a quick word? What are you listening to?
K-pop.
K-pop. She's listening to K-pop. That's Danny Moreno.
That is the secret.
Female runner right now on 46 kilometers. I'm Jonas Gillespie. Back to the booth.
I'm in love.
What a cracker.
Jonas can work with us any day of the week.
Here we go, back to our men's leader, Eli Hemming. And it's going to be interesting because we know like they've also practiced transitions to the perfection. I think it was a jaw-dropping transition at JFK. Like he managed to change shoes, go from the trail to road in like less than 6 seconds. Yes, and that's actually what I wanted to talk about. Like when he burst into the trail running scene and started how we could see like how comfortable he was on trails. Like he had the right footing, which is not something you acquire. Usually you have it or you don't. And then knowing that he was training so much, like able to bear such a big load through triathlon, he had the stamina, he had the nutrition sorted. So it was just a matter of, okay, how high can he climb on the trail running scene? And like he was truly climbing when he won OCC, and then eventually that went down, and then he dropped out of was it CCC, Black Canyon? Ladies and gentlemen, today I believe we can say it safely. Eli Hemming's back.
Yeah, and the split through the village is going to be pretty quick here. We're going to be well under the 2-hour mark, which is setting up for a very fast time. That being said, maybe not quite as fast as they blasted through the lap last year, which was probably under 150, 147 for David Sinclair in that mix. So interesting to see what our official split is as he makes his lap through the village.
And there we go for the Europeans. He's almost at 3 minutes per K. Another 2 switchbacks and he'll be in town. That's probably going to be a bit of a shock to the system as well, going from quite quiet on the trail to the madness that is happening. We can already hear the mics going off.
Yeah, we can hear the finish line from inside the building that our studio is set up in.
A party is waiting for all the runners who are going to come through. And again, Corinne, as you were... Oh, we've got a bit of a tumble. Who do we get? Oh, Cookin. It's a white top.
Oh,
and it's not standing.
Stand up,
no
stand
bueno.
up,
We were talking about this. You do not want to hit the deck on those technical sections.
That are they peeing? Out of the drone shot? No, I think they took a tumble there. We're upright.
Oh, holding...
Oh, no, who is that? Is that Danny?
No. Thanks.
It's a Adidas kit.
Oh shit! It is the.
That's not our ponytail. It's not. I can't see. It's not clear enough on our end.
Well, whoever that is, they seem to have dusted themselves off and
That
back.
was a tumble.
Oof. And when you take like that many seconds to get back on your feet.
Yeah, that individual was down for a second. We didn't have a clear ID from our drone shot there, but it did seem like the Terex stripes on the side.
It did. No, well spotted.
Rachel Drake also threw high camp, and Kimmy Schreiber through high camp. So again, Danny Moreno, 151.02 through high camp. Rachel Drake, 151.49 through high camp. Kimmy Schreiber, 152.04 through high camp. So Kimmy Schreiber, the German athlete, has bridged back to Rachel Drake. And that gap's staying pretty consistent right now to Danny Moreno.
There you go, Eli Hemming. He knows the course. Quick look at his watch. He would probably have a bit of an idea of what he wants to do. No changing pack, just picking up flasks.
Just a bottle handoff. That was really, really smooth.
And look at that, like not a second was spared. He barely slowed down, threw away the empty flask, picked up another 2, and on his way into the second lap. We didn't quite hear with all the bells ringing and people cheering whether there was an exchange of time when Tabor could have said like the split to have an understanding of how far your competition is.
Yeah, it'd be curious to know, does he know that his lead is 4+ minutes right now?
So he's looking to see if there's anyone else coming.
Can he see anyone on the road? Again, just about 153 even through the aid station. So well under the men that were like 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th last year, but maybe slightly behind the fastest lap splits of the 2025 race.
But again, like so far, he's almost been like time trailing that race since the start. Since that first steep section actually that we were talking about. Like it was on that location that he eventually. So no, it wasn't.
It wasn't Danny.
No, because she didn't have a pack.
It was a Terex runner in tight shorts, I think.
Yes.
So and it might have been one of the boys then. But it didn't look tall enough to be Cole Campbell. He's so tall.
Oh, we were on the drone shot. So.
Yeah, it's hard. It's those aerial footage. But no, Danny's looking smooth. She's in the baggies, so definitely wasn't her. She's not wearing a hat.
Right.
Sarah Carter. Okay. So Sarah Carter should be in 4th position on her way into the high camp zone. I got so scared when I thought that was Danny for a moment.
Yeah, we got silent.
Yeah, Sarah Carter officially in 4th position. 154.39. So she's fallen back a little bit. She's 2.5 minutes back of Kimmy Schreiber in 3rd. So Kimmy's moved up, Sarah Carter's moved back, which the question is, where's Jasmine Lowther?
Next up.
You gotta know that Jasmine Lowther is hunting.
And it's so cool to have so many people out there partying, celebrating all these runners. Auf geht's, Kimmy! We have our friends from Germany waving the flag. Oh man, Imagine that, Corinne. You go through that aid station, man, you get the chills. Water over her. There you go. We're telling you, it is getting hot. And look at this. Kudos to all the volunteers as well at the aid station. Look at that. She barely stopped. They were able to pour a bit of water over her, cool her down. And off she goes.
Yeah, so it is heating up out there. That is what we're seeing.
Yep.
We're feeling very comfy in studio right now. We don't even have our fan on.
It's a sweet spot.
We're in the perfect position. But we were talking about how hot the second lap of this was going to feel for these runners, and we're seeing it right now climbing out of Shirley Canyon. That sun exposure is definitely on them. It is a little bit breezy out there. We've got those pin flags moving about, so they are getting some breeze on their skin, which is a big deal. I'm hearing audio outside, which I have to imagine means that we are looking at
Chad
Hall
and Noah, and see how far apart these two will be.
Yep, lapping at the village at just about 14 miles even. Both laps are the same length in distance. It's 2 laps of the 23K course. Finishing here in the village at Palisades Tahoe. We don't yet have a split for any other men through the village, but who is chasing that? Someone's chasing down Chad Hall there.
That's Drew.
Druber. Drew, you're supposed to join us in studio, not be on course.
I think he was here earlier.
And then he's like, I gotta leave. Goodbye. Taking a handheld, getting bottles into his belt there. I think the split is when they leave the aid station here. He's good. I'm okay.
I'm okay.
Oh. Dropping bottles. Not the intended target there.
There you go. He's one. He's
Chad
gone through
Hall
the bat.
officially through. We're looking at 4 minutes and 20 seconds. I hate doing public math, and guess where Noah Williams is? 10 seconds back. Just out of our camera
It
shot.
is on like Donkey Kong. Holy
Really
moly.
happy to see Noah continue to bridge that gap and try to stay right there.
So we're gonna probably there we go. So Cocaine is in 4th. Man, I love this guy.
Yeah, he looks so smooth right now.
Just probably maybe he's one of the runners who chose like to take lap 1. Let's just wait and see. There's someone ahead of him. I don't know if this is someone in the race or if this is someone who was up there cheering and now bombing down the hill, or if someone has actually caught Cocaine and we haven't seen them.
Yeah, you got to remember at the top there was a group of like 4 or 5 guys that were really close together, and so Cocaine was one of those guys. Back to Danny Moreno, making this descent look easy. She's going to start to hear the village as well, which is going to be really exciting.
So there we go. As you were talking about it, we have the recap on the screen. Danny Moreno, Rachel Drake, 47 seconds back. Kimmy Schreiber, another 20
that
seconds
gap has
back.
actually opened up between Sarah Carter and Jasmine Lowther. Sarah ran really well on that descent from Siberia down through Shirley Canyon and back up to High Camp. So Sarah Carter has lost time to Kimmy Schreiber, but has put time on Jasmine Lowther. There's Kimmy.
Oh, wow.
And
she is with
Rachel Drake.
Yeah.
We'd love to see it. Beat you. Yeah, so right now on your screen is 2nd and 3rd together. Rachel Drake just leading the German athlete, Kimmy Schreiber. Coming over a little bit early before she paces teammate and buddy Hannah Allgood at Western States. Little dream team action.
I'd love to see Kimmy there. Like, it's almost like hit or miss with Kimi. Sometimes she had races like, she falls off the mark for sometimes I don't know why. But when she shows up and she delivers, man, she is so strong.
I feel like she always tries really hard, and some days you nail it, and some days you don't, and that's racing, right? But I feel like she always tries really hard. People are critical of Kimi for like not looking happy when she races a lot, and I'm like, it's because she's working. Like, let the girl work. She hosts a really cool podcast in German with Ida Sophia.
Oh, yeah.
The duo of them. It's great. I love talking to Kimi about it. They talk a lot about women's sport and issues in sport. But yeah, Kimi's a really rad athlete. It does look like we're going to get a little Danny Moreno strategy interview here in just a few seconds.
Yeah, so last year I came in off an injury, and this year is a similar story. But last year I closed very hard. I had one of the best second laps of the day, and I'm very proud of that. But I felt like I was remembering who I was during the race, and this year I've told myself I'm not going to make that mistake again, and I'm going to run like I know how to run. But for me, once I start moving up, it's really hard to slow me down. And so if you start seeing me move up, I think I'm having a good day.
Well, there it is. Good day it is for Danny Moreno, leading the women's race here.
Oh, interestingly, so Koken was about 90 seconds back coming through the lap. So I feel like that gap's actually closing back down. Back on Noah, not back of Eli. Eli is still out in front. But we do have 7 men now through the village area. I will say Brian Whitfield's bib hasn't split in a while, and that's a little bit concerning. So hoping that Brian Whitfield is well and okay, maybe just not his day and is making his way off the mountain. But that is a runner that was early in the mix that we have not seen in a while. But our top 7 through the village on the men's side, Eli Hemming with a sizable gap over Chad Hall and Noah Williams, who are effectively together. 90 seconds back, Koken, we saw him come through. About a minute back of him, Cade Michael, Jasmine Lowther. Looking solid. Oh, top 10 men now through the bottom. Koken, Cade Michael, Nicholas Turco moving up, Cole Campbell, Darren Thomas, Grant Barnett, Forrest Barton. On your screen right now, 5th place in the women's field, Jasmine Lowther, Canadian athlete. So strong. Amazing performances last year at OCC. She dropped down in distance because then she doubled back to the 80K at Worlds, and had a phenomenal run there. Super, super strong. She's won UTCT.
And again, you can see, like, it's getting hot. Like, she's taking off her top, putting it in her belt. So we saw Sarah Carter asking for water at the aid station. Jasmine's taking off the top. Like,
yeah,
it's warming up. It's warming up today, and it's only the last third of the first lap. They still have another lap. It's not going to get any better.
It's not going to get colder. It was last year or the year before where David Sinclair was he took off his shirt coming into the lap and was handed down a completely iced down, like a shirt that had been sitting in icy water, and put that on as he was leaving to start his second lap. And it was such a smart move to utilize that cooling strategy of just evaporative cooling off the skin. I wanted to see if we had more women come through high camp. So Jasmine Lowther sitting in 5th position. It looks like in 6th, Liv Tabor running effectively with Carolyn Alcorta. Robin Lesh just behind them, maybe 40 seconds back, sitting in 8th. Cody Clevin in 9th. Leah Yingling moving up to 10th.
There we go.
Just ahead of Liz Hogan. So Beth McKenzie sitting just outside the top 10 in 12th. We had some questions about her, but that is your top 12 women through high camp, and then we'll be waiting for them obviously to split through the village just a couple hundred feet from where we're sitting. Sending queries out to our field operatives, our off-the-clock field operatives, to see if we have an update on Brian from the field, but just keeping our eyes peeled on that. Again, this is the overlay. We see Sarah Carter and Jasmine Lowther, what that gap looks like. It does seem like Sarah Carter's made a move.
Oh, there you go. That's the move, ladies and gentlemen. Lap 2, and Noah Williams is making a move. Whew.
Yeah, if you're going to break Chad Hall, is it going to be on the uphill? Like, that's what you got to think about on this race. It's like, where are you going to make your move, and where do you think you can hold it? And if he thinks he was descending a little bit better than Chad, maybe it's like, I know I need to make a move on the uphill so that I can get that gap and then try to extend it even ever so slightly on the downhill. But Noah's looking really smooth. They're both
He's
working.
working, yeah.
They're
Yeah,
clearly working, but that's also racing. I tell a lot of athletes, maybe that means you want to be comfortable-ish for the first lap, but then you got to be uncomfortable.
Right. And so that's not going to be a good situation for Koken, who's chasing in fourth, because if these guys start getting into it, they're probably going to pick up the pace a whole lot. And so while he was closing before, we might see the gap maintained. There he goes, split screen, and we have on the left Danny Marino, and on your right Jonas, who's going to take over.
Holy moly, googly mooly, jumping Jessifal, guys. Runners are still coming through this track. Now look, it is electric atmosphere out here today. Millions of years ago, runners used to run for survival and sustenance, but now they run for their community, for their running vests, for their Gorpcore fashion. Maybe it's for their sons, their daughters, their fathers, their grandparents, or maybe that person they have a crush on at Run Club. Whatever their why is, whatever their purpose is, they are blasting the trails today. We got a runner here, Sebastian, I think his name is. Look at those quads on him. Thunder thighs. It's great to see these runners in action, just absolutely killing it. And that's really the only update I have for you today. We have some smiles, some grimaces. This guy's smiling. He's got a tongue out. He's going crazy. He's sending voltage down my veins. Back to the booth. I'm Jonas.
Keep it up, Jonas. It's always good to have you here on the field.
Someone says, who is this guy? I want him as a crew chief. Yeah.
Damn,
right? That energy
be next level.
I would be laughing the entire time. Well, people don't know, so he makes a lot of running reels, but he also makes like Nordic skiing specific ones too, which is like kind of niche. But it's also niche to Canada too, because he's like making fun of like French Canadians in particular with it, and it is wildly funny. But it looks like Noah making this move, trying to break the elastic on Chad Hall.
He's opened up a bit of a gap, but I wouldn't say it's a done deal yet. But looking far behind Chad, like there was no sight of Koken's orange shorts. So
I liked your point about this is not good for Koken if your second and third place athletes aren't. It's not like they're sitting up and just like chilling together, like waiting to feel it out. They are pushing. Yeah. They're on the gas pedal, which means that it's a lot harder for that fourth place person to bridge to them because he's got to be moving considerably better than them to make it happen.
And on his own.
Yeah, Danny Moreno picking her way through. She'll come off the single track back onto the fire road or the cat track, the dirt road section of the course, and that will be a very quick descent into the lap at the bottom. 2:09 on the clock right now. Got to point it out, last year she came through the lap at the bottom in 2:19.
Oh, okay.
The other podium woman came through in about 2:14, 2:15, 2:16, let's say. So she is well under her split from last year, I think, right now. Maybe not under like Helen's split from last year, but in the money, like where she needs to be, because she said that she didn't think that she ran as strong as she could have on lap 1 last year, and so trying to make some of those moves happen earlier this year. And then we've got Rachel Drake and Kimmy Schreiber, your second and third place women, sitting on the left-hand side of your screen. Kimmy's like top knot bun is so distinctive. It's such a vibe, and it's, again, I was like, oh, I can identify the women by their ponytail swings. For Kimmy, it's that top knot.
And I'm trying to, look, it looks like, because Kimmy's comfortable, and I almost feel like she could possibly pass, but I feel like she's just closing on Rachel and be like, okay, what do I do? Should I recoup, let her open up on the trail? So it's always good to have somebody just a few meters ahead to then pick the best lines and wait for your move. It's going to be interesting to see what happens between those two, because Rachel is also very competitive, and so she'll be like, how long do I want Kimi to be sitting on my tail?
Yeah, you know, like for Kimi being patient here and sitting on Rachel is a great place to be. Then she's got to feel out, where do I feel stronger than Rachel? Do I feel stronger than Rachel on the ascent? On the descent? It does seem like Rachel is moving pretty well on the descent early in the race in comparison to Danny, who seemed to be moving a little bit stronger on the uphill. So maybe that's Kimi's move. Maybe Kimi says, you know what? I feel really good climbing, and I'm going to make a move in the second lap on one section of that climb. Maybe not the initial rolly section, but on one of those steeper sections to try to break that elastic to Rachel. But Danny Moreno should be heading down into the village behind us. We're keeping an eye on those live splits. Back further in the pack, looking at our back of the pack, making their way up through the stairway to heaven. This means we're oftentimes waiting for one of our cameras to get to our lead men or our lead women, but sitting in a pretty good spot right now, watching the rest of the runners make their way through. It's kind of like during the Olympics when you wish you could see like a normal person run the 5,000 meter, for example, because it doesn't look like they're running that fast. It is kind of also a reference point here where it's like, holy cow, how fast people can move on this section, but also a great reminder that this weekend is full of so many different race distances. 11K, the Ascent, the 23K, the 46K, etc. There's something for everyone. All weekend long.
The young ones as well are like putting forward with like 2 race under 16 and under 18 that took place yesterday, and we saw like they even had team rankings, which also was pretty cool to see them on the podium celebrating all as a team, and that's the future of trail running.
Yeah, it's really, really exciting. There's also the Iron Face Challenge, which includes a Via Ferrata portion of the race, so truly pretty cool to see the variety of events that you can put on within, you know, a ski area here at Palisades with beautiful terrain. We were joking earlier that we don't need to do much work because the drone pilots do it for us.
Look, the elastic has not been broken. Chad is still chasing hard while Noah was trying to make a move on him, but it is exactly the same distance, if not, like there's actually like closing that gap a little bit.
Yeah, I'm going to send you a new friend.
Oh, friends!
I'm
I
leaving
love friends.
you, and I'm sending the one and only Drew Holman in. So let me give him my headset, and I'll skedaddle for a sec. You can ask him about sprinting through the. Was that you sprinting through the lap zone there? Oh, okay. I was like, it looks like you, and we were like, no way, Drew. You're supposed to be in studio
Drew,
right now.
you should be with us.
Just stepped out for a quick 11K, you know? Yeah, just, you know, was here. You didn't need me.
Before breakfast.
Go run an 11K quick. No, that was Tyler Dudley, who is on the product team at Nike.
There we go.
So, this women's race is going to be an absolute battle.
Oh, insane.
Also, Martin, welcome to America.
Thank you. So it's good to be here. It's good to be back here in Palisades. This is kind of like for this week, an extended week.
Yeah.
The epicenter of trail running in, at least in North America. I want to claim still there's a few events in Europe going on as well. You don't have it all.
There are a few big ones here in the next week or two.
Yeah. So yeah, women's race, insane. Danny Moreno has pulled away a little bit from Rachel and Kimi. Rachel and Kimi are like almost running stride for stride. We're getting down almost to the end of that first lap. And all we can say is that Danny looks really relaxed. We got super scared. We saw someone take a big tumble, but it was up from a drone shot, so we couldn't quite tell. But then, we realized it didn't match like the loose shorts that Danny was wearing. So he was like, right, we're in a safe. It wasn't her. But whoever that runner was, we got super scared. Eventually, they got up and dusted themselves up. So that was good.
Yeah. And Danny's looking so awesome. And it's just so, great to see Danny coming back after a big injury, after a long time away. And as an athlete, even if you've performed at the highest level, Danny's, won some of the biggest races in the world. She's podiumed at, UTMB week.
Well,
she's
at
just
OCC, she was the first American.
Yeah, she's just so freaking good. And even when you're that good and you take some time and you work through an injury, those doubts start to creep in. And it's just like so awesome to see her like show up and just be like, nope, I'm here, I'm back. And this is just going to build so much confidence for her going into the rest of the year. And she's got a race though. Like, I mean, Rachel and Kimmy coming behind, and yeah, it's gonna be fun.
But it was good. Like talking to Danny before the race, she was like, yeah, I'm coming back from injury. I clearly haven't done as much training as I would have wanted to, but like I'm finally at the state where I can race this distance, and so I just want to celebrate that.
100%.
So going in with the light heart and just like, yeah, man, we're back at it. We're back to the grind.
Yeah.
Like she was absolutely stoked with it. Now we've seen that we were talking about Kimmy sitting on Rachel's hills and just staying there. She's actually made a move on that descent, so maybe she wanted to just have a bit of air, just come into the aid station with a bit of room, so she could do that transition in a clean way.
Yep.
So it's happening. We'll
It's
see
happening.
if Rachel responds to that.
It's going to be a really fun second lap for both the men's and women's race here. Like, I don't know, it can feel so easy where you're coming into this first lap as a spectator and you're thinking, oh, the race is like, everyone's locked in.
Oh no.
But we've got some huge climbs. We've got folks going up to high altitude. And so it could be really interesting just to see how this all plays out.
So Drew, man, it's good to have you here.
Yeah, thrilled to be here.
So what's been happening?
Oh man, life's good. I'm back in Boulder, doing some good training. Raced early in the year. Got to race. I really focused on the free trail circuit at the beginning of the year. So I ran both Big Alta and then got up to Gorge, which was really fun because ACG put on a big show,
big party of the year,
which was fun. And yeah. Had a little injury coming out of Gorge, and so I'm just easing back into it, but building towards UTMB at the end of the summer. So
looking forward to seeing you back here.
Gotta redeem myself after the doors got blown off 2 years ago at the full lap, and so it's gonna be fun.
I gotta say, last year you did redeem yourself already in this area, not on UTMB, but man, you had a hell of a run.
I had a really special fun day over at CCC.
And one again, it was like home run. Drew, you always bring it home. Always bring it home.
Okay, and that's actually something that I'm thinking about for this race. In that, on the men's side, you have Chad and Noah just duking it out, which could lead to a huge gap for those two, and it could really cement their second and third. But it could also lead to a little bit of a battle, maybe too early, which could set folks up who are sitting in that 4th, 5th, 6th zone to really have a chance. And I think that it's so fun in a 2-loop course like this where, if you have a mindset where you're like, I'm excited to chase, you know exactly what's ahead of you. And that can be dangerous for somebody sitting in that 4th, 5th zone. So,
well, you were at Gorge, and so you've seen Koken, you've seen how he can deliver, and
so strong.
He had such a quiet but cruisy first lap, and he was moving up and moving up and moving up, and so he's sitting in 4th. And as you say, if any of these two between Chad and Noah blows out, man, he's gonna be right there to pick him up.
100%.
There you go, Formula One, 16 people around Danny. Belt, things are flying, picking up stuff, bag on.
Big smiles, though.
There you go.
Big smiles. Here we go.
And it's pretty good that there's some hard ground after that, so you can be tying up your pack with flask in your head. You don't want to risk tripping up.
Yeah.
And here we go. So Rachel has responded. Oh no, well, this is the location where everybody loses their flask. This happened to actually Chad as well. So there we go. Rachel also dropping off her pack. It's ready to go. She's gonna pick it up. Oh, really good transition here. And then Lucy, team manager, just handing over a bit to drink, pouring water over the radical airflow, making that moisture just fly through, cool you down. We've seen runners really starting to look for, water to cool themselves down, like Sarah Carter at the aid station, like we saw Jasmine Lawler losing her top. It is getting hot. And so now, big question mark, Because here you go, Rachel coming out of the aid station. She's not that far back.
She is not far back at all, and she's looking really smooth. And just watching that transition through the turn really just suggests some intention and intensity here. And Rachel's one of those people in sport where just like an absolute fan favorite, such an incredible human, obviously like such a well-rounded person as a doctor, as a mom. But she's also fiercely competitive.
And so you can see her in the distance. If she can see like way far, like Danny Moreno, she's at sight.
Yeah.
Man, as you say, she's going to be haunted.
I know.
I would not want to be Danny right now. And so here we go. Third place, Kimi Schreiber coming out of the aid station. Not too far back either. She's still in the mix, but she's lost a bit of ground to Rachel on that last descent. And as you were saying, Drew, like that second lap, this is where the story unfolds.
So Rachel actually put in more of a gap coming into the turn on Kimi than I realized. That
was a perfect transition, like super quick, just in and out, drop the bag, pick up another one, bit of water, and then go.
Yep. And so they've got a little bit of like mellow rolling terrain here coming out of the valley before it turns, really steeply uphill after that little loop. And it's really going to just be interesting to see like Rachel, both Danny and Rachel are just like all three of these women are such incredible climbers. Like if they're all feeling really strong, it's going to be hard to close some of these gaps on those big climbs. But if somebody starts to crack a little bit, like you definitely don't want either Kimi or Rachel like chasing you in that setting.
Exactly, and like it's almost this symmetrical with the men's and the women's race, because in fourth place I think it's still Sarah Carter.
Yeah,
and boy, she can climb too.
Big
like Pikes Peak Ascent winner, like she can really send it on the uphill. So indeed, if any of these three just have a moment of weakness, man, there's going to be some picking up.
Yeah.
Hey, il faut suivre un peu la course, hein, les gars.
And I don't know if you can understand French, but this is our mountain biker just ripping into the people in the studio. Like, it is a super cool team. Once again, big shout out to all the mountain bikers, drone pilots out there, like people behind the fixed cameras who are doing an incredible job at bringing us these images, like allowing us to see the battles, the passes. These are such cool things to share with everyone and get you inspired to get out there yourselves.
And also just like showing off Olympic Valley. Like this place is so freaking spectacular. It's insane.
Yeah, when you get up on that ridge, the view's like 360 degrees. Wherever you look, it's absolutely stunning. So there we go. We're getting into back into tree cover. As you were talking about, there's going to be a bit of rolling, but nothing too steep. A few kicks, and then things start getting a bit more real with the steeper section on the ski slope.
And fourth through sixth on the men's side right now, you have Noah through the last aid station. Noah and Chad looks like they are running together. There's about 3 seconds between them. 2:19:39 for Chad, 2:19:42 for Noah. But then you have this pack of fourth, fifth, sixth, just 3 minutes back, all together, fully stacked up. Here they are.
And they're switching again. Chad has not given up. He's like, you want to pass, Noah? Yeah, you can go for it, but don't forget about me. I'm just going to be sitting there with you. The game is, no.
Here we go.
And see, this happens always almost when you're running uphill, because it forces you to just pick up your feet a little higher, your knees a little higher, and obviously you pay a little less attention, you're less focused on the trail as you would on a downhill. It happens a lot. So it looks like it was fine, and actually the ground was pretty soft, so it was like a soft landing. But man, that will just, that'll wake you up.
Wake you up for sure. And to your point, it's literally always on like the smooth. Oh, this is just disgusting. I mean, just like look at this guy run uphill. It's just effortless. It's effortless.
He nearly ran the entire slope on the first lap. And so we'll see if he can actually repeat that insulting pace going up. But I mean, what you were talking about, everyone in that top like 6 and 7 places, but then Eli is now over 5 minutes. He's over 5 minutes on Chad. He's still time trailing it.
Yeah.
And then we saw that Chad and Noah were duking it out. So they're not slowing down by any means, and yet he's still putting time on them.
Still putting time. And I think that this is just one of those things with Eli that you really see when you like Eli and I have done a fair amount of running together over the years, and there's a lot of incredible climbers in our sport, and you have to be competing at the highest level here. It is so impressive to watch Eli run. He is so efficient. He's so calm. Oh,
yeah.
The replay.
The replay of like
in slow-mo.
Yeah, there were a few branches. I don't know if he was that soft. I might take this back. Yeah. There we go. And people will be absolutely blown away. You know, they're going up that hill, and all of a sudden, like, there's that guy just head down, just cruising as if it was dead flat.
And you can hear the cameraman, how hard he's working. And Eli is also he's one of those people that like doesn't breathe when they run uphill. He's just so incredibly efficient, and it's just like it messes with your head. Like he and I and Fran and David Sinclair were all coming up and over Grand Col Ferret last year at CCC, and you like turn around and you're just like, all of us are just like trying to not, show that we're working, and we're all like really working, and Eli's just not breathing.
I mean,
you're just like, God damn it, this isn't fair.
To your point, like living in Kremlin, Colorado, like, and then Tabor was telling me, like, well, here we're coming down.
Yeah.
Like, this is actually way below where we live. So that probably plays to that, like, cheeky move.
Yeah.
And
you have that with all three of these guys coming from high altitude in Colorado, and they're probably doing a lot of their runs above 8,000 feet, 10,000 feet.
So how much do you think that, like, you're in boulders, how much do you think that plays into like a race like this?
I think it's mostly just like the confidence of not worrying about it.
Right.
It's that thing where, like, I mean, at the end of the day, ultras are just so hard. Like, it's just, no matter how, where you're in this pack, whether you're at the lead with Eli or you're, an hour behind Eli, it's just so goddamn hard to run an ultra.
Yeah.
And I think that when you are at a race where there is altitude, the nice thing about doing a lot of training is you just don't have to think about it.
Yeah.
You just know that, like, hey, this is just, like, I deal with this all the time. And there's just that, like, confidence of not having that little, like, voice in the back of your mind worry about, like, what it's going to be like when you go up and over the top.
That's another super cool topic here, as Rachel and Kimmy are still going at each other pretty hard. Kimmy has closed on Rachel, and we were talking about this earlier, and this is the perfect illustration of trail running. It gets steep. Some runners, like Eli or Rachel, will choose to just tiptoe, keep the running motion on, and then Kimmy, like, again, and to our point earlier, Europeans, she's from Germany, and just super comfortable. It's like, nah, I'm going to power hike, because you change the muscle chain. You can just breathe a little better. Usually you lower your heart rate a little bit, and you're still moving about the same pace. Hello, Marmot.
We now have a Moy in our training group in Boulder, and he, spent a bunch of years living in Annecy.
Yes,
but now is in Boulder, and he is always just running his mouth when we're going uphill, because all of us American boys just trying to like run everything, and he's going just as fast, just hiking, just hiking, and he's just running his mouth in the back, just making fun of all of us. And that really is like such a cultural difference. And you see that the Americans that end up racing really well on the European circuit like learn how to hike, learn how to do that. You have to. So it's fun to see that moment and see Rachel and Kimmy. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun second lap with those two neck and neck.
But back to your point, I want to come back to this, because you were saying that, the altitude, like one of the biggest factors is like you don't have this mess with your head and your little voice. And you're talking about ultras, and in ultras that little voice could play a big role in the plus or in the minus side.
Yeah.
How do you handle that?
I'm somebody that really tries to put a lot of weight into the mental side of the game, and I think that it can be such a powerful tool. If you in a race like Broken Arrow, if you hit that first loop and you just are like, okay, I'm hungry, I'm in hunting mode, and I just want to chase, and no matter where you are, you're not worrying about I'm off my splits, or I'm a little bit further back. That can be so powerful in terms of how that second half of the lap or of the race goes. And I mean, you were partnered with one of the best in the game at this, and I have a ton of respect for how Ruth approaches racing and training, and really the mental side of making sure that when you show up to race, you are fully ready to just be present in that moment, and to really if it's going great, you don't let yourself get too high. And if it's starting to, if it's because that is just as dangerous. If Noah and Chad are feeling really high, and they all of a sudden just start blowing each other up, they could actually open up some risk in their race. But if they're both just locked in, and they're hey, we're working together, this is fun. Maybe there's some camaraderie there, and they have that mindset where it's not a scarcity mindset at this point in the race. That can be really, really powerful. And they're setting themselves up, if they do have that mindset together, where if there's any cracks with Eli, they could close that gap. Even though it feels like a lot right now.
It would have to be a big crack.
I know, but it's
5 minutes.
I know, but it's still. I mean, we still have an hour.
Hour
of racing or more.
And regardless of how long, until you cross the line,
100%,
anything can happen.
Yeah.
You trip in that last descent, it's game over.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so basically whatever mindset is in your head, you just turn it into a positive.
Yeah. I'm notorious for just telling myself you can do this 1,000 times in a race, and
there's the they call it a mantra, I think. It's just a thing, a little sentence, obviously positive, and you just keep repeating. You almost quiet everything else, because that's the only thing that just takes over. And just I remember talking with Courtney DeWalter, and she was like, "This is fine, I am fine."
Yeah,
and just keep at it, keep at it.
Yeah.
For me, it was off a song. It was Stacy's mom has got it going on. just kept coming on,
I got to fanboy a little bit yesterday, because Jesse Diggins is here, and Jesse Diggins is one of my absolute sport heroes. I grew up in Minnesota. My brother was a huge Nordic skier. She's the most decorated Nordic skier in the U.S. And for many years, actually, one of my mantras was you can do this is always one that I have every single race. But there was probably a year or two where anytime shit got really hard, I was just okay, if Jesse Diggins can win a gold medal, you can work a little bit harder here.
Nice.
And I would use that throughout a race. And so it's so fun to also see Jessie out, dipping her toe into the ultra scene, and showing up with such good energy and so much excitement for our community and our sport.
Yeah, it's awesome to see, as you say, there have been kind of pure trail runners, and then seeing now the appeal to get involved into trail running race for people coming from different sports, and obviously transitioning super well is exciting. It's exciting. It used to be like, 10, 15 years ago. Like,
how can you not want to be part of this?
I know. But at the time, like 20, I'm going to go way back, but like 20 years ago, you go for a Sunday morning long run, you were an absolute loser. You're like, what are you doing? Like, seriously? Why do you just run in the mountains like this? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, everybody rallies. So it's awesome. Like, the sport has gone in the best possible direction that we could have hoped for. And look at here, like Noah is absolutely crushing. And if this is correct, like we have him in second place, and I don't see no Chad.
There's space there. There's air.
There's air. A lot of daylight all of a sudden. These two gentlemen had been like really neck to neck. And so first attack that Noah put, like Chad could respond. But now we see Chad back, but he's lost about 100, 150 meters. So maybe that's the moment where Noah has decided, I'm going to go pedal to the metal. I'm going to make a big effort. This is my time to shine. I want to break his spirits. And he's opened up a gap. And this is the perfect transition as well with that mountain biker. He's been told, there are some sections like, yeah, you can do it on the bike. And then taking over. And then look at him now running alongside Noah. Man.
Okay, so we probably have 15 seconds gap right now.
But we're wondering, like, has the elastic been broken? Still question mark, but the gap is now again like a bit substantial. And I like to see Chad power hacking on that section. It is just so steep.
So steep.
That you're moving about the same pace, but most likely saving your legs a little bit. He doesn't look defeated yet. Like, he's still running with an intention. So I don't think we can bury Chad just yet.
Definitely not. And if anything, it almost looked like Noah was suffering a little bit more there.
Yes.
In that moment.
Yep.
And that's also to your point, like with breaking up the hiking and running, it can be a nice just like mental break where you don't, like transitioning to a hike for even just 60 seconds, 2 minutes can help just like, reset the brain a little bit.
Yep.
So Danny looking so smooth here. Just letting those miles flow by.
So you were in there. I don't know if you were watching, but like we had an interview with Danny, and she was like, I'm just gonna run with more purpose and like not wait the whole first lap like she did before. But then she's like, but as soon as I'm gonna start to move up, you can expect me to just stay on. It's gonna be then on until the end, and so that's what she's done. Maybe a little bit earlier than she was expecting, and I get referring to the men's race as well. Like, and Debo got us an update from the field. And he was saying, like, Eli was like, well, I wasn't planning on attacking on the first loop, but here we are. And now with like over 5-minute lead on the rest of the field.
So classic too. Eli's just like, I wasn't planning to attack. I just put a 3-minute gap in the first lap.
And again, look at those images, man.
Oh, just spectacular. I lived in California for many years, and being in Colorado now, obviously, like we have an incredible mountains, but it is so special coming back to Tahoe and just the granite in these mountains and the water. Is this Mr. Cole?
Yeah, and I think that's him who fell.
I think so.
Yes.
Because it was vest, half tights, and the Terex kit.
Well, good to see him still going strong.
Is he rocking a handlebar mustache? Let's go, Cole.
Loving
American to the core. He's looking smooth.
Well,
and that is a really
well
steep section.
He's picked up Koke.
Yeah. Yep. So
Koke was in fourth, and now Cole is in fourth. So, it's all happening. Drew,
Martin,
thanks so much for tuning in.
Oh.
Appreciate you being here.
Hey, you guys are doing great. Appreciate you crushing it on the live stream. I just need to give like one little shout out. My boy Cade is sitting in 6th. I was able to sneak out of the outside here when he came around. He was looking great, feeling strong. He's one of the strongest young runners that I've spent any time with. Like, he puts me in the box all the time. And so it's just a matter of time until Cade really puts one together here. And we've got a little pass. Kimmy going by Rachel. Some great sportsmanship, a little tap on the shoulder there. And I think that's like one of the things that's so special about the sport is just the respect between all of the elites. Ultra running is an incredibly humbling sport. And so, fierce competitors, but also obviously always a lot of respect.
And I love that you say ultra running, because trail running is nothing like this. Tomorrow, 23K shorter, 30 grand on the line. It's going to be elbows out and tripping at each other.
With a lot of money on the line. So, all right.
Good to have you here, man. Watch
great.
out when you walk away, because you still have the headset on.
Okay.
And we're bringing Corinne back in the studio to carry on the super exciting race. And right for the women race here, you were asking for it. Again, we're going back and forth between the men and the women. And here was, I don't know if it was a decisive move, but it looked like Kimmy was like passing Rachel with an intention, tap on the back, meaning like, okay, in her mind, she's like, I'm going for it. And I mean, look at this. This man, it's a one-man show today.
It's my favorite section of the course. And he's definitely, it is time trialing a little bit, or maybe time trailing a little bit today, but also was out watching actually the women come through. I got to go see them lap through, and it was really, really cool. Got to see MK Sullivan. Chatted with her for a second. She was so proud of Danny. She's like, Danny never races like this, like aggressive at the very, very front of the start of the race. She normally like picks up people as the race goes on. So she's really proud of Danny for making that move out there. So very, very cool to see. But yeah, I got to see that the top five women come through just outside of where we're sitting right now. It's electric.
It's a festival this whole weekend. And man, look at him go on that ridge.
Yeah, our last split at 18.65. Eli Hemming has a huge gap. We're talking 7 minutes over Noah Williams in second, who has got about a 45-second lead over Chad Hall.
We thought he was already full throttle, but it looks like he had another gear and he's going absolutely mental.
Yeah, he found ways to speed up even more somehow. But you got to remember, this guy is one of the best 50K runners in the world. He's an OCC champion. You win that race, you're one of the best of the best, the most competitive 50 to 55K that happens every single season. So has mountain chops and a ton of talent. So we're back with Rachel Drake.
And yeah, this is what we assumed. Looks like Kimmy is ahead, and she's opened up a bit of a gap. Going back through the chat, we love that, like talking about like the cam runners who were transitioning, stepping off the mountain to just run next to the runners. Like, man, we need to drug test those bikers, because
they got a mechanical advantage, right? They're e-bikes as well. I was watching them ride up and down the stairs actually outside here too. It does sound like part of the reason we missed a little bit, we had a blip in the women's race there, was that we had some bike issues actually out there, that they had to do some shuffling. There were some gear issues that were happening, and so we are well aware that there were some opportunities to see some of our top three women in particular where we missed them ever so slightly. And so we are working to make sure that we've got great footage of them as much as possible. Additionally, tomorrow's race, the women start 20 minutes ahead of the men's elite field. And so we'll get this really cool, clean shot of the front of the women's race for an absolutely electric battle. But on your screen right now, Eli Hemming making quick work, picking his way up through this rocky ascent. And it does look like Cole Campbell has come through at Snow King 2. Looks like he's sitting about a minute exactly behind Chad Hall.
And I like that we have this different perspective from the drone shot. He helps understand, like, he's absolutely climbing a wall right now. And this is probably the grade that is necessary to make Eli power hike, because we don't see that very often.
Yeah, this is one of the few sections on the course that Eli is forced to power hike. Yeah. It does not happen very often. And again, this is why the front of the pack in particular is not using poles. It's because this is one of the few sections on the course where these guys and gals need it. But you're right. For people that are going to be out here for 6, 8, 10 hours, it is important to have a little bit of I don't want to say assistance, but it does keep you way more upright, which takes pressure off your lower back, takes pressure off your legs. It can help on the downhill as well. There's some looser sections on the downhill coming off the top by Siberia that can be quite treacherous. I've definitely slid my way down some of that. So poles are definitely an advantage for many, many people. But because the front of the pack is trying to run so much of this race, you're going to see, I think, the entire elite field without poles. Yeah, back to that run. I think the 11K is also going on right now, and so there's 1,000 people lapping through the loop/finish area.
Like at the start of the climb on the second lap, we could see Eli weaving through the field.
Yeah, so the next place we're gonna get a split from Eli again. It's about it's 1.6, 1.7 miles between Snow King and KT22, but again, I think it gains over 1,500 feet, 1,600 something feet in between the two, which we saw on that last bit where he was forced to hike.
I mean, that was over 35% grade.
Koken is now through Snow King as well in 5th position.
Yeah. Cole Campbell moved up.
But Cole Campbell moved up, and he has gapped that chase pack because Koken is now sitting... I wonder if it's just a transitioned a lot faster maybe as well down here at the bottom, but we're talking 3+ minutes. 3:15.
Okay, yes, something has definitely happened there. And he, he's just a minute back. Whew.
Yeah, so he's dropped a little bit of time on this last section.
So if Chad and Noah go at each other to a breaking point,
dude, Cole Campbell's looking to clean up eventually.
He's going to be right there, just a minute back. And it was, still super early in the second lap.
And again, anything can happen. I hope that Eli continues this insane time trial off the front. Again, according to a quote from Dylan Bowman, he did not mean to attack on that first climb and is now in this position. But that looks like Kimmy Schreiber.
Oh, so
and
third.
They're identifying her in thirds. Maybe there's been some back and forth in this section. We'll get a split from them here shortly, and we'll get official confirmation. We're waiting for them to come through Valley East at mile 16.7. And Kimmy Schreiber and Rachel Drake have both split through there. This is your F2. Kimmy Schreiber is through there in 2:47.09. And Rachel Drake is through there in 2:47.26.
Okay, so that's what we that. Okay, there.
Yeah,
and it's
15
changed
seconds
on the screen.
Yeah, 15 seconds in between the two of them.
So
Kimmy put in a nice little move there.
She did.
15 seconds that's enough to start to really pull away from a person. You can get out of sight in places. Someone isn't as latched on. But yeah, they are moving well. So they are now through that 16.72 aid station mark. Our women's podium, looking to make their way up to Snow King. We do have our 6th, 7th, and 8th place man now through the Snow King aid station, so they're about to head into a super steep climb, including Cameron Goldstein, who is a name that's not been in our top 10 until this point, a local Tahoe City athlete, it looks like, 2:47.14. We'll keep our eyes on that, followed by Forrest Barton, who's moved up, and Nicholas Turco, who's been kind of hanging in that 6th to 10th position for much of the race now. Noah Williams.
On that technical section. And so it looks like, let's see now what the gap is with Chad. If he truly has managed to break away from him. But, man, he's running with an intention. He's really attacking that hill. Now, he knows that this is where he could possibly make a difference.
And, again, the top of this course for him is, nearly 2,000 feet lower than where he lives.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much anywhere in the country would be lower than where he lives.
Yeah, truly. I was staying at a hut up in Colorado around 13.5, and then we went down to visit friends in Leadville. And I was like, oh my gosh, there's so much air down here at 10,000 feet, which is sick and twisted, but it happens. Eli Hemming has officially split through KT22, 2:49.03 elapsed. And I bet I can find splits from last year that would give us a historical perspective on just how quickly he's moving. So let me see if I can pull that up for us.
And I mean, we didn't we had the shot was getting a bit narrow to follow Noah all the way through, so we couldn't quite see how far Chad was.
He is 7 seconds under his split from last year. Yeah, only 7 seconds. And here's Chad Hall.
Here's Chad. Oh wow. Okay, so
It's still
that
very
move
tight.
was decisive.
Yeah, but it's like if he can get line of sight on this next section at all, it'll be interesting to see what happens. But you're right. Noah Williams has opened up a good gap on this climb over Chad Hall, which we thought he might have to do if he wants to be able to hold Chad off on the downhill.
And yet, you said he was closing on Chad on the downhill actually,
which was
surprising,
shocking,
unexpected.
I think, to us.
But wow, there is easily 30 seconds, if not more. Wow. Big move here.
Yeah, so Eli Hemming is under course record pace, ever so slightly. 7 seconds.
His own.
Under his own course record. He is 7 seconds under his own course record time, which means we expect him to finish in about an hour from now. So if you're watching this at home and you're you got your feet up, you're trying to stay chill and calm, you're racing tomorrow, you're racing Western States, maybe you make your way down to the village to cheer on our men's and women's podiums in the 46K. We should have our men's podium in about an hour, which is absolutely insane. And to be fair, last year he was being pursued by David Sinclair and Ryan Becker. Is very tight racing, and now for him to be running this fast by himself is incredibly impressive.
Oh, and now look, I think the it's hard to tell whether Cole is moving up or it's maybe Chad fading a little bit. But I would say there's about the same difference between Noah and Chad and between Chad and Cole.
It's wild to watch how fast Eli's moving right now through this terrain. It is a gradual downhill section, but he's making it look really pretty. Yeah, I'm texting the Terex team manager, and I'm like, Eli's under his own course record right now by himself, not being pursued by anyone. And she said Eli versus Eli.
Yeah.
Which is very cowboy of him. Incredibly, incredibly impressive. And I know Danny actually split, I think, virtually identical this year through lap 1 as she did last year. It was about 2:19, I want to say. So very, very similar. But I think she also had a slower transition in the aid station. It looked like she got a little bit hung up.
Yeah.
They're making that kind of pack, and there's some belt stuff going on. And it was taken a second, it looks like.
Yeah, Noah's still looking strong on that climb, breaking back into a run and looking over his shoulder. He knows that he needs to put a final dent into Chad's hopes of eventually catching back up.
Yeah, so it looks like Danny split virtually identical this year as last year, maybe 30 seconds different. But again, I think her the split for the bottom is at after you exit the aid station, and it looks like she got hung up a little bit in the aid maybe. So 2:19 for our women through the bottom of lap 1, moving quite fast, not quite on course record pace, but looking to better her time here from last year, which would be very impressive. And again, the men doing good work at the front of the race.
So Noah transitions and he's now opening up on that downhill section, and it didn't take him long to pick up some speed. And the views are still meh.
They're okay.
Yeah.
As one might say, they're fine.
They're fine.
They get the job done. Yeah, for people who are wondering, I did confirm that Brian Whitfield had a little bit of an ankle bop out there and has withdrawn from the race, but apparently was in a great had a great attitude, was okay, was making his way off the mountain, but that was confirmation from out in the field. He was walking to the tram to make his way down to the village.
Okay. So we had a quick glimpse of Danny Moreno still cruising in first, and then see you can see the split here on the 3D map between Danny Moreno and Kimi Schreiber. There is quite a bit of ground now, but we've seen Kim Schreiber switch gear to pass and try and move away from Rachel Drake. There she is on your screen, currently second place in the women's race.
And again, Rachel Drake is really bad at losing. And so this is really impressive. Like Danny and Kimmy are putting on quite a show at the front of this race. The Adidas women have a great history of doing quite well here. Tony McCann won a couple of years ago as well. I know she's been in the chat today cheering on her teammates. So seeing them both run really smoothly at the front of this race is incredibly impressive. And then again, to put context into Rachel's run, Koken on our screen here, Rachel was in the OR yesterday. Working a residency shift.
Yeah, working.
Yeah, she was not being operated on. She was on an anesthesiology shift in the OR yesterday before traveling over here. So again, continually impressed with the range of these athletes, not only in their running, but in their life as well. Yeah, still waiting for our men our chasing men to split through KT 22 at the top. Kimmy needed to switch into a little hike there on this climb that does pitch up and down a little bit through this section.
It's almost 30 Ks down, 15 left with that big climb, and then try to relax as much as you can on that descent and open up. And the descent of that last lap, you can pretty much go all out. Doesn't matter if you destroy yourself. It's all for glory.
Yep. Yeah, you can do. I was listening to Drew talk about Jessie Diggins and her ability to push deeper than most people I've ever witnessed in any sport. Obviously, her sport being cross-country skiing. And that is something that these athletes have to channel here today, is that you can, in cross-country skiing, you're taught, I can tolerate anything for 5 kilometers. I can tolerate anything for 4 minutes, 8 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes. That's the mindset here, getting to the top of this climb for these elites, is they need to be able to say, I can tolerate anything, any amount of discomfort. I just need to get to the Siberia aid station, and then I can exhale while keeping on the gas on the downhill, recover a little bit, make sure you continue to get that fuel in, take a breath for a second, and then punch out of Shirley Canyon, and then
head down.
Need a stunt double for the descent into the finish. Like no brakes, all gas. It's gonna be epic.
But you're right. Like they still need to stay on top of nutrition and hydration, especially like on a hot day like this. This will play a big role. Somebody who does not stay on top of it, this is gonna come and bite them hard.
Yeah, it catches up with you really quickly, and at elevation in particular, right? You need you need those carbohydrates.
A little bit of extra. Yep, you're gonna be burning more.
Noah Williams through KT 22 at the top, 2:56.47. So we're up to almost 8 minutes. Eli Hemming, you dog.
He's opened up the free falling mode.
What
now.
is Jonas gonna give us on lap 2 from Eli Hemming?
He better have his scarf, because he's gonna get a cold by like Eli just zooming past him.
Yeah, he is gonna feel the burn maybe on the way through. It looks like we've got some Danny Moreno interesting introspectives about her race that we can throw to in just a couple seconds, but looking smooth in the lead.
I love coming back to Broken Arrow because it's just a big party, especially in North American trail running. It's a place where you can make a statement, and now in the last couple of years, it just has a great global lineup. I love the competition here. This is where I had one of my breakout performances. I won the 23K in my debut here, and I just keep coming back for more because it's 2 weekends of partying, honestly, in the trail running.
partying in the trail running world, I think was the end of that sentence there. But she's right. Like, people come here for the competition. They come here for the festival atmosphere. They come here for the party atmosphere.
Well, I mean, as you said, you just zoom to that section. It's not even the finish line. It's just going through, and everybody's out there ecstatic, ringing those bells and just going absolutely wild.
There's dogs, there's babies, but we got breaking news from the men's race as well. Cole Campbell has moved into third. 2 minutes back in Noah Williams. Chad Hall now sitting in fourth, about 30 seconds back from Cole Campbell.
It is happening. This is what Drew was talking about. If Noah and Chad are going at each other a little too hard, like, one could really pop, and this is exactly what's happening, and Cole just took advantage of it. Like, he was just a minute back, and now he's made a move in third place. He's on the podium.
It's looking really, really good. But again, Danny Moreno, she's on one of those sections on this climb. They had that nice rolling, some people call it douche grade through the woods there, where it's, it's runnable, but man, does it hurt. It's grindy. Now you're on these steep ski slopes, these ski faces where you do have to just like lean into your thighs. You see her pushing off of every thigh on every step. If you're not going to use poles in a race like this, that is the hiking technique you want to get into, because it's going to allow you to create a lot more power as you make steps up the mountain. It's very, very purposeful. No one's out for a walk. They are, as we say, power hiking. We're like the nerdiest sport ever.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect term. although, and we were talking about this as well, like 15, 20 years ago, like, trail running was for losers.
Yeah.
Like, we were just like, what are you doing?
I don't know. Now we're hanging out with ACG, watching people run really fast with sick drone shots.
It's like, now, and so that's what you were saying, like, we were nerds, but it's cool now. We're cool nerds. It's a bit of an upgrade. You are the flower expert.
That does look like a flower. It's not being shown next to the incorrect flower today, but it is
spreading flame.
We've got really, really cool alpine flowers out here in the West that are just, they're beautiful. And the flower season is past where I live in Washington, so it's really cool to come down here and get to see all the balsam root, those big yellow flowers popping all over the mountain. It feels like a super bloom. It's really, really cool. You're going to have lupin, you're going to have foxglove, you're going to have all these really, really pretty flowers in the valleys between all these craggy peaks here in the Sierra. But Noah Williams checking his watch, moving quickly.
Man, he still looks really good. That is awesome to see. Yesterday he was saying, I really want to have a good crack at it. I know Eli is solid, but I want to show up. And so far, running in second place, and sure, Eli today's put an absolute masterclass, but being second to Eli is still a pretty solid day out there. And Noah's played his cards right as well. He caught up with Chad, just waited for his time, put in 2 surges, because the first one didn't work, but he still had some in the tank to really make a statement on that climb. And now it's Cole, who's in third place.
Back on the
despite his fall.
I know, it's impressive. I'm just looking back to our women that came through a split a little while ago. We do have Sarah Carter through in 4th position still. She's only 80 seconds back from the podium. So Sarah Carter could be looking for a late sneak attack to try to move if Kimmy or Rachel or Danny, if anyone in that podium pack has a bobble. Sarah Carter is closing in on them. Jasmine Lowther is back, though, probably another 5-ish minutes from Sarah, so it's opened up quite a bit. Carolyn Alcorta sitting in 6th, less than a minute back from Jasmine. Robin Lesh is 15 seconds back behind Carolyn Alcorta, so that's pretty darn tight. Cody Clevens moved up to 8th position. Leah Yingling up to 9th position. Beth McKenzie back up into 10th, but her and Carmen Bango now are running together, basically. So we've got a nice little we've got a podium battle still very much underway for the women, still very much underway for the men.
Yeah.
And we've got this really interesting dynamic kind of within the whole top 10. It's going to be, I think, pretty epic on both sides as far as what those final positions are on the downhill into the village.
And again, we said it, and that second lap always delivers in terms of stories. We're just okay, what's happening? And then there's moves, and then passes, and then things we didn't see coming. And there's Eli. He's just okay, no, that's not going to change, people. That's what I'm doing. But look at And we got a FUCK from our cam runner who's just trying
Under
hard,
his breath there,
yes, to keep up Noah. And he's like, oh, man, that guy is just giving me nothing.
You can hear. Wait, hold on 1 second. Oh, we lost it. You can hear him breathing.
Oh, breathe hard.
Yeah.
Oh,
So we should get a
so
next
good.
like semi. Let's call it our course record watch for Eli Hemming. We'll have a split from him in the next couple minutes that we'll see. You know, is it still 10-ish seconds or has that changed at all? If we're on aerial drone shots, that probably means that one of our cameras is down in the field. So just give us a second while we return to bring some of those athletes to you. But we should have them back up in just a second. The boys are making their way up past KT22 on their way towards Siberia, which will be 21.75 miles into the race. That's looking like a very fast and smooth Eli Hemming. 3:05.22 elapsed. Just for perspective, last year he came through the next aid station, again the Siberia aid station, in 3:08.33.
Okay. And
And
how far do you think we are?
It's just up and around the corner, really. So last year he was the last aid station he was 7 seconds back or he was 7 seconds under his own course record. So we're looking at pretty close to that probably, but we will get a better perspective on it here in a second.
See if he's still
if he's still
going
pushing
full
that
steam,
hard, yeah.
or if it's like slowing down a little bit.
Does he realize that he's 8 minutes up on people?
Does he look like he care?
No, not at all.
He's like, I'm going for it.
Yeah, he's just
Joining it.
fine. The cowboy himself out there doing
Love
his
it.
thing. Again, yeah, the top 5 men are on your screen. Just there for a moment, with the biggest shakeup being Cole Campbell moving back up into 3rd position, Chad Hall relinquishing a spot back down into 4th position. Yeah, Forrest Barton and Liz Tabor, who's having a really good run there for a while. Those are names that are a little bit newer on my side. But Forrest Barton's a Carbondale, Colorado guy, which means that he is used to elevation. Significant elevation, lives up pretty darn high, won the Power of 4 last year, was 15th here last year in the 46K, which is a super competitive race, was 8th at Speed Goat, 50K in 2024. He's 29. He doesn't have a huge race resume by any means, but I would say that if he ends up in the top 5 here today, that would be a significant performance for Forrest Barton. So we'll keep our eye on the upstart from Carbondale, Colorado, because he is moving really well. I actually wonder if I've got some inside beta on him.
Yeah, there were a few people in the chat cheering for him. Oh.
I got some Carbondale folks that I can pester.
Oh, and look at that, right on the cliff edge.
Yeah, he's going to be really close to that split from last year. Again, he's coming up through that Stairway of Heaven zone. I think he's going to be just behind it, because his split from last year is about 40 seconds from now. So I think he's going to be just behind his own course record splits now. So he lost a little bit of time to himself on that section. But still, again, he is almost 8 minutes up on Noah Williams, who is chasing in 2nd place, having an absolutely phenomenal run himself.
And so...
And that's Cole. Nope. That's back to
we're
Eli.
still
We got
Eli.
two. We got two. We got an aerial.
Yeah.
And then the static coming around the corner.
Just so many sources. All for you all. We get Janelle in chat going go for it's representing Aspen.
Yeah, Carbondale, Aspen. It's kind of all the same general valley area. Okay. His ultra sign up links him to Carbondale, but it's a very similar. They're right down the road from one another.
And look at that. It is truly a stairway to heaven.
Yeah, so he's lost at least a minute to himself on this last section. But again, last year he and David Sinclair were, charging through this section together with Ryan Becker in that mix as well. And so that was a pretty tight battle between, I think Eli and David split through Siberia together last year. which is a little different than when you're solo off the front.
Yeah. Hi, nice to meet you. Oh.
I wonder if our ghost runner Maddie is over in that static camp zone. That's where
We'll transition
might
to
be
her.
getting.
I think Jonas is done
Yeah.
for today, and he's certainly delivered. Like,
Yeah.
loved having
You
him.
will have him back hopefully tomorrow as well, and at more races near you soon, because he is definitely showing his comedy gold worth for. I didn't know that we could blend comedy and trail running to this extreme, and it's been a real pleasure. But I do think the ghost runner Maddie is out there on course, and so my guess is that she's probably in this zone somewhere, and we will get some course perspective from her at that point. We might as well get some like middle to back of the pack perspective from her too, because you see Eli lapping through people at this point where he has. They are on lap 1,
and
he is a full lap ahead right now. Top 10 men through KT 22, Eli Hemming, Noah Williams, Cole Campbell, Chad Hall, Forrest Barton, Koken out of Japan, Cameron Goldstone, another name that I need to do some digging in, Tahoe City, local, Nicholas Turco, Grant Barnett hanging in there in 9th, and then Noam Franchi all of a sudden has moved his way up to 10th position.
Pittman's brother.
Yeah, one of the Franchi siblings out of Ecuador.
Yeah.
Also low elevation for him.
So there you go. Eli making his way down.
Yeah, so this
shorter
is that
step
section
on
where I
steep
said
descent.
pulls for that middle and back of the pack. This is actually a great downhill for them because it's quite loose. It's very, very firm with loose rock on top of it, and so it's just very skittery feeling. You got to have really quick feet. You can see them just like touch, because otherwise your foot's going to slip on whatever it's set on. So you might as well get it off the ground really fast. Danny Moreno has come through Snow King. Noah Williams on your screen. Danny Moreno, though, officially through the Snow King aid station at mile 18.65, 3:09.24 elapsed, waiting for a split from Kimmy Schreiber, who I think is up on Rachel by about a minute last I heard, and so looking to see what that split is between Danny and Kimmy as well, because we do have a very dynamic podium battle going on between Danny Moreno, Kimmy Schreiber, Rachel Drake, and Sarah Carter.
Oh yeah, I was waiting. Like, yes, Sarah could very well still be in the mix for it.
Yeah, it looked like she was moving up kind of on that second, third pack.
And look at this. Like, that's how you run downhill. He's trying to keep his shoulders down, using his arms to kind of stabilize himself, but like he's just also relaxing, taking the advantage of, gravity doing the work.
Yeah, Danny Moreno's still on her splits from last year at that 18.8 mile mark, so having a really smooth race here at the front of the women's field. But that is Mr. Eli Hemming out of Kremlin, Colorado. And again, the descents were the biggest thing we were worried about for him, because over the last 6 months or so, every time he's descending, he's been experiencing excruciating leg cramps. And so it's really nice to see him get a couple races under his belt where that's not happening. And there's so much downhill.
Even the camera can keep up.
This race today that him moving smoothly on any downhill grade is really reassuring.
That's great news. Yeah, he's locked into that pace. Oh no, we have extra Jonas. Here we go.
Jonas, by popular demand, let's go.
Martin, well, Corinne, paint me purple and call me a grape, because this race is still going on, okay? That was a word slip. Runners are coming through at the end of their first lap here, and I don't know if you want to call it running, because to me it's mostly walking, and it's called ultra running, but again, maybe I got the wrong memo. There's whiskey at the aid station. There's nicotine pouches. These runners are getting buzzed. I saw a marmot pacing some of these runners. We got some fans here, and they've got cowbells. Lots of cowbell. You can hear them in the background. I'll tell you, this is when you start to question if you like your hobby or not. We'll go back to the booth. Martin and Corinne, Jonas, out.
The booth back in, tears in our eyes. I think he's outdone himself. What a slip. What a slip. That's all I can say.
Color me purple and call me a grape. Jonas really doing the Lord's work out there. Marmots might be cheating is the rumor I hear, but good to see an update from course from our guy Jonas. Noah Williams making his way up this climb again. So we know that Eli lost some time to himself from last year, to his course record. The question was, at the last checkpoint, Eli had nearly 8 minutes, 7 minutes and 44 seconds on Noah Williams. My question is, what does that gap look like at the official Siberia split? Do we think that he has put additional time on Noah, or do we think it's staying the same? Do we think it's closing?
What's your call?
I would love to see it come down a little bit, but I don't know that Noah's moving better than Eli was on this section.
That's the thing. Like, as good as Noah is moving right now, and he's motoring, I would say that if anything, he would have actually stabilized it, because that gap just kept increasing, and so maybe now he's managing to move at the same pace. Moving faster than Eli, I don't know, but time will tell. Or actually, Corinne will tell.
I will tell.
Because you are like eyes on those splits.
I'm the official timekeeper. You don't know that about me, but I am here to make sure no fact goes undiscovered. We do have a split from the Danny Moreno to Kimi Schreiber gap. Again, Danny Moreno went through the last checkpoint in 3:09:24. Kimi Schreiber back in 3:13:05. So Danny Moreno opening up a gap over Kimi. But Kimmy's also put nearly 90 seconds into Rachel Drake.
Wow.
On that last section. So Danny, foot on the gas pedal. Kimmy, foot on the gas pedal, but not quite as moving quite as fast as Miss Danny Moreno. And then Rachel Drake looking to hang on to this podium spot. The real question, I guess, is going to be, where is Sarah Carter? And has that gap closed at all to Rachel Drake?
And let's keep in mind that the back end of that lap is all downhill. And Rachel could.
I mean, the thing is that Sarah Carter's also one of those gals that has like really good track speed, really good road speed. She came out of the collegiate system kind of right into trail running, and out of one of the Colorado programs. She's really, really talented on that regard. And so curious to see what does that come down to in a literal foot race on a descent back down to the village.
To her, like quoting her, she was like, I'm really strong on it up, and I'm gonna push there. You will not see me pass anyone on it down.
Interesting.
Like,
okay.
Mentally, at least, like she didn't feel like that was gonna be her strength. So we'll see how that plays out. But if she catch a glimpse of Rachel, she'll be hunting.
Yeah, so Eli lost probably almost 4 minutes to himself from last year on that section. So,
okay.
But at the same time, he split through here 6 minutes ago. So it's going to be pretty close to that 7-8 minute mark that we were looking at before. So,
we have an update in the chat. Sarah ahead of Rachel now.
Oh, yep, ever so slightly. I did. So 3:13:17 for Sarah Carter, 3:14:32 for Rachel Drake. So Sarah Carter has moved up, and she is closing to Kimi Schreiber. So 3:13, there is about 12. There is exactly 12 seconds between Kimi Schreiber and Sarah Carter in second and third, with Rachel Drake now sitting in fourth position in 3:14:32. But then there was like a 4 to 5 minute gap back to Jasmine Lowther, who has historically been in fifth through the last several aid stations, and I'm wondering what that will look like as we make our way up the hill a little bit higher.
Man, they've taken those like podium position, put them in the shaker, moved them around, and then all of a sudden we have like all different names at all different positions except for our leaders. So good.
Danny Moreno with that one arm sleeve rocking.
Oh, yeah. What is that about?
I don't know. Danny, what are you up to?
Starting his trend.
Yeah, basketball style.
Yeah. Love it. Oh, yeah.
She is hiking so fast.
She's moving super well. Like,
she's back, baby.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a strong, efficient power hike into a run over the top, not taking any time in that kind of terrain transition, which is a really important part of these races, is that you can lose seconds here, seconds there, which add up really quickly on those little tiny rolls that transition to an uphill, that transition over the top of a downhill. She moved really seamlessly through that section. I'm obsessed.
Oh, yeah. Good. Well.
Yeah, there's those official splits. So Sarah Carter and Kimmy Schreiber nearly together in second and third, but they are almost 4 minutes back of Danny Moreno, who's on your screen right now. Rachel Drake about 5 minutes back. I said 15 minutes to Jasmine. That didn't make a ton of sense. But we do know that Jasmine's been sitting in 5th position. She should be the next person to split through this last spot. Chad Hall on your screen. We do believe he's sitting in 4th position unless he's made a move back on Cole Campbell. Because at our last split, Cole Campbell was sitting in 3rd position.
Yes,
so it's possible that Cole is in between these cameras right now.
Well,
and that
the camera person said 3rd man, and that guy from a fixed.
Oh, he's fixed in that position.
Yes,
So it does.
so he wouldn't have seen.
He wouldn't have missed.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, that's a better way to say
I'm
it.
so glad I have my French translator on the broadcast today, so you can get all the inside scoop. So this is down in Shirley Canyon, not to be confused with the faster part of the downhill into the finish
that's
line.
Exactly what I was thinking. It was like that doesn't add up.
I mean, he's less than 8K from the finish, so he is making really good time. Again, he finished in 3:50 last year, and I think we're going to be a little bit behind that time, but I think still under the 4-hour mark is my guess, which is really fast on this course. So he is making his way down to the bottom of Shirley Canyon, and then Chad Hall power hiking up through the Stairway to Heaven section on the left-hand side of your screen. Yeah, and again, these runners are all now lapping through our back part of the field, which is it seems like everyone's moving over in this section, which is a big deal because it is technical. For a lot of athletes, they're going to feel the exposure here on this section. It is kind of a ridge line section of the course. They do kind of have, there's media out there, there's some spotters out there as well, but I've definitely been working on the Stairway to Heaven section and I've had runners panic and be really freaked out by the ladder because it is a little airy feeling.
Okay.
And so if you're not used to scrambling around in the mountains, and you're going to be out here for 8-10 hours, that is an intimidating section of the course for sure.
Oh, there we go. So Sarah Carter and Kimmy Schreiber are now together. Sarah has closed the gap, but Kimmy has responded, and she's back in 3rd.
And here's the thing. Do they know that they've really broken Rachel Drake? Or are they going to run scared because they're like, we got to make sure that this girl doesn't close to us? Or is it like, we got to... does Sarah Carter take a moment to settle in? Nope, not going to take a moment.
Nah. She knows she has to play her card in those climb,
On
that
the
back
uphill.
in the climb, and there we go. She probably had us on your left because Kimmy pointed, yeah, you can go, you can pass. Oh.
And the cutoff time for this race, right? Like the men are going to win in under 4 hours. The women are going to be probably 4:45 to 5 hours here today. And there will be runners out here all the way to the 12-hour mark today. So
nice.
Come hang out in the village. Come have a beer, get some food, hang out in the finish line area. There's a ton of stuff going on, but there will be runners.
Oh!
There we go. Love the little pickup by Kimmy. She's like, let's go.
She literally dusted herself off.
Yeah.
And was back on her feet, so...
That was a Superman where like the legs came up behind her. It's definitely a hard fall.
Yeah, when you're... It's not even on all four because the 2 of them are in the air.
Yeah. It does look like she went relatively face first, so it wasn't going to necessarily bang a knee or bang a hip as much. And so while that still hurts a lot and you're taking that to your arms and your wrists and your hands, you're generally not going to necessarily like feel like, oh no, I just messed up my knee or my hip, and it'll wake her up for sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like mentally, it's just like, whoa, you gotta regroup, recompose very quickly, and then especially when Kimmy's chasing hard, she's like, all right, well, you made a push, but
so I don't
I'm
know
back.
if Chad hasn't split through Siberia or if our camera person mistook Cole at some point in time, because our splits coming through the Siberia aid station at the top, 21.75, was Eli Hemming in first, Noah Williams in second, Cole Campbell in third, with Cole about 90 seconds back on Noah Williams. So I have to think that Cole is in third and Chad is in fourth. But we'll wait to see if Chad Hall's chip updates at that Siberia aid station. There's a lot of stuff going on out there, right?
There's so much going on.
People lapping through. It's a little bit chaotic. But Noah Williams running hard down that road descent. Danny Moreno on your screen. Did you see that they threw a hat on her? At the bottom, a hat and an arm sleeve were the accessory pickups between lap 1 and lap 2.
One of the 16 people around her. Just
yes. It was all hands on deck for sure.
A Terex Caterpillar just going at it.
The hat placement from the video I saw was a little haphazard, but it did make it on her head. So.
And see, like, she's into a power hike. She's like, nope, I'm going to run this. And she's just really attacking that hill. She knows that this is one of the last climbs, like, after getting out of the canyon, that's just going to be the last one.
This is where she's going to make more time on people, is being able to run this section. And maybe Sarah Carter can find a running gear on this section, but it's painful. You're up near the top of the course. It's getting steeper and steeper. The sun is starting to feel really, really hot out there. And so she's digging and she's looking for seconds. And again, she also mentioned in her previous interview that she ran one of the best second laps of anyone in the women's field last year. And so she knows how to find time and push on sections that might feel extra hard.
And when you're in a lead like this and you've been working so hard for it, it's like, no one is going to take this from me. Like, I am staying out of sight, out of mind, and just grind it. And she knows how to do that, that's for sure. And again, it tells something as well. Like, for these races, like, being fresh beats being cooked. And she doesn't have that much training. She was maybe a bit doubtful about like how much.
Oh yeah, being a little undertrained, but having a well to pull on. And she's been running for so long and running at a high level for so long. Your fitness, like your historical fitness, can do a lot of the work. She might not be as sharp as she's ever been, but she's got time to work into that this season a bit. But we do want to point out that yes, Chad Hall is 3 minutes back of Cole Campbell at Siberia. So
that makes more sense from what we had seen previously. And then our fixed cameraman, our Frenchman, was probably having a smoke.
And then here's Forrest Barnett, who should be our M5 in the race, again out of the Carbondale Aspen area.
Working
in Colorado. He got the Power of 4 course record last year, which basically laps the ski resort in really heinous ways in Colorado. It's like go uphill, go straight downhill, go uphill, go straight downhill. So this is a race tactic that he should be pretty familiar with.
And there he is. Cole.
Eli Hammond. No,
that's Eli. Sorry.
Climbing out of Shirley Canyon.
Which one? Is he coming around?
I think that might be Maddie that we're hearing. Yeah, there's Eli Hemming making his way out of the top of Shirley Canyon here. We're going to get a new split for him for this section in just a moment. He'll actually split, kind of crest over the top, and then the next checkpoint split is ahead of the high aid station, the high camp aid station, and then it's all downhill to the finish, baby.
All downhill to the finish. Dodging rocks.
There's Cole Campbell. He's going to dive into Shirley Canyon, which means Eli's not going to know where Noah is, but I don't think they'll get a good glimpse of each other, but it's a pretty good gap between Cole Campbell in third and Eli Hemming in first right now.
Yeah.
Moving really fast on this descent, though.
Yeah, he played his cars right. Like, he managed his race really well.
Yeah, he was in that kind of like lead pack early on, took a moment, got settled on that climb, and
but
then
never exposed himself. Yeah.
Yeah, really smart racer. but still kind of looking for like his bigger, kind of more like international class breakthrough. But he came through that Western Colorado pipeline, just like Jeshrin, which is a Terex-sponsored collegiate mountain sports program, and has come onto the Adidas Terex team in the last 2 years, and that investment's paying off.
Yeah.
Yeah, this finish is going to be absolutely insane. These men's podium spots, particularly second and third, are definitely not decided yet. Noah and Cole Campbell are going to have to both work exceptionally hard. I don't think anyone's going to catch Eli Hemming out front unless something goes terribly wrong on that descent, but he is setting himself up to be a victor once again here at Broken Arrow. I think we might be throwing to a field reporter here. Yeah, there we go. Jonas in the field.
Well, slap my knee and call me Steve, because these runners are speedy, Martin and Corinne. It's at the point in the race where I start to wonder, what are they thinking about? A lot of these runners are coming through on their first lap. Are they thinking about that post-race beer, that post-race shower, their Strava caption? We have Eli Hemming, I've just got word, our first place male runner, coming up on his second lap, so he's well over halfway in this race. I mean, he is a gazelle. He is a fierce lion. He has the agility of a hummingbird and the courage of a snow leopard. Let's see if we can catch him. Last time, if you remember, I asked him if he could trust a fart, and he said you cannot trust a fart on this course. So maybe we'll see if he has any other words of wisdom for us here today. I know for myself, I'm tired watching these runners. It's exhausting. I'm standing here in the sun, not doing anything, and they're working really hard, checking their watches, their heart rate zones. It's never ending. I think he's about to crest this hill. We have some drones overhead. I don't know why people aren't using the ski lifts, to be honest. Get some people on the ski lifts, get those operational. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. Eli Hemming, our first place runner, absolutely motoring. He's got that V8 engine in there.
Oh no. Jonas. We lost Jonas. No. Tech down. We need our comedian in the field. I don't want to say anything because I want his audio to kick back in. Maybe we'll get a recap from Jonas after Eli's moved through, but there is Sarah Carter. And an official split. There's Robin Lesh.
Here we go.
Using the poles.
Exactly. I was going to say, like, you know, she's first of the top runners to be using poles.
Yeah, and she's in a trio. She is just behind Carolyn Alcorta and Jasmine Lowther. So honestly, if we panned up, she's about 30 seconds back. 30 seconds to 90 seconds. She's 90 seconds behind Carolyn Alcorta. She's 30 seconds behind Jasmine Lowther. Those are the 5th, 6th, and 7th place women in the field, which means Carolyn Alcorta has moved up well on this climb.
And again, if Robin has been using poles, it means that she's been saving her legs a little bit, which means she could really take advantage of having a little bit more left for that last part of the descent. And we're talking about her, man, she can hurt.
And Sarah Carter has put in nearly 30 seconds on Kimmy Schreiber on that last, from the pass that we saw. So they are through that KT22 aid station, but...
And she's on the streak. Like, she's done so well.
But she's just under 4 minutes back at Danny Moreno.
Yeah, I mean, Danny today is displaying an absolute masterclass.
Danny keeps it upright and has no bobbles between here and the finish line. It's Danny's race right now.
Yeah, but it's good. Like, you know, like she in her interview with the race strategy, she was like, yeah, you know, last year I had to get a bit more conservative. Sure, I finished super strong, but I want to put myself out there, and she did just that, and possibly even earlier than she would have wanted, and then she's just kept it up.
Yeah, people are like following the splits on one page and then follow the live stream on another page, and they're like, Sarah's ahead of Kimmy. I'm like, yep, we watched that happen in real time. Our cameras were where they needed to be, right when we needed them to be there.
And see, that's what's making the difference with a fantastic live broadcast. Like, it doesn't only feature like the element race, but it's all the race events, like all the tactics, all the crashes, all the passes. It's all the excitement that's
we saw the
just
pass
taking place.
and the tumble.
Right. Ooh, speaking of which, that was a bit of a...
Keep it upright, Eli.
Got me sweating for a bit.
Yeah, so Eli's about 4 minutes off his time from last year. So again, we're looking at a sub 4 hour finish from Eli, but not quite as fast as last year's course record performance of 3 hours and 50 minutes and change.
And that's interesting because he was on that time, and all of a sudden he dropped for a lot. But every time we had it on screen, it didn't look like he was slowing
I
down
think
much.
somewhere in that climb, he just lost a little bit. And again, he and David Sinclair were racing shoulder to shoulder to that climb last year, and so I think they just got a little something extra out of themselves. Versus this man's been time trialing off the front since partway up the first climb.
But it would really mean that last year they were throwing it down on that section to make such a time difference. But he is still absolutely sending it. And again, kudos to everyone on the trail on their first lap, moving out of the trail, that little single track. So Eli Hemming has clear passage.
And the bike is also having to pass these people, which would honestly be kind of terrifying. To like sort of hear this runner coming up and then holy cow, there's a 75-pound e-bike right behind them. On your screen, that's Kimmy Schreiber. She is running in third position, putting together a really, really strong performance, but just not quite as strong as Sarah Carter's uphill prowess that we got to witness. The biggest thing is going to be, I love that we can hear our bike. The biggest thing will be, how is Kimmy descending in comparison to Sarah Carter? And that might even be Sarah Carter that we're seeing just in the line of sight horizon. And so if Kimmy can stay within contact through Siberia, if she can see Sarah Carter coming through the Siberian aid station,
you're still hunting.
You're still hunting.
Yeah.
And I think Kimmy, knowing the races that she's run, she's pretty willing to throw herself down stuff. She's gotten sutured up at more than one race.
And again, such good footage. Like, we can certainly appreciate then the skills of these mountain bikers, like sending it right behind these runners and sometimes through narrow, twisty turns and rocks and everything. And the mountain flowers, they're still here, making everything look even prettier.
I mean, again, I keep saying we don't have to do any work because the footage is so absolutely incredible.
And then the race, what's going on between all these runners, like, it makes our job like so much easier.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, all right, okay.
Oh,
cool.
wow, you're battling the whole way to the finish? Heck yeah. We did get word from our production crew as to what went back and forth between Jonas and Eli, and it sounds like Eli said his legs hurt.
All right, that's fair. He's human.
I think I was joking. My husband's running a 100-mile race in Switzerland this fall, and I said, you know what? You should just learn how to say, can I have some new legs? Because at the aid station, they're going to ask you what you need. And you
Est-ce
should
que
just,
je peux avoir des nouvelles jambes?
that's all you should need to be able to say.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah, don't practice anything else.
However, I'm not sure they can deliver.
No, definitely not.
French people are pretty greedy.
They're keeping those legs for themselves. But yeah, I just want to reiterate how impressive Eli's run is, having time trialed off the front by himself for much of the day. And at the same time, making his way through runners in a technical section. And also for these runners to all so graciously hop out of the way as our e-biker tries to keep up with Eli, who's descending super fast, and navigate incredibly rocky technical terrain and navigate humans out there. And remember, it's everyone's race. Those runners, they've got 12 hours to make their way around the course twice. That is an equally deserving, equally challenging, maybe even at times more challenging feat of endurance. And so our volunteers out there are absolutely amazing, keeping the runners fed and hydrated and spirits high. And I'm actually hoping, having watched Jonas do crowd work at races before, I'm hoping that he is just being a total ham bone out there with those mid and backpack runners.
He would. Absolutely would.
Boosting the spirits of every single runner that comes by. Our bike is back with Eli Hemming. Okay, I talk a lot about people's arm carriage and being able to pick them out. Eli has this very distinctive arm carriage.
Low arms.
Low arms, and it's this little like dancing move back and forth. Like if I picture Eli Hemming dancing like at someone's wedding, it's kind of the same arm movement. Yeah, really impressive. I want to go back to I'm just looking at splits from the women's race while we're kind of in between cameras here. Rachel Drake still holding on to 4th position, and she's about 75 seconds back of Kimmy Schreiber, who is in 3rd. So that battle for that podium, I think, is still going to be really dynamic on the women's side. They're not through Siberia at the top of the course yet. They got a lot of downhill running to get through on their way down to the bottom of the course. But Eli Hemming continuing to make this look really pretty darn effortless, despite saying that his legs are pretty darn tired at this point.
There you go, back with Kimmy Schreiber, still in 3rd. And I don't know if we can get, like, eventually an idea of where Sarah Carter would be sitting, but I don't think...
There's a guy in front of her in that blue shirt,
yeah,
but is that
and then
next...
possibly, that's what I thought, like, the
bop?
next one up.
And again, our bike is doing their best to stay kind of with our chase pack. They've got to kind of mark that gap if something's happening, but it's really impossible for them to pass on any of this stuff, you know? So they're just going to kind of back mark our group of chase women and try to get as much footage as possible as they hand off to the next static cam or hand off to the next person further up the hill.
And it's actually quite a massive challenge for like the mountain biker to go at this slower pace on a steep slope.
Yeah.
But they're still giving us these images, doing their best.
A little e-assist goes a long ways. Our men at the top, too, because it's continued to actually shake up quite a bit. Koken's continued to fall back. So coming over the top, but not yet out of Shirley Canyon. Noah Williams and Cole Campbell. What does that gap look like in 2nd, 3rd? We don't know. Where is Chad Hall? In 4th, we'll find out. And then you've got that Forrest Barton, Cameron Goldstone, Nicholas Turco group. Forrest and Cameron look to be virtually together, about 10 seconds apart in 5th and 6th. Nicholas Turco a little bit back, but running with Koken, actually. They're a second apart at the top. Noam Franchi up to 9th position. Grant Barnett back to 10th position, but 10 seconds separates the two of them.
And that's still so close.
Yeah, very close racing.
Again, we haven't really mentioned anything, but there's prize money in each of the 3 races we've been covering. The Ascent yesterday, the 46 today, and the 23 tomorrow. And the prize money goes 10 deep. So for these top runners in the top 10, like any position also means, you know, a little bit more cash that you bring back home. And for all of them, like trying to be professional or trying to make it with their jobs on the side, like it goes a long way. Oh, I love this section. It's just super cool. And then those mountain bikers still keeping up. It is Miguel Martinez. Definitely part of the pro circuit on mountain bike, and he's done a whole lot of road bike as well. And look at him flow through that track, keeping up with our soon-to-be crowned, once again, 46K champion at Broken Arrow Skyrace. Won't be breaking his own course record today, but again, doing all this work in the front right from the first kilometers. It's pretty darn impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, Eli Hemming's got a long history here at Broken Arrow. I remember meeting him, I feel like it was in the 2022 race. He was 2nd in the VK, 2nd in the 23K. He came back the next year and won the 23K. He came back the next year and was 5th in the VK, 2nd in the 23K. He won the 46K last year. So it's like the worst he's finished here is 5th in the VK.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
You know? That's his worst finish at Broken Arrow.
Yeah, that says a lot.
Yeah, Noah. Look at that stride. It's looking. He's looking really fluid on this section. Yeah, so the official split is 10 minutes and 13 seconds between
So
Noah and Eli.
So Eli still kept putting time on
Yeah.
Noah. Whoa.
Yeah. And Noah's got to push because
big
Cole
pull.
Campbell wasn't that far behind at the top of
and
Siberia.
He was
so
on a mission. He was chasing hard.
this is going to be a huge result for Noah at Broken Arrow. This is really exciting. Obviously, very decorated. Had a great season last year. Is he doubling back to Lavaredo again this year?
That's a very good question.
We
I
should
don't know.
ask him at the finish line.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, love the cheers as he makes his way through the high camp aid station at mile 24.55. Less than a 5K to go. Making that look pretty effortless. But yeah, that's a 10-minute gap between the two of them.
That
So
is what 10 minutes looks like, ladies and gentlemen.
yeah, Eli has absolutely opened it up.
Oh, and Bighorn, she's popping up, saying hi.
Get it, bud. Get it. Hop, hop, hop. Please, please. Hop.
Ooh, tight corner for the e-bike with passing people.
Yeah, but they're like our e-bikes are also like super good at just yelling out, so the runners in front are making way to.
It is a benefit for the lead runner to have a camera biker with them because they can help clear the path effectively.
Yes, yes.
Good job, good job.
But then here it's good because first and second still have that I would say support presence. Let's say because sometimes you'd be like no. I just want to be on my own. So it's a double-edged sword. Sometimes it's good when you're on the high. You like to have someone, and it's like, man, the world is watching me, like crushing it. And then if something wrong happens, all of a sudden you can spiral to like, oh man, like just leave me alone. So
I think the gap between Noah Williams and
it's a
Cole
hit or
Campbell
miss.
is staying pretty consistent. We got 3:43.26 and 3:44.56. So roughly 90 seconds. So I think that gap has stayed. I think that gap from Siberia to high camp, which is about a 5 or 6K section with a good descent and a good climb, stayed pretty equal between the two of them. So they're moving at relatively the same speed.
And Noah's looking back. Noah's trying to gauge like how far competition is behind
And it's hard,
him.
you can't hear because the bike's behind you.
And he might still think that Chad is the one chasing because that's the last person he passed.
Yeah, he won't know that Cole Campbell has moved up as much as he has, and so that is a good reminder that he's like, is Chad coming? Like, where is this guy? So again, with the bike behind you, you can't hear super well, and then you're passing all the other 46K runners, and so if you look back over your shoulder, it's kind of hard to get a good line of sight as far as like, who is that? Are they there? I don't know.
Behind.
There you go, Cole Campbell chasing. Could he catch a glimpse with that 90-second time difference on Noah Williams? And that would make him even hungrier.
Because we also think that Cole Campbell was one of the people that fell in the first lap, don't we? And so it's like, if that is indeed the person that we saw go down, like, is that back of mind as he's making his way down through this section? But Eli's getting closer and closer to the village, looking to ring the bell down here just a couple 100 feet from where we're sitting. And then you're going to abandon me.
I will indeed. And
I'll somehow manage.
You will, like people.
Send me Jonas.
You'll be in good hands. Well, I'm not gonna be able to top Jonas, but again, it's not gonna be about me. It's gonna be about like getting those stories out of the runners on the line, getting their inside because at the end of the day, we're all like guessing a lot of things that we're saying and trying to share it with you. But like those finish line interviews are gold because we really get their feeling how things went. And so we've written a few questions to ask them when they come and cross the line. So we'll be doing this for our top 3 men, and then probably have time to come back in the studio with you, and then we'll obviously do it.
There should probably be a 40-ish minute gap.
Yes,
so you'll
so
come join
plenty of
me
time to
for
come back.
another 20 or 30 minutes before leaving me again. But our camera is looking, our static cam there on Stairway to Heaven is looking for Danny Moreno.
There we go.
There she is, making her way up towards the Siberia aid station. Kind of the final punch of this very long climb, effectively from the village to the top of the course. But she's moving, continues to move just incredibly well. And I'll see what our split was at Siberia last year, just to give us an idea of what that's kind of looked like. But Danny is moving really, really well. So last year she split to the top in 3:54.23. So about 5 minutes from now, she's either going to be right on it or just over it. I don't think she's made time on herself on this section, and she's been just behind her splits ever so subtly today. And we're talking 30 seconds to 60 seconds back.
Which again is impressive, like to
Given
be
her build.
that close after 5 weeks of, essentially 5 weeks of running.
Yeah, we hear a little chatter from our static cam talking about fashion choices, maybe some breezy shorts out there.
Yes. Were you there when people were asking us like if
The radical
airflow
flow
shorts?
Yeah, a little holy maybe, but I don't know. You put a nice enough brief under there, you're maybe okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny.
But yeah, Danny.
Can hear people way out in the distance cheering for Danny Moreno. She loves this race, and this race loves her.
Yeah, Danny.
Yeah, Danny.
Yeah, using that cable to pull her way up.
Yeah, Danny. Great job. Let's go, Danny. Let's go.
Yeah, up the Stairway to Heaven, into the photographer's lens.
You got this.
How far second?
Pretty far.
Which absolutely means nothing.
Let's go, Danny.
Let's go.
I like that she's just like rocking out to her tunes. K-pop.
Yes, that's the best answer.
Doing a great job pushing this section. Sense of humor intact, spirit intact.
That's
Those
a
are
very good
excellent signs
Yep.
from a runner, knowing that they haven't gone nonverbal. I've watched Drew Holman go nonverbal at many a race, and it is nice when a runner is still very much present as well.
All right, that's gonna be me tuning out just for a second. We're gonna catch you on the finish line and get some insights from all these champs.
Yeah, we'll see you in a little bit. You're stuck with me, people. Which is a great time to slide into the chat. Get in the live chat. Ask me some questions. If there's something specific you want Martin to know, to ask at the finish line, drop him in the chat and I can send him a WhatsApp with some of those personal fan questions. But we're going to have a really, really good time hanging out here in the studio while we wait for Eli Hemming to get to the finish line for that post-race interview. Again, we're over his course record time from last year, but my estimate that he was going to be well under 4 hours stands still. I'm thinking 3:56 and change, so Martin's got to hustle.
Good job, man. Thank you. I'm happy for you.
We're happy for you. I do love our camera crew out there. reminding the runners that they've done a good job. Yeah, we want Jonas too. I'm definitely all for having Jonas come and just completely take over the studio. So be careful what you wish for. We won't be able to do a good math calculation on the Triple Crown leaderboard until after the race today, because a lot of that's going to depend on the gap in particular between Leah Yingling and Jasmine Lowther on the women's side, because Leah ran a really good VK yesterday, but there's so much time to be gained and lost here today. And they're getting closer together in the 46K standings, so I imagine it'll be quite tight at the end. And at the beginning of tomorrow's race, we can give you guys an update on the Triple Crown. I think Eli's taken it in a little bit on the way down the fire road into race headquarters just behind me. We're still waiting for our next couple men to come through High Camp as well, looking for Forrest Barton and Cameron Goldstone to make their way through there. And we're also looking for that chase pack of women to make their way to Siberia. Danny Moreno should be to Siberia shortly. Not quite there yet, but we'll get a split from her. But Sarah Carter, she's been about 3:45 to 4 minutes down on Danny Moreno. She's making her way through that section that we just saw Danny on moments ago. She's looking really strong. She did say in her pre-race interview that was the uphills where she really needed to put the work in today, and she is making good on that promise. That's where she made that pass on Kimmy Schreiber, who's been sitting in third position going into this second lap. Sarah did say she was not going to plan to make any passes on the downhill. I don't know if that's a confidence thing on some of that terrain or not, but Sarah Carter looking to stick that podium position from the uphill portion of the course. And our plan is to be on through our top 10 men and our top 10 women, and then our cameras will stay on for another 10 or 15 minutes after we wrap the show, which will take a moment in the studio. But we're not doing a 12-hour broadcast today, team, because we got to be back up and early for our 23K, which will be fast and furious tomorrow in our 3 days of pushing. Yeah, someone asked in the chat about do you think while it's insanely fast, Eli being under his course record is due to him basically being unchallenged? I guess it'd be over his course record, not going to get his course record today. I think that he's been time trialing. I think the time that he put into the course last year was largely because he and David Sinclair pushed to the absolute limit out here. So he lost a little bit of time on that big final push on the climb of the course, but 3:56, 3:57 on the clock. Eli Hemming is going to be your two-time back-to-back Broken Arrow 46K men's champion as he rounds his way past the lift station into the village. And, high five to the kiddo through the fence. And again, he's got about a 10-minute lead, so he can really soak this in right now. Congratulations, Eli Hemming. What a run. A time trial by accident. We love to see it. Not a course record, but the third fastest time, maybe fourth fastest time by 2 seconds ever. Yeah, 3:58 and change on the clock, finishing right behind Michelino Sinceri's 2023 time of 3:58.02. Fourth fastest time in history. Your back-to-back reigning champion of the Broken Arrow 46K. Yeah, Martin hustled down to the finish line, so when they get set up, they will do a little finish line interview with him. But that is his wife, Tabor Hemming, who finished 3rd yesterday in the Ascent race. Both of them landing great podium finishes here this weekend. Yeah, so happy for the Hemming crew today. What an absolute incredible performance. And again, we anticipate Noah Williams to be here in the next 7 or so minutes. And then honestly, hot on his heels should be Cole Campbell, probably finishing around the 4:10, 4:11 mark is my guess. Kimmy Schreiber, 3rd woman, making her way up to the top of Siberia. We should be able to update splits. Danny Moreno officially through the top of Siberia in 3:55.45 elapsed. I don't yet have a Sarah Carter split at that aid station, but we'll update you just as soon as I can. And again, Danny's sitting just about 30 seconds off of her splits from last year when she finished 3rd here. But yeah, Sarah Carter should be one of the next athletes to officially split through this aid. That is Caleb Olson, so I do imagine that Rachel Drake, who has been running near him much of the day, would be coming soon. And then the official split between Danny Moreno and Sarah Carter at the top of Siberia, the top of the biggest climb of the course, is sitting again right around that 4-minute mark. Danny Moreno threw in 3:55.45, Sarah Carter in 4 hours and 29 seconds. So again, looking at just over 4 minutes. So if anything, Danny Moreno has opened up a little bit more time on Sarah Carter, let's say maybe another 45 seconds or so by pushing over the top of it. So looking really solid for our 1-2. The question is, what is Kimmy Schreiber's split at the Siberia aid station? We're working on some stuff on the back end for you guys. We might be bringing you a fan favorite, Mr. Jonas, into the booth to join me the next time Martin leaves me. But we'll see what happens. He does have to get off the mountain to make that happen. Chad, a haul on your screen. Jonas might also be able to give us an update from the women coming through. Shirley Canyon. Chad looking really, really smooth. But again, he is sitting in 4th position right now. And then, yes, when we have Martin, we'll bring that interview to you.
Run her back!
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have an interview replayed for the live stream here with Martin and Eli Hemming at the finish line. We're going to throw down to them now.
2 minutes. I will. Let's go.
Do you want to sit down? Or not here?
No.
Do you want me to stand for that?
That is the Brendan Madigan's head in the frame right now.
Yeah. That is going. Jim deep.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are on the finish line with our 2026 46K champion here at Broken Arrow, Eli Hemming. Repeated. And so, again, we've been watching you all day with everybody on the live stream. It was an absolute masterclass. Like, you made it look easy. We've heard that, you know, I see you shaking your head. You've heard, but like, we want to hear it in your own words because we really feel like you've done so well. And the Eli Hemming that we've known doing so good is back. What can you say about this?
You know, I really hope that old Eli Hemming's back. Had a little bit of a tough year last year, but it's really good to have a good day. I honestly did not plan on going off the front on that first lap. We hit that first steep climb, and I was just kind of on the front and kind of tempoed it. And I looked back, and I had about 20 seconds. I was like, well, so I guess we'll see what happens if I just go right now. And usually, you know, I've told myself this before the race. I told myself I shouldn't go out too hard. And that second lap bit me in the butt. And that second climb was so hard. I was hiking a lot of that and just hoping for the best there.
Well, I think you're sandbagging a bit because we had images on you and you didn't walk that much of it.
Not like I did.
And so, like, compared to like the previous editions here, like, you know, that race is growing bigger and bigger and bigger. How do you think like this has become?
Yeah, you know, it's really amazing to see. So I've been here for the last 4 years, and honestly, 4 years ago, it just pales in comparison to what it is now. The festival atmosphere grows every single year, and it is just more and more of a party, and it is harder and harder to walk away from.
And so maybe on parting terms, like, where do we see you next?
I am signed up for OCC. I'm not sure what exactly happens after that, but I will be focusing on that.
Well, then we wish you all the best, and we're looking forward to seeing you there as well. Once again, congratulations. The Hemmings have delivered this weekend. Congratulations again.
Wait, Tabor's up tomorrow, too.
Oh, yeah, it's not over. Tabor took...
I was saying Tabor's racing the 23K tomorrow after an amazing third-place finish in the ascent yesterday, and we cannot wait to watch her throw down in the 23K. So the team, the family, is out and after it. This is your second place man on your screen. Noah Williams, you can hear him working for it.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go.
Do you guys hear that? He is grunting his way down this descent right now, absolutely giving it everything he has. He's still looking back for Chad Hall or Cole Campbell. Less than a kilometer to go. Noah Williams, come on, let's go. Yeah, I just want to repeat because we do have our podium of women through Siberia at the top. That being Danny Moreno, Sarah Carter, Kimmy Schreiber. Again, Danny Moreno's opened up her lead over Sarah Carter by about another 45 seconds. But Kimmy Schreiber is hanging in there. She is exactly 2 minutes behind Sarah Carter. So that is a great podium battle. The question is, Rachel Drake was fading a little bit between K22 and Siberia, and the question is, where exactly is she as she makes her way up towards the high point of the course before the descent down to Shirley Canyon? I want him to high-five the Kubota, too. Oh, my goodness. Cole Campbell is right there as well. Holy cow. Noah Williams is going to get second place, but Cole Campbell is going to be 90 seconds or less behind him. So Cole has worked hard to close it down on the climb, but is not quite going to get it done. Yeah, Rachel Drake officially 5 minutes back at Kimmy Schreiber now, so really kind of came unglued a little bit on that last section. And after these top three men finish, we'll be kind of doing just consistent coverage of the women's very front of the pack for you. Picking up Danny Moreno on her way out of Shirley Canyon. we'll get interviews with both. Noah Williams, your second place finisher of the 2026 Broken Arrow Skyrace 46K, followed closely by Cole Campbell here in a second. Really excellent run by these two gentlemen. Eli Hemming taking the cake today, but these two guys put on a race. Really excellent running by these two men. And we're looking at an Adidas 1-3 on the men's side and currently a 1-3 on the women's side as well. So a really good day for these 46K runners. Again, your men's podium at present at the finish line. Eli Hemming in first, Noah Williams in second, Cole Campbell in third. Then they're going to do a little sit down with my co-commentator, Martin. That's Meredith Terranova in the finish line. Summer Kreisman behind the camera back there. Yeah, now we're back looking at Chad Hall as he makes his way down to the finish line. It is decidedly so much quieter just up the hillside where Chad is in comparison to the finish line area. Making light work of a 46K day. Still not getting the day that we know he's capable of at Broken Arrow. He's finished second here before in the 23K, but hasn't quite been able to put together that win here or that podium finish in the 46K. So happy to see a healthy Chad Hall back on the start line, but came a little bit unglued again in the second lap of what is a very difficult course.
Right behind you.
We've got some questions about the 23K tomorrow as well. We're back live, reporting at 7:30 a.m. The women's wave starts at 8 a.m. Oh, there we go. Oh, I love it. Little podium presentation, a little champagne shower for the boys. And that's 8 a.m. Pacific for those of you watching for tomorrow. Race kicks off at 8 a.m. Pacific time here in California.
Yeah, top two finishers are done.
Okay, I think this is our camera back looking at Shirley Canyon, which means we're looking for our women's lead, Danny Moreno. There she is. And it might mean that we have Jonas and Maddie in the field, which you know we'd love an update from.
Goodness, what's that time on that? I think the fourth person or third person was like 4:10. That's crazy.
Yeah, it sounds like we're going to have Jonas or Maddie in the field here in the next 5 or so seconds. So let's hear what the update is. Oh, finish line interview. There we go. Noah Williams in second.
First impression, you know, you've been here. You absolutely love that course.
Yeah, second time.
Second time. And then you're one of the few who actually comes down to this place from living in Leadville. Like just a very generic question, and then we'll have specific questions, but like, how was it out there?
Which one? Both? It was really nice on the first lap, and then it got really hot, and that second lap was way harder than I remembered it from last year. I'm not sure if that was just getting hot or, you know, the ascent yesterday was a full ascent, whereas last year it was half. I think I was feeling that. I felt like I was sort of like starting the cramp a lot of that climb, and I was really worried it was gonna like blow up into walking. But you know what? You just gotta like stay positive and keep those negative thoughts, you know, down. They're gonna come up, but you gotta, you know, have confidence. And definitely last year gave me confidence. I definitely did not feel as strong on the second lap this year, but yeah. And then I knew Cole was coming. I saw him because you can kind of see a ways back on that big climb. And I was like, oh man, I got my work cut out for me now. So thanks to him for pushing me. And you know, Eli, I hope it was a good race. It was he was in his own world. So yeah, as usual.
Yeah. And so it's super interesting to have that perspective from you, because we saw you like finishing the first lap together with Chad, and then you guys really threw it down. And then you tried to make a push, and he actually came back. And then on that steeper section, that's where you really worked it and pulled away from him. So like when you made that move, like now you made it sound like you were hurting, but like when you made that move, like that was intentional to just try to break the elastic and move away from him permanently?
Yeah, I mean, Chad's pretty lethal. I mean, that man bun, you know, it'll give you some speed, I think. So I can't wait to see him come through any minute. But yeah, I don't know how intentional it was. I think it's like sort of an instinct, you know. I guess, yeah, it was intentional, but a little bit subconscious, I guess. Like, I think you race enough, you just kind of know, like, okay, this is my time. I got to go. And I kind of knew that if Cole came by me, it would be really hard. So I knew I needed to stay ahead of him, and luckily I did, and I actually felt okay going up Shirley, so thank goodness.
Looks like I've got full place. Finishers Chad is on his way to finish line, so we're in that will happen to you with Cole.
Thank you for that, my man. What a great interview, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give them some love one more time. Eli, Noah, and Cole, your 46K Broken Arrow Skyrace champions. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome back Chad Hall coming in right now, ladies and gentlemen. Make your way to the finish line. Shoot!
Chad Hall, your fourth place man here in the race. I did love the call out from Noah Williams about the man bun. You can't count him out. He is so darn fast. And I do think Noah was running a bit scared at the end there. An absolutely stellar race from these men's top four positions. Lots of shaking it up outside of Eli Hemming's accidental attack in the first climb. We're going to be bouncing around from the finish line as we welcome the top 10 men in here, and then we're going to be bouncing back up course every time we got a chance for our e-bikers to follow one of our women as they make their way out of Shirley Canyon. This is Koken on your screen. Maybe he's made up time and is now back to M5, but Martin should have Cole Campbell at the finish line now.
All right. We're going to have now the interview of our third place finisher today, Cole. Like, whoa, we have a new name for you. It's Crash and Rally. Because if you have been here following the live broadcast, we had images on you when you took that big face plant and you were on the ground for a few seconds. We got really worried. You got back on your feet and it started moving again. And that was in the first lap. And then we didn't hear from you much. And then eventually you came back and all of a sudden you were creeping up on everyone and all the way to the third place of the podium. So how did the day go for you?
Yeah, where did I fall? I don't remember falling hard, honestly. I did take a tumble, but I caught myself and it was no biggie. My foot just slipped under me. But Yeah, no, it was a good day. Went out with Eli, and I could tell it was hot, and then everybody was just booking it up the climb, and I figured I've been here enough to know that second lap can be a beast, so I wanted to run within myself, and came through the first lap. Josh Eberle was there crewing me, and I told him I was going to have to go for broke to make anything happen on that second lap, and just pushed hard, and happy had the legs for it on the second lap. Huge props to Eli and Noah, incredible athletes. Nothing but respect to them, chasing them around the hills today. Yeah, it's a good day.
Well, finishing on the podium here is almost better than a good day because, you know, these two gentlemen you just quoted, you're sharing the podium with them. You belong to now the world class of elite trail runners. We're super stoked to have you here. We hope to see you again for some big battles and very well-managed race. Any words that you would like to add to the crowds, anybody watching maybe back home?
Say again, sorry.
Anything you want to share with, you know, people here, people back home where you are live on the broadcast?
Yeah. No, I just want to thank everybody that's gotten me here. College of Idaho Track and Field Cross Country, went there. Western Colorado Trail Running, big shout out to them. They're doing amazing things in Gunnison right now. My parents, they came out and watched me. There's nothing but love there. All glory to God.
Big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Coach!
That's Danny Moreno on your screen, hyping up the crowd as she makes her way through High Camp in the lead of the women's 46K race today. Finished third here last year, has had 2 years of pretty horrible foot injuries. She's been knee scootering, she's been in boots, she's had surgery. Back again, off a less than perfect build, sticking her neck out early to create a gap and currently sticking the landing in a real big way. She rips a downhill. I've gotten to watch her charge at the end of OCC, doing something similar today. Absolutely on fire as she makes her way down the course in what has been a hot second half of the race. Looks like Koken making his way in, which I do think means that he has moved up from 7th, passing Forrest and Goldstone on their way in. And I am joined back in studio by my favorite co-host, Martin. Danny Moreno was hyping up the crowd on her way through High Camp, you know, raising her arms, get loud, get loud.
Celebration.
And Koken has fought back here to move back into 5th.
Oh, no way.
I think so. We haven't seen I didn't see Forrest Barton finish, nor Cameron Goldstone. So I think Koken moved all the way back up to 5th after falling back to like 8th or 9th.
Damn. Talk about a second wind.
Yeah. Massive second wind. He loves that downhill. Because he moved up, I feel like, a lot on the downhill on the first lap as well.
True. Oh, holding the hamstring might be a bit of a cramping fest there. Damn, what I can share from that.
This is Nome Franchi, I think.
From that finish line, it is hot.
Yeah.
It is super hot. And then seeing like Danny running there, like there's very little wind. So hopefully a little higher. It gets a little colder, but when you're in the sun, it's brutal.
As I've heard, the sun is hot. That looked like Nome Franchi, maybe, who finished 6th, which means he would have also moved up a little bit.
Sweet.
So, yeah, it is Nome Franchi. So, again, your top 6 men are now in through the finish line. What you miss is that Rachel Drake has fallen back further. She is 5 minutes back of the podium now. No.
Oh, yeah, because Jasmine was 15 minutes back when I left.
But I think that split wasn't actually accurate. So Rachel Drake was 5 minutes back of Kimmy is the gap back. And then Carolyn Alcorta is moving up. Robin Lesh is in there. Jasmine sitting in 7th. But here's what's interesting.
Yeah, Leah
Yingling and Jasmine Lowther are both in the Triple Crown. So they gotta duke it out with some time today. 'Cause I think it's gonna be pretty close racing between the two of them based on VK, 46K, 23K. We'll have to do some math later.
You count me out for that.
Might be throwing to someone. Maybe Jonas in the field.
Or maybe Maddie.
Well, butter my backside and call me a biscuit. Because these runners are on a roll. Now, it's about the 4-hour mark of this race, and runners are getting bored out there. Now, I'm with Ghost Runner. How do you stay entertained during these long runs? What's your strategy?
I like to jam on the trail kind of when it gets towards the end and a little bit painful. And I heard somebody here likes K-pop.
That's true. We had Danny Moreno. She told us she was listening to K-pop. I saw a runner watching Love is Blind on their phone. I saw a runner playing the acoustic guitar. I saw a runner running backwards, Maddie. Now, people are getting bored out there. People are picking wildflowers. It's getting to be that time. It's hot. We've got a runner here. He looks fantastic. Now, we asked Danny Moreno, and she's just coming up behind us here. She is like a lightning bolt being shot out of the sky. If she was a bowling ball, she would be bowling strikes. The best club in her bag is patience, and she's hitting holes in one. Danny, you told us you were listening to K-pop. What's on the playlist now?
Hardcore hip-hop.
You heard it. Oh, hardcore hip-hop. Danny Moreno, that's our first place female. She's absolutely crushing it. Back to the booth. Martin.
That was an excellent replay. So because we obviously seen Danny come through high camp already, so that was a great little replay from Jonas and Maddie, the Ghost Runner in the field. And now on your screen, Mr. Grant Barnett screaming down. Sarah Carter now making her way into high camp as well. So again, that 4+ minute gap is gonna stand here.
And she's still moving well. It was awesome.
Yeah, the gap now is officially exactly 5 minutes.
All
5
right.
minutes and 1 second, if
So
we're being technical.
it's pretty much in the... Man, that woman has some moves. Love it.
Our bikes bobbing and weaving. Sarah Carter bobbing and weaving. Ripping. Yeah, so a 5 minute gap now. So Danny found another minute in Shirley Canyon.
Yeah.
Which is sick.
Yeah, she's rolling.
The women's race stayed really close. Heading into lap 2, they almost all came through here together. Very, very close into that climb. And
Yeah,
then Danny
and it just kind of
opened it up.
blew out. And yeah, Sarah moved up. Rachel moved down. Have we had eyes on Kimmy? She's still like holding.
There.
There we go.
Speak of
Ask
the
and you
devil.
shall receive. Okay, so she's
Driver.
still pushing forward. Although, like, seems
Her biggest thing is that she's got a really big gap back to Rachel, but Rachel's also about to get caught by Carolyn Alcorta. So it's like, can Rachel and Carolyn work together? I think Kimmy looks really warm.
Yeah, I don't know. Something's happening, eh?
She's got a buff out. She's wiping her face down. She's hot.
Okay.
Kimmy
yeah.
Trevor needs to get to high camp, and she needs to get doused with water there. Because she's delaminating a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. And then, yeah, when you start walking those, like, little douche grade climbs, like, this is a lot of seconds that you'll be bleeding on your
Yep.
competition.
If anyone behind you is running, if someone feels good, if Carolyn Alcorta is in a running pattern right now, she'll make up time on little sections like that. We do have when we saw Grant Barnett sprinting into the finish, he was rounding out our men's top 10. So again, Eli Hemming, Noah Williams, Cole Campbell, Chad Hall, Koken, Noam Franchi, Forrest Barton, Cameron Goldstone. So those two boys fell back just a little bit. Nicholas Turco, Grant Barnett. That was your men's top 10. And now we get our women's race all the way to the finish. Danny Moreno cruising. Sarah Carter is charging. You told me that she wasn't going to make any moves on the downhill, but she's gone to her arms here.
Yes. And that's to your point. Like, that's the track and road stride when you really open it up. She can probably smell the barn and be like, all right, it's on.
Yeah, Koken was really fast on that last segment. He went from 8th to 5th. between high camp and the end. So not just from Siberia to the end, but from high camp to the end. So he absolutely crushed. I mean, that makes sense, right? He's done some of the Golden Trail stuff and some of the sky running style stuff in Japan, right? That's kind of his bread and butter.
He is a technical runner for sure.
You're ripping, and then the call back from him, I'm not sure it was Danny or Sarah, it's terrifying.
Oh, speaking of that, because I was like looking at the track, and then this I think this is where the location where we saw the crash. Did you heard the interview from Cole?
Yeah, so was it Cole that went down?
But then I looked at him again, and there was the cap, there was the tight shorts.
I know, but they're not the only people in Terex out there. Like there's folks from from Western Colorado that are out here. It's very possible that it wasn't him, or that what we saw was him putting his hand down and just he stood down for a second. But I kind of doubt it. The guy that went down looked like they went down pretty hard.
So we're gonna have to replay that and try to
we're
figure
gonna
out.
have to do some detective work.
Because if that was really him and he blacked out on that would be scary.
Yeah, here's Kimmy.
Oh, yeah.
But she is warm.
You can,
she needs to get to high camp.
You can read it on her head, like on her face. Sorry, it's she's hurting.
Yeah.
Looking really strong. Keep it up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Even Jonas is short for words. Just like, oof.
Yeah,
I
Jonas,
don't know
I
if I
think
can
is just
get
eating
too
a snack
involved.
there, just hanging out, snacking on the job.
Like squirreling on the Snickers.
Yeah, probably. You have to ask Danny Moran about this arm sleeve situation.
Very true. That's a very good point.
Ask her about that weird sprint move.
That is already written down.
Okay, good.
Yep.
And then you got to ask her about this arm sleeve situation. And also just how happy she is to be putting together a race like this after coming off of such a hard period of injury.
So are you going to break your toe at the end of every season so you can perform so well the next one?
Yeah, like, is this going to become a routine thing so you can just absolutely crush people? Ideally not. I imagine she would rather be healthy. That was Jackson Fillmore from Western Trail Team that fell. So I said that there were... Josh Eberle's in the chat. Thank you, Josh Eberle, trail coach to the future stars. I thought it was one of the college kids. So thank you for confirming that. Now you got to
apologize to Cole. I was like, sorry.
And
I thought that was a cool nickname.
Crash Dash.
Crash and Rally. And Danny is not letting go of the gas pedal. She is absolutely sending it here on that single track. She knows the finish line is there. She just want to cross it and secure that win. And it's good to see that, like Eli admitted, like when the back end of that second loop was really, really tough. Like, she's got plenty in the tank. She's making it look like she's still pushing hard.
And again, we're not on course record watch on the women's side. Last year was the women's course record by Jen Lichter getting it done in an absolutely crazy time of 4:42.32. Danny is running really, really well, but she's running virtually on her splits from last year. That being said, she ran an insane closing downhill last year to finish in 4:43.48. She's got just over 3 kilometers or so to go, so let's call it just over 2, not quite 2 miles, just over 2 miles. And what that means is that I think we're going to be a little bit behind that time, but I think we'll be under the 4:50 mark for sure. So she will likely end up in a position where it's like the 4th or 5th fastest time ever. Eli Hemmings today, I think because he stopped to grab the thing, he missed Michelino Sinceri's time by like 2 or 3 seconds. So instead of being the 3rd fastest time ever, he's the 4th fastest time ever.
Okay. I feel like at that point he was like,
I'm here.
Yeah. Job done.
I survived. It was good to see that it did seem like he really had to push something out of himself today. That it wasn't as easy as it looked to us on screen. Yeah, Yeah, again, right side of your screen, Danny Moreno making her way down to the finish line. Left-hand side of your screen, Sarah Carter making her way down the final descent. A two-woman battle at the front of the race. But Danny Moreno found an extra minute on the Shirley Canyon section, and she is one of our faster descenders in this women's field. Again, she is fearless. She is fast. She throws her body down these things. So I imagine that Danny will continue to probably keep that 5-ish minute gap on Sarah Carter to the finish. But Sarah has not let up. She is running very, very quickly on this descent. Yeah, really, really excellent job by our bikers making their way down this. Thankfully, a lot of the runners ahead of these women also have experienced the lead men coming through with the camera bike, so they are a little bit more aware of these women absolutely barreling their way down to the finish. Showing just how athletic everyone is today.
And it's good to see so many people out in the mountains just doing their thing, taking in the views, challenging themselves. And there's going to be so many stories that's going to unfold on this on these trails this weekend.
Yeah, someone's asking, how is anyone keeping up with them? Well, they're on e-bikes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And they're quite skilled. It's really impressive when we had camera runners in the past, particularly that descent off Siberia, when guys are running like 5-minute miles and you've got people just absolutely sprinting alongside them trying to get the footy. It's action-packed.
Oh, yeah. But, and I got to say, like, you know, these trails allow for, like, mountain bikes to be following the runners and providing the footage. But in that team, they have some pretty impressive cam runners as well. So for races that are a bit more technical, like these guys are keeping up with the world's best on like super steep climbs, super technical descent. And so obviously they're only running short sections at a time, while obviously these competitors are covering the entire course. But oh yeah, it's everything but easy to providing you with those images. So when everything aligns, it's majestic, it's phenomenal. It is trail running at its finest. And look at this shot of Sarah Carter on that weaving trail on the mountainside in the second place of this Broken Arrow Skyrace 46K.
Kimmy Schreiber and Rachel Drake both through High Camp checkpoint, which again, that checkpoint, that chip scanner is outside of the aid station, came through in 4:32.26 and 4:34.12. So Rachel Drake has closed some time back on a very warm looking Kimmy Schreiber there. So that time has come down a little bit. So that battle for third is still very much on. And then just about 2.5 minutes back from Rachel Drake is Carolyn Alcorta. So that Rachel Drake to Carolyn Alcorta gap has stayed pretty similar, and Rachel will be, I think, a little bit stronger than Carolyn on the descent. That being said, F6 also just checked in right there. Robin Lesh, who will also be very confident on the downhill. Carolyn is a little bit newer to trail running and is like building her downhill confidence, but might not. She's really good at the uphill, akin to Sarah Carter in that regard. Robin Lesh through 13 seconds back at Carolyn Alcorta. So your third, fourth, fifth, and sixth place runners all through on the women's side back to back to back at High Camp, and there is about just under 5 minutes between Kimmy in third and Robin Lesh in sixth.
Oh, it's on.
It's on. This downhill is going to be a little messy for the final podium spot.
War
You're going to
zone.
leave here and not know what's going to happen.
I know. Although it's cheating because that screen is actually on the finish line as well. So we'll be able to watch what unfolds as they're coming into Palisades onto the finish line area. And see, there is a bit of a gap here. Sarah Carter, do you think she's closing on Danny?
It's really hard to tell, and we don't get another split from them.
No, but I guess it's pretty damn close now to the
They're close to the
finish
finish,
line.
yeah.
Yeah.
Danny can smell the barn.
She definitely can, and she's pushing all the way. Like, she's definitely not freewheeling into the finish.
She does know that she has a gap. She doesn't know exactly how far that gap is, but she does know she has one. That being said, Danny isn't someone to like sit up and coast into a finish line.
No. And so the question, like the thing is, like, she's gonna have to remain like really focused, because on that descent, like, making a mistake could cost a whole lot. And again, a little whistle from our marmot on the mountain bike, warning the runners ahead just to clear the way. And they are fantastic at this, playing ball, so these athletes can move past safely on these single tracks.
Yeah, and again, Danny Moreno ran 4:43.48 here last year. She's going to be just off of that, I think, but it's not going to be by a whole lot. It's going to be 4:45 probably, I want to say, and change based on where she is. There's Sarah Carter Barappin with her e-bike camera in tow.
And there we go. We've got predictions in the chat. Rachel's definitely overtaking Kimmy with how things are looking.
Yeah, I think that Rachel's fighting back there. Kimmy put in a really good fight, but she's going to have to absolutely hang on to pull it off, I think. And the way she looked coming up Shirley Canyon, she just looked really warm.
Yeah, it's going to be tough to turn it around unless she gets to the aid station, as you were saying, gets a lot of water over her, maybe just get some Coke also to put some fuel back in the engine. But see that whole long traverse on that single track where we had Danny and Sarah, like, you need to work. Like, it's just not steep enough, so you need to like actually put in the work to keep moving. And so
there's no free time out there. You got to be pushing on the gas pedal the entire time. Yeah, Kimmy's got to hang on, but she's being pursued by Carolyn Alcorta and Robin Lesh in particular, who I'm sure is also a little bit warm out there for Robin. I feel like she definitely like suffers in the heat a little bit, but she's good at suffering.
Oh, if anybody can hurt, like, Robin excels.
Yeah,
at
I mean, I
this
watched
game.
her zigzag across the Chiang Mai finish line last year.
Like that Tarawera 2 years ago, like, she actually finished on all four. Like, she had fallen, collapsed, and then just crawled literally onto across the finish line. And so it was this year at Tarawera, actually, where she just, like, she knew that this was kind of the behavior that she was having. So she's like, no, hold yourself.
Yeah,
and she actually kept it together, but only just. So if you're watching at home and we have Robin come through the finish line and she kind of collapses or anything,
she
do
goes
not
sideways
worry.
a little bit. Yeah, it's very, very normal.
That's what we're used to
I
seeing.
have no
That's how
doubt
she
that
does
she'll go to the ground and roll onto her back and just like need to take a moment to get herself back together, and that is a very common Robin Lesh absolutely go into the well.
Yeah, she leaves
out there.
Nothing on the course.
Yeah, no rock unturned for her, generally speaking.
And here's the coach getting involved. Robbie Britton, good to see you. Robin's coach, and she's like looking to send the descent. So this has been discussed before, and that is part of the plan. So we can definitely confirm that she's going to go full throttle on that last descent.
Yeah, so again, watching our now 7th and 8th place women are now also through high camp, that being Leah Yingling and Jasmine Lowther, virtually together. It looks like Leah is 4 seconds ahead of Jasmine, which means their difference going into the 23K is probably going to be low single-digit minutes. Like, Jasmine didn't have a great Jasmine. We never thought you could lose it on the ascent. We thought people would lose the Triple Crown in the 46K.
Yeah, because that's where you
in
can
Jasmine's case,
technically
it might
put the
be
most time.
The ascent where she lost the most time. So that is actually very interesting. The theory is that you should like add more bonus points for like performing well in the ascent and like detract some of the points from the 46K to like balance it out. But Leah Yingling and Jasmine are making an argument against that, I think, right now. Danny Moreno looking for the final charge. towards the finish line. She's going to drop down onto the road here and hang a left.
There you go, dirt road.
Dirt road down. Ooh, watch out for the Jeep.
Party Jeep.
I love the people just stopping and cheering. That is like my absolute favorite thing.
Imagine that, like, try to be in Danny's mind right now. She knows she's getting really close. It's just a few switchbacks. The difficulty is behind her. Such a feeling.
Yeah, open it up a little bit. Yeah, you're going to have to leave me again.
She's going to beat me to that lane.
That being said, I think the rest of our women's podium is going to be pretty tight. So
Yep. We'll keep an eye on them.
You're not going to leave me for that long.
All right, team.
We'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a bit.
Run, Martin, run.
If you got questions,
I'll shoot you a message. Alrighty, Martin is headed back down to the finish line because he will be our man grabbing those finish line interviews with our women's podium. We got this nice drone shot of Danny Moreno and her follow e-bike camera making their way down the final descent of the day. She can hear the village. She can smell the finish line. She is looking to secure a win here. She debuted in the 23K when she really broke onto the trail scene a number of years ago and broke right into our hearts with her performance there. And having her come back from injury and put together this type of performance is really cool, and I think is going to make everyone pretty emotional at the finish line for her. Alrighty, Danny Moreno on her way in, full stride. She's also covered in dirt. You can hear her just like Noah Williams. She is pushing all the way to the line. You can hear those big exhales, those grunts. She is trying to get everything out of herself right now. Again, broke her foot at OCC 2 years ago, came back, finished third here, and then continued to break her foot again last year and ultimately needing surgery, time in a boot, time on a knee scooter. Doing a fitness test today, and it turns out the fitness is pretty darn good for this woman on your screen. The insanely talented Danny Moreno. Left-hand side of your screen, that is Sarah Carter. Really smart race by Sarah Carter. Moved up really, really steadily, and then made an attack around Kimmy Schreiber to break the elastic and to secure second place. And we'll be really curious to hear about that move being made and what that felt like. Sarah Carter's about to hit the dirt as well, so she I think has closed a little bit of time down on Danny Moreno. So I think it's going to be well under 5 minutes by the time that they make it to the finish line. So cool. Danny Moreno giving high fives before she rounds her final corner. Here she is. Your 2026 Broken Arrow 46K champion, Mammoth local, Danny Moreno. Welcome home. Ring that bell. Oh, what a day, Danny. So proud of you. So happy for you. There's Sarah Carter.
Oh my God.
Absolutely flying on this road section.
So sick.
What a great battle for the women's podium right now. The battle for third is crazy. Kimmy Schreiber, Rachel Drake, and Carolyn Alcorta all really close together at high camp.
I tried that too, but...
Yeah, we'll end up picking up Sarah probably when she comes around those final two corners into the finish line. Danny celebrating it up in the finish line. We love it so much. Yeah, Danny Moreno's also covered in some dirt, so I wonder where she went down out there. That's her good friend, MK Sullivan. They host a podcast together that is focused on the short distance side of trail running. They've been doing previews all week. They've been doing panels all week. They've been doing coverage all week. So really, really cool to see the success there. Really, really cool.
Thank you, my man. Thank you. Stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to welcome back that second place finisher coming in any minute now. Don't go anywhere, spectators. Get ready. Let's get ready to make some noise. Second place coming in.
Yeah, so get ready to make some noise. It's because Sarah Carter is on her way to the finish line. There she comes, absolutely flying. Here's your second place woman in today's 46K at the Broken Arrow Skyrace, Sarah Carter, quietly ascending the ranks over the last 2 seasons, making a real name for herself here today, charging all the way through the line. Sarah Carter rounds the final bend and she heads for home. What a huge run for Sarah Carter, 4:52 and change on the clock. Big day. Yeah, such a smart and tactical run for Sarah Carter today. I'm going to start crying because it's so cool watching these women do their thing. She moved up so steadily all day. We watched her work her way through the top 5. Suddenly sitting, moving around Rachel Drake, sitting on Kimmy Schreiber, making a move on Kimmy Schreiber on the big uphill in the second loop of the course and sticking the landing. Yeah, clawing back a little bit of time on Danny Moreno there too at the end, but holy cow, what an absolute run by both Danny Moreno, your 2026 champion, and Sarah Carter, second place star on the rise, making some money today as well. And the question is, who's going to be third? And I don't know where we're going to pick up on the camera, but it should be an absolute battle of women getting the absolute best out of themselves between Kimmy Schreiber, Rachel Drake, Carolyn Alcorta, all looking so strong at times today, so tired at times today, hot at times today, really making their way down to the finish line and keeping us on the edge of our seats to see who will round out our podium. Yeah, so we'll be waiting for two things. Martin's finish line interviews with both of these runners. Danny Moreno. Let's hear from her.
All right, team, the music's fading down. Thank you over there for the interview of our champion, Danny Moreno. It's been an incredible ride. Yesterday we were talking, and you're saying, like, I want to be a bit more aggressive. And you showed us how it's done. There's so many questions, but first, like the general questions, like how did everything feel and unfold out there for you?
It was, I think the race just started and I don't know, it just clicked in what to do in the right kind of effort. And so I just focused on my race all day. I had some great tunes in my ears. And then when I pulled into the lead, I tried not to get too excited and just keep focusing on myself.
Yeah, we've heard like some K-pop tunes and some hardcore pop in the second loop. That's the secret, ladies and gentlemen. That's how you run that fast. So then, you know, you took the lead and you're just moving consistently, but then I see a lot of dirt. So there's been some events on the second lap also. Everybody was wondering, is that a new style? That one sleeve, is that a tattoo in the making? What's happening there?
Yeah, the fall came like 3 miles out. It was mostly because people were telling me my lead was extending, but I don't ever believe anybody. And so I just kept my foot on the pedal, and you tend to fall when you're like really pushing it hard. And the one sleeve was actually just accident, but maybe I'll keep it.
Starting a new trend. And then again, if you were with us following the live broadcast, very early on in that first lap, you were together with Sarah, and then all of a sudden we don't see you on the screen, and then you pop in, sprinting out. But so we're all so curious and wondering what went down. Can you tell us about this?
Yeah, so this is my first race in 10 months. I just started like a run walk in February, and it's been a very slow build. And so when we started the race, I felt like I was pushing hard, but then I looked down at my watch and I was running, like my heart rate was way too low, and that's why I started sprinting. I was like, oh, you got to get going. Like, you're like in Z1 right now.
And that was an aggressive move. It's all right. You know, you kept yourself in check and make sure you were not working too little. Well, we're super stoked to have you back here and then, you know, celebrate another win. So, ladies and gentlemen, another massive round of applause for our champion today, Danny Moreno.
So no new fashion statements from Danny Moreno, an accidental sleeve there. High fives to Hillary Yang and Ryan Thrower in the finish line there. I think we're going to get a Sarah Carter interview here in a second as well.
All right, that's good. We're going to follow through with the interview of our second place finisher here, Sarah Carter. Big round of applause. So again, having talked to you yesterday, Sarah, you said you were going to go hard on the climbs. You're fresh off 2 wins at 250Ks, so you came here confident, but also with doubts to say you weren't going to pass anyone on the downhill or anything. But then first lap, conservative. You were in the mix, but didn't look like you were making a move. On the second lap, you made a move, and what happened? You went in second place, and all of a sudden you're sitting there, just like, what went through your head, and what then unfolds on that second lap?
Oh my gosh. I mean, yeah, I went through that first lap, what I would call tactical. You know, I put myself in it, put myself in position, but I also allowed myself, I'm like, okay, you're in a good spot. Don't get anxious about one particular position. Just keep grinding, do what you can do. And something my coach told me in our call yesterday was hunt that second climb, and that's what I did. So I kind of cruised through the first lap, didn't push it too hard on the downhill to have some legs, let myself kind of recover through that wood section, and then when I hit the second climb, started hunting. And then, hit the final descent, and I think I had the downhill of my life. I was telling my friends back there, I hallucinated Jasmine behind me. I thought she was there. Turns out she was not. But I was like, oh no, she's coming. So I got to speed it up. And honestly, like what carried me in was just the excitement of this performance compared to what I did last year. I've been waiting to have a good race here at Broken Arrow for a very long time, and it feels really special to finally do that.
And we're so glad to have you here and see you perform at your best. You still have a long season in front of you, but we're definitely hoping you're going to celebrate that win for the rest of this weekend's festival. So ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for our second place finisher, Sarah Carter.
What a great run. Absolutely stellar run by Sarah Carter. She is pumped. And the question is, who is in third? Rachel Drake, Kimmy Schreiber, Carolyn Alcorta, Robin Lesh, all four of those women very close together, headed into through the high camp aid station. So very, very curious to see what that's going to look like here in a moment. Yeah, we're trying to see if we have a camera bike up the hill somewhere, going back up the hill to bring in our third place finisher, Robin Lesh. Has Robin Lesh moved herself into third position? No. Rachel Drake making her way into third, holding off Robin Lesh, holding off Kimmy Schreiber, holding off Carolyn Alcorta. Rachel Drake fighting her way back to hold on to a podium spot today, finishing third here in the 46K at Broken Arrow. Here she is, Rachel Drake. She had to fight for that one. I think Carolyn Alcorta is also coming in right now. Yeah, looking now for Carolyn Alcorta, Robin Lesh, Kimmy Schreiber. There's Kimmy Schreiber. Round in the corner, looking to hold on a fourth place finish here. After battling for a podium spot for much of the race, what a battle for this women's final podium spot. Like we said earlier, she's always got that hurt look on her face. Kimmy working for it. Our next runner should be Robin Lesh in fifth, and then hopefully Carolyn Alcorta hanging on for sixth, but we shall see. Really, really cool to see these women absolutely battle it out. Here she comes, Robin Lesh. Fighting her way to the finish, digging deep here, going to be 5th place on the day. We thought that this might be one woman who could move up a couple more spots in this final downhill because we know how hard she can dig, but Kimmy and Rachel hold her off. Robin Lesh picks up only 1 spot on the descent, passing Carolyn Alcorta between High Camp and here at the finish line, rounding the final corner to home. Today's 5th place finish, Robin Lesh. I think probably PRing from her last year's finish, or just missing it maybe. Looks like she finished in just under 5 hours last year, so just gonna miss that today. What a run. A rare day when Robin Lesh keeps it upright at the finish line. Happy to see it. She worked really hard for that one. I think a race that she'll be proud of. Putting in a good battle with some really exceptional women here today. Yeah, what a women's top 5. Oh, here we go. A little champagne. Oh no, Sarah, a little behind. There we go. What an exceptional podium here today. Truly a great run by these 3 women. What a battle. Again, your podium here this year. Danny Moreno, Sarah Carter, Rachel Drake, 1, 2, 3. An absolutely excellent podium finish. All taking home a little bit of money today. And actually, Rachel Drake will be joining Martin and I a little bit tomorrow in studio. She's going to come in early after we get the races kicked off to do a little color commentary. And then she's going to join me in studio when Martin goes down to the finish line. So I'll have to sit here by myself. And it's going to be absolutely excellent to get to hang out with her. Maybe hearing some stories from a hot, fast race today. Interesting to hear from Danny that her fall really did come in the final 3 miles of the course. Yeah, really exceptional performances. Now we're waiting for our top 10 women to come through. We're also going to get a finish line interview with Rachel Drake as well. But again, Carolyn Alcorta should be our next finisher, making her way down from High Camp. Behind her, it should be a pretty tight battle between Leah Yingling and Jasmine Lowther.
All right, we have our 3rd finisher here.
Rachel Drake.
Steve wanted to have a word because it wasn't in the bag until very, very late for Rachel Drake. So let's hear it from the... There's just so many names I want to bring up, but let's hear it from you first.
That was really tough. Kimmy, I don't know where she is, but Kimmy is really tough. We had a good battle out there. I think it's kind of a mental game because you do it once, and then Kimmy and I were doing the next climb, and she goes, "I'm kind of scared," and I was like, "Me too." So it was tough. Yeah.
So, like, you flew in last night, straight off, like, working at the OR. So just you know, some athletes were legs up and chilling, and you just really didn't make it easy for yourself. Let's put it that way. But then you got out of the gate with an intention, trying to win, and we certainly respect and appreciate that. We love that. People were saying in the chat, like, Rachel is bad at one thing, is losing. Like, it's just hard for you to lose, because when you're on the line, we know that you're just so strong and reliable. So you faded a little bit. You started in first, but then eventually that last downhill, can you walk us through it?
Yeah, I saw my husband up at the top, and he just kept telling me I was cutting down the time, and he's like, you just gotta hammer. I gotta give a shout out to Danny Moreno. I know she's had a tough couple of a stretch, so I'm excited to see her back. Yeah.
Thank you, Rachel. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, our third place finisher here at Broken Arrow 46, Rachel Drake.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that post-race interview. Coming in right now,
Jasmine Lowther making her way into the finish line. She has made up some time here on this final descent. And this is where the math starts for tomorrow, because Jasmine Lowther and Leah Yingling are going to do battle for the crown, the triple crown. Again, doing the ascent, the 46K, and the 23K. And those were the minutes that Jasmine Lowther needed to bank. There's Carolyn Alcorta making her way into the finish line. Losing 2 spots in that descent, but absolutely charging here today. A newer face of the trail running scene, but this gal is fast. Yeah, doing this race from living at about 100 feet above sea level in Seattle is no easy feat, but Carolyn made it look relatively smooth today. What a run. Getting a big hug from Robin there at the finish line. Yeah, what a great run. Okay, Jasmine Lowther's official finishing time is 5:10:10. I'll be doing some math between her and this gal right here, Leah Yingling, to see what our Triple Crown standings are. Monty! Oh, Monty's little boy is just under a year old, and this makes me so happy to see. And then her husband Mike's been taking photos for ACG all day too, so a very busy family here this weekend. Stop the watch. Monty's napping, I think, which is kind of amazing. Yeah, really close for our women in the 6th, 7th, and 8th position, finishing in 5:10:10, 5:10:58, and 5:11:58 for Jasmine Lowther, Carolyn Alcorta, and Leah Yingling. Aha, back to the drone. That finish line audio was very loud in my headset. I can hardly hear myself. So Martin's back in studio. What an epic 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th there.
Yeah. And I mean, you had called it looking at the times, like that was all these runners in within 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, I knew from high camp down to the end it'd be a big one, but Jasmine Lowther actually pulling off the biggest probably pass of the day, coming in at the front of that group, passing Carolyn Alcorta, separating herself from Leah Yingling. That was a big deal. And actually, I'm working on the math right now for the Triple Crown, so don't worry, because it's going to be really close, I think.
Well,
How you catch catching your breath? You doing good?
Yeah, that was a bit of a sprint coming out of the
You doing okay?
the finish line. But yeah, man, so inspiring, and in tears, like MK was there, and
I saw MK crying. I was gonna lose
love it.
Honestly, watching Sarah Carter finish and like how emotional she was finishing, I almost started crying as well. I was like, cool, great. Sobbing in the booth once again.
I'm not crying, you're crying.
Yeah, like don't tell me if I'm crying or not. I don't want to talk about it. But yeah, really just absolutely amazing runs from this women's top 10. The men's and women's top 10 today, but what an epic battle for these final spots in the top 10. I do think that Cody Clevin and Beth McKenzie are our final two that are sitting in that 9th and 10th spot.
Are they close from one another?
What was our split at high camp? Liz Hogan's in 11th too, and she can push. Cody Clevin came through in 4:48.01. Beth McKenzie 4:49.10. So a minute.
Yeah, that's not much. Eh?
Yeah. So
you see like how
either one of them.
Jasmine,
I mean, interestingly, right?
Robin.
I don't picture Cody Clevin or Beth McKenzie as like super excited about technical descending, right? Yeah. Like you've got like a Ironman triathlete.
Yeah.
In Beth McKenzie, like great flat ground speed, and an insanely fast marathoner in Cody Clevin.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, honestly, it's kind of a draw, I feel like, on that downhill, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Cody Clevin does do some trail stuff, and she lives in Utah, and she's definitely not unfamiliar. But
yeah, and Beth has been on trails for like a few
last
years
couple
now.
years, yeah.
So yeah. But
yeah, we'll have to keep our eye on it.
Yeah.
But that could be a very exciting 9th, 10th place battle for sure.
How's everyone in the chat? Are you absolutely loving it just like we are?
They just want Jonas. They don't care about us.
Well, fair point. Like,
I
we
mean
can't compete with that guy.
I mean that very lovingly. I'm going to have to go down to the second for this Triple Crown math. It's a little bit scary. I don't like doing public math.
And we got friends in the studio. Just, hanging out, having a drink, recovered, probably going to go for a double.
Oh, our newly anointed Triple Crown runner.
Oh, yeah. He's entered the competition now.
Yeah. Ready to rip one more loop of this thing tomorrow is what I've heard.
All right, so let's unveil the name because nobody can see who we're talking to. But Caleb Olson, we've actually seen on the images quite a bit when he was running stride for stride with Rachel.
We got several. Is that Caleb Olson in the chat? Including when he finished right behind
yes,
it
was
interview
during the interviews too. I couldn't actually call but yeah. And I mean, isn't this the best? Like these post-race chats, like, oh man, this went down and this and this. It's like, oh, so good.
Yeah, an absolutely stellar race. And just seeing the support of these runners for one another has been an incredible part of the day. So just a reminder, some housekeeping notes for people. We'll be staying on through the top 10 women, calling in who we believe will be Cody Clevin and Beth McKenzie. We'll then kind of work our way through a recap of the day, wrap things down, run a show for tomorrow. And then our camera will stay on for a little bit after we close things down from the audio perspective.
Yes, correct.
But not a full 12 hours. Just prepping the folks at home who hopefully have other things to do today at some point as well.
Yeah, and then also being mindful of our camera crew out there who are like also roasting in the sun and batteries are eventually going to die.
And they'll be back out here again tomorrow for an absolutely insane 23K. So we'll allow it, We'll allow it.
Well, they'll get away with it.
Yeah, don't tell anyone that we told them they could take some time off. Yeah, we're keeping our eyes looking up the hill for our 9th and 10th place. Oh, Leah Yingling giving a kiss to Monty. Did you see that she was able to grab the stroller and run that across the finish line? I was like, I love that. I think Monty turns 1 in July.
Wow. Yeah.
Really impressive.
With my
Mr. Shit in the Woods himself, Mike McMonigal there.
Yeah, for those who don't know, that's the handle. That's not a story about him.
Yeah, it's not the story about him. That is his Instagram handle. He's an incredible trail photographer, and he's actually working for ACG this
He's
weekend.
shooting the whole weekend, and actually the whole season.
Yeah.
Like, he's following athletes at all the key events, and
Yeah, he was at Zagama. He was at UTMF. Really, really cool to watch his work come out all season long.
great work. And great human. And,
Yeah.
and you know, to me, this is related because you can only shoot athletes, you know, like have the perfect shots that are natural as good when they trust you and they let you around and be like, oh, you're kind of a fly on the wall and do your thing. So I'm glad he's part of the team.
Okay, so I did a little bit of math. I didn't do perfect math. I just did some estimations. I also just texted Leah these estimations, but I think the Triple Crown is like a roughly 4-minute difference between
so far
Leah and Jasmine.
4 minutes on a 23K.
It could happen. Like,
could.
tomorrow is going to be really interesting. Not to say that the Triple Crown's ever been hotly contested, but I kind of feel like tomorrow's the day for it to become hotly contested. Now welcoming in more runners into the finish line here. Other runners lapping through. Trace and Knopp hanging out, getting ready for Western States next week. The who's who really just bopping around that finish line area.
Well,
Robin Lush is never leaving. She's just going to hang out in there.
Yeah, she's just like now sharing the good times.
Oh, Todd
Oh,
Simpson.
yeah, Todd is in the house.
Wow, great run.
Oh, yeah.
He ran the 100K at Gorge, too.
And, like, he's just building up towards UTMB. Go Daddy. Look at the T-shirt. Is the best. Awesome. I'm glad we got that footage.
It's the ACG employee battle between People don't know that there's an internal ACG employee battle that I'm saying is a thing. They don't know it's a thing. But both Todd and Liz Hogan, Todd Simpson and Liz Hogan, both ACG employees. Oh, that's Cody Clevin.
There we go.
Holding off Beth McKenzie on that final descent, finishing 9th here today, which betters her, that's her best performance at Broken Arrow. Really, I think like in a big competitive 50K. She's been 3rd at Speed Goat, but has had a rough OCC before, like hasn't necessarily nailed the landing, and this feels like a step in the right direction there. When it comes to like mixing it up with the trail girls.
Right, right.
And then I met Oscar Ponteri last night. Young kid, super fun, finishing right behind Cody Clevin and John Round, like looking to mix it up out there. I'm sure 522 is not what he wanted to run today, but really kind of fun to put those things.
Oh, there she is. That was close. Yeah, she's coming in hot.
Yeah, just over a minute. So I think that separation basically stayed the same. Again, I said it was a draw on a technical downhill, and that was pretty true. Oh, well, again, Robin's never leaving. She's just going to stay here and give
She's
hugs.
here for the hugs.
I think I convinced Beth not to use poles. I'm wondering if that was if she feels good about that decision or not. She's like, Corinne, I don't live at altitude. This is like going up a ski resort. Like, this is crazy.
Is she used to racing with poles now?
No, not really. But she, is went over to UTMB finals last year, like looking at like playing with some bigger mountain stuff. And so when you're getting out of your comfort zone, just trying to play with, what's going to work for you. Oh, here's our replay.
Yes. Man, I feel like that start was so long ago. So much has happened, ladies and gentlemen, since this morning. The start here in Palisades, Tahoe. And early on, these gentlemen started to form a lead pack. Rachel Drake in the lead. Kimi Schreiber and Sarah were just chasing behind. And just like that.
Eli Hemming made an accidental attack early, and it stuck. And then all of a sudden, it was the Eli Hemming show the rest of the day. The women's race, a lot of really dynamic racing. Noah Williams making some dynamic racing.
Yeah.
Cole Campbell making some dynamic racing. Chad Hall holding on to fourth, not quite sticking that podium landing. Danny Moreno talking about K-pop.
Those were the highlights. That area, we got some really good lines. And these, like, no, on famous Formula One transitions at the aid station after the first lap.
Yeah,
this is where,
that
Noah
battle with
made
Noah.
the move.
And Noah just like ratcheting it up a little bit more, really pushing people. There was that one arm sleeve went on, but the second one never went on.
And then at that point, Rachel was still chasing hard. She was still close in second, and then, this is...
That's a Chad Hall tumble.
Yep. But that didn't bother him, and he actually closed back on Noah at that point, and he was the pass from Kimi Schreiber on Rachel Drake, and we thought that was going to be a decisive pass, but...
Well, that was a decisive pass. And then also Sarah Carter came into the mix and made another decisive pass, and then Kimi Schreiber looks like she got pretty warm out there, but then clung on to try to stick it. Rachel fought back. Kimi tried to continue to cling on there. Robin Lesh attacked from behind, coming up to fifth. Cole Campbell, I think one of those, honestly, Cole and Noah, great stories for the day. Feels like they're really cementing their names as contenders over and over again. So really, really cool to see. Eli Hemming's back. Danny Moreno's back. What good sentiments from both of them.
Absolutely crushed. And see the stoke of all these runners coming across the line. See how much it means to them to be delivering so high on the world stage. So good.
Yeah, truly a world-class field here today. Really, really cool to see that happen. You could hear Danny, akin to Noah Williams, you could hear them both grunting as they ran down those final switchbacks. It was absolutely amazing. The way she grabs that banner, you're just
it says it all.
It reminds me of Jim at OCC, just grabbing that banner, just yes, Sarah Carter gave the camera biker chills coming down that, because it was just I'm doing it. I just realized it was going to happen. It took me a second to recognize Rachel Drake coming around the corner because the ACG logo is really covered up by the Osprey pack, and then I was like, oh, it's Rachel.
Oh, it's Rachel. Yes. Insane. Like she said, she had pretty hard day out there.
But fought for it.
Yeah, and she said she actually did not sleep last night. She said, I don't know why, she couldn't sleep.
Well, yeah, you traveled, and then you're racing a 46K and having a great time. Here are our rankings for today. Women, Danny Moreno, Sarah Carter, Rachel Drake, Kimi Schreiber, Robin Lesh, Jasmine Lowther, Carolyn Alcorta, Leah Yingling, Cody Clevin, and Beth McKenzie. Rounding out the day, excellent performances across the board. Super stoked to get to have cheered them on all day.
Oh, yeah. It was a very privileged situation to be in with all of you, following those exciting races, those passes, those crashes. Man, we had everything today.
Literally.
Everything. And then in the men's, here you go, Eli Hemming winning once again this race. Noah Williams, Cole Campbell, what a comeback for Cole. Chad Hall held on. Kokin, talk about a comeback as well. Ogasawara from Japan. Noam Franchi.
Moving up.
Yeah, moving up. Forrest Barton, Cameron Goldstone, Nicola Turco, and Grant Barnett.
And a similar spread, about 30-ish minutes.
33 and 28.
Yeah, pretty similar for a top 10 spread on both sides, which just shows a consistent depth in both fields, which is pretty exciting for racing. And I guess you want to round out, tell people what we're doing tomorrow?
What are we doing tomorrow? Oh, yeah. This is we've been ramping it up. The ascent was just a warm-up. Today was just okay, we're getting started. We're just killing it. And you were awesome in the chat, living this race with us, but tomorrow, big time, 23K. So we've seen those loop. This is going to be the exact same one loop.
A lot of money on the line.
$30,000.
For the win.
Just for the win, men and women, and then 10 deep, whole lot of cash for everyone, and that brought, Broken Arrow is always a deep field, but now we're talking absolutely world-class international level.
Yeah, join it. So you're going to join us here tomorrow. 7:30 is when things kick off in studio. 8 a.m. women's start, 8:20 men's elite start. There's wave starts going on, but we will be here in studio 7:30. Women kicking it off at 8 a.m. We cannot wait. We'll catch you then.
Get involved. And we're still here.
All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, we're just about 30 minutes out from our live self-help podcast. So 23-minute preview. Start making your way over there and see your spot in those chairs for your podcast in another 30 minutes at that main stage. Thank you.